we are again.
You are live.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to call the Saturday, March 7th Administration Committee meeting for the City of Harvard to order. The time is 8 o'clock. Let's do a roll call. Jay Albertson.
Here.
John Lavallee.
Alderman here.
Lisa Haderlein here. Absent is Alderman Kriete. And then we also have with us City Clerk Logan, Alderwoman Platt-Miller, Mayor Mike Kelly, and several staff.
City staff. Yes.
Several city staff. And this is our annual budget meeting. So are there any members of the public? No, they're not, unless it's a bag of Ruffles. Potato chips back there, I can see.
Frito-Lay's here.
Frito-Lay's here. Frito, do you have any comments? No. Okay. No one to attend the meeting electronically, and so did the committee members have a chance to review the minutes from the January 21st meeting?
Yeah, motion to approve minutes.
Thank you,
January
John.
21st.
Second?
Oh, second.
Thank you, Jay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, minutes approved. So now we are on to the budget workshop. And so I would like to turn things over to Deb Bejot.
Thank you. So, thank you everybody for attending. This is a lot of work today to be done on a Saturday. It's appreciated that all of you are here. I'm sure you have other things you want to do. I know staff dedicates a lot of time, as you do as well. Typically, before we had this beautiful chambers that we have to work in, these meetings were conducted through the Finance Committee. We met next door in the conference room. Staff and council met together around the table. It was a formal meeting with just a discussion. It was, back and forth, we went line by line, we talked about it. We're on camera, we're in a more formal setting, but it's meant to be the same thing. Informal discussion where we go line by line. We talk about what we're doing with the money, where the money's coming from, make decisions on whether or not we're going to keep things the way they are or make changes. So please, questions, comments, considerations, and so that we're transparent and we're clear with everything that we're doing. Karen Sutera, the library director, has graciously extended her retirement date. Her successor had to extend her start date, so she is going to start first with us today so she can get out of here and get on with her day. Typically, she comes in the middle of the day and does her presentation of her budget. The library operates under a separate board who makes decisions for what they do with their money. The city acts as a fiduciary of those funds. So we levy their property tax, track and allocate their replacement tax, and then we pay their salaries and their expenses for all of their operating. That being said, I give Karen an idea of what I think her revenue is going to be every year. She goes back and estimates what she thinks her expenses are going to be, takes those to her board for approval, gives that information back to me, and then we present it to you so that you are aware of what the city budget's going to look like based on her expenses. So I will turn this over to her so she can explain what she's allocated this year.
All right, now can you hear me? Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Deb. That's a perfect summary of exactly how the process works. And thank you for for being here today to hear kind of an overview. I think this year our budget is one that I'm calling a transitional budget because we will have a new director. One of the things that I've tried to do with this budget is keep things kind of as stable as possible so that that new director has about a year to kind of get up to speed on how we spend our tax revenue, how we allocate it. And so essentially, we are getting about $20,000 in additional tax revenue, about $22,000. That money is going to be used primarily for staffing costs and maintenance costs. Staffing We did make some fairly sizable staffing cost adjustments this current fiscal year based on the salary study that was completed. We found that several positions were paid under the market rate, and so we've made those adjustments. This coming fiscal year will be the first full year that we will see the impact of those salary adjustments.
Karen,
So-
can I just interrupt you for a minute to say that Mike Hoeflich has joined the meeting? Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So this fiscal year, as I was saying, will be the first full year that we will see the impact of those salary adjustments. The other thing that is included here is I've budgeted for a part-time maintenance person. We've been doing, staff have been doing some of the minor maintenance projects ourselves, but I can't guarantee that the next library director is necessarily going to want to do all those things. So we've budgeted about $20,000 for a part-time maintenance person that they'll be able to hire when they get here. The other big piece of our budget is facility maintenance. We were able to accomplish a lot of capital improvements this fiscal year. We do have one project that will be carried over to next year, and that's staining, refinishing the front and back awnings, wood awnings on the library. But otherwise, as of right now, fingers crossed, there is nothing planned for building maintenance unless something comes up, an emergency or what have you. So we should be in pretty good position there. We'll be adding $50,000 to our capital reserve, as we do every year. In fiscal year 26-27, that will bring the reserve up to about $141,000, which is allocated at this point in time for roof replacement, which we anticipate we're going to have to do in 2 to 4 years. The other piece, our technology is staying pretty stable. We've seen a big drop in our phone and internet costs by switching from AT&T to Surf Internet. Surf Internet isn't costing us anything. AT&T was costing us about $800 a month. So we've seen a big savings with that, so that's helped a lot. So we will be paying off one more year of our 2023 renovation loan. That will get us that much closer to finishing that loan completely. That will be paid in January of 2028. It will be paid in full, and that will free up an additional $50,000 that then could also go to capital reserve, so for those future projects. So any questions? That's my budget in a nutshell.
So when you're talking about the SURF, that's for specifically the electricity and utilities, which is why it's significantly lower?
It would be under SURF, it would be considered under telephone and cell phones.
Okay, so what's the decrease between the 4,600 actual to 750 expected for the electricity and the utilities?
The utilities, I think you might be looking at a different
Yeah.
budget. No, that's okay. It was, when the expenses were done, I think with
There's
the
a
last budget.
correction.
Okay.
I neglected to mention, and that's on me. There's a sheet that was on your desk when you got here with a corrected library budget that we actually just did yesterday, and I forgot to
Yes.
mention that in my introduction. So the sheet you should be looking at is the one that's a loose leaf there, and then that would go in your binder. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Definitely a much better number there.
There you go. Does that
Yes.
make more sense now?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
except it's a very large decrease.
It is. We had, when accounts payable was done, it was tagged to the wrong account number. So we did an adjustment to fix that.
Okay.
Basically, the expenses were correct, but they were in the general ledger, when the bills were keyed, they were keyed wrong. So we
Okay.
fixed those. So that's why it looks so different.
So it's
The
really,
loose leaf in front of you is correct.
okay, so but it's really, the projected expenses are really just $2,000, down from
Yes.
last year we budgeted over 10.
Essentially, what we'd be paying for under that budget category is for our fax line. And yes, we still have a fax line, and believe it or not, it is used a lot.
Yeah.
There are a lot of libraries that have gotten rid of their fax line. But it would be for our fax line and the director's cell phone.
Okay,
So-
wow, that's great.
Yeah, we've had no issues with it. So we do have an issue with internet today, but I don't think it's served. So I think it's a different problem, so.
Any other questions on the library budget?
We do have one thing we need to look at. There, on the capital reserve line, the 50,000, if you look last year, that was actually in capital improvement, correct, Karen?
The capital reserve, I think the question with that is we had put it in, I think it's just whichever line makes the most sense. I think we had been doing it in the capital reserve line, and then we budget it in transfer out capital reserve. I think the question is which line should it be in? It's going to be the same, essentially the same thing, so it could go in either one.
And you're going to be transferring this out to the other account?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move that 50,000 from the capital reserve 5608 back down to the transfer out, just because it makes more sense to you that way, and that's
Okay.
probably how your new director and I will work with it and with
Okay.
Ruby, so the
So
bottom
from
line stays
from
the
a
same.
functional standpoint, though, what's the difference?
Nothing. It's just a matter
Oh.
of which account it's in.
Okay.
And so to be consistent, we did have it there in the past, we moved it to transfer out. Now
Okay.
I've put it back up there when I did
Okay.
my spreadsheet, so we'll move it back down just for consistency and then keep it there.
Okay.
Moving forward. That was basically like my keying it in when I did the worksheet. And Karen and I had talked briefly about it yesterday, near the end of the day, and I said we can just move it tomorrow, so. It doesn't
Okay.
really change anything on this side, it's more on the back end.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it's worth noting for the council that the budgets, the library's budget includes more funding than what is here. This funding is the city's portion of that funding. The library has a large funding source from the trust, from the Harvard-Diggins Trust, which also helps offset other expenses. So the library is very robust in terms of its support from the community, but not all of their expenses come out of the city's budget. And that's not reflected here because it's not a city account. The trust is a private trust that was created many years ago for the library. And so if you want to do a full picture of the library's finances, you would need to look at that also. But under our fiduciary responsibilities, we only are responsible for this portion of their budget.
So I noticed that a sizable 80,000 plus amount to make the budget is cash on hand. So how sustainable is that going forward?
That will probably taper off. So the last couple of years, their audit results have shown a fund balance
Okay.
on our side in the Library 03 fund. As she explained, some of that was supposed to be used this year, but because of weather and timing, she's not going to be using that. So that's, some of that is absorbed in here. And then in the notebook that I gave you a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
in the back under the fund balance section, you can see where they ended up as of the April 30th audit. Where they're
Okay.
supposed to be per the fund balance policy, and they're
Right.
still, they still have a little bit of a reserve to work with. Karen would like to budget for a few more maintenance items coming up, and then we'll see where we're at again, based on my cash flow projections and where the audit comes in at the end of this fiscal year to see maybe what they could do next year. But they're using that reserve that they have responsibly, to allocate those tax dollars that they've collected to give back to the library so that they can make those improvements.
Okay, and so that fund balance is it's on the operating side, it's not the capital?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the fund balance is when you look at the calculation of the fund balance, months of reserve they have.
Yeah.
They have enough reserve for operating for those months. What is in
Right.
excess, they can use for capital. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I've actually turned to the
To the
to
library
back,
page?
to the library fund balance history. It's towards the
Yep.
back in the last section. And shows
right.
total fund balance, total operating expenditures, 12-month operating fund expenditure average.
So they require $50,000 a month in
Right.
operating.
Yeah.
Right now, they have 7.7 months in reserve.
Right, but does that include their capital?
No,
Okay, so the capital's not included in the reserve, that's just,
right, that's just operating
There.
expenses, that's just what
Okay.
they would require to operate.
Okay.
Lights on, payroll, that's
Okay.
utilities payroll.
okay. So the,
It's not the extras.
okay, so any of the capital funds, that's completely separate
Correct.
from that?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, great, thank you.
Fun stuff,
Yeah,
the extras.
yeah, just wanted to make sure, yeah, we're not, yeah,
Yep, that's exactly right.
okay. Any other questions, comments? Karen, thank you.
Oh,
as
thank you.
always. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say real quick, for the record, thank you to all of you for all of your support to the library over the years. This has been the best job ever, and I cannot tell you how often we hear from people, even from our own community members, but so often from people coming in from outside of town, what an amazing facility we have. I think people think Harvard is a small town. They think when they come to our library, they're going to see a small library, and then they walk in and they're blown away. So we should all, as a community, be very, very proud of that library. And I appreciate all your support in helping provide the funding for us to help us maintain it and help us keep it truly the gem that it is. So, thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
Sure.
Okay, so now we'll go back to general. So back in order to what we usually do. The notebook that was provided has a breakdown of general revenue and expenses and an explanation of where all of that revenue comes from. So hopefully you've had a chance to read it. If you haven't, as I said, we can talk about it as we go. Each of the department heads, and not all of them are here right now, you'll see a little bit later, Director Rousey will be stopping in about the time he's supposed to be talking about his budget. I didn't find it necessary for everybody to be here all day. Director Brenica had a commitment to coaching. He is also our volunteer coach for our park and recreation basketball team who had a tournament today. And the other coach is out of town in Texas, I believe. So they had no coach for their tournament, so he had to be there because that was a previous commitment. But anyway, these directors have all done a write-up of their departments. So instead of presenting all of that, if there's any questions as we go along within that department, you can stop and ask them to clarify anything that was in their memos. So we'll start with general revenue. That's where we need to start because we need to see how much money we have coming in. So first line item is property tax. This is based on, actually, the first 6 items from the top are property tax, and this is based on the levy that you approved back in the fall. And these numbers are not exactly what we levied because I do reduce it a bit, depending on, or reduce it a bit just to be conservative. It is also not the balloon amounts that we levy.
Okay.
Because remembering that that is an estimate of what we think that new growth might come in at in order to capture that in the event that, when they do the assessments, that assessment wouldn't capture that. So I make sure that I go with the original amount instead of the balloon amount.
So it might end up being more.
It might end up being more. And if
Okay.
you look at last year's activity versus what we budgeted, some of the areas ended up more, some did not. But that's usually the trend, is that it ends up to be a little bit more, which is good. More is good. We try to be close, obviously. Exact would be best, but less is not good, so I try to be conservative on that.
Thank you.
So you have the general revenue property tax at $765, road and bridge at $105, police pension $585, audit $40,000, police pension bond at $500,000, and then the revenue recapture at $12,000. Revenue recapture we don't levy for. That is the amount that the county estimates they're going to give back to us based on protests from the year before that we don't collect because there is a delay in that. And then if the county determines that, no, you do have to pay those taxes, then we get that back for next year.
Okay, yep.
So any questions on those first items?
For the property tax pension bond, is there a reason why there wasn't anything last year?
Yes, good question. Last year, that was levied, but it was levied into the bond fund, which is Fund 50. And previous to that, if you see it the year before, it was levied into the general fund, which is how we did it when we first pulled the bond for the first couple of years. The year after, the third year, the auditors recommended we put it into the Fund 50, which is your bond fund. After calling the road program bond and talking to the bond council on that side, the bond actually should be levied through the general fund. Once we were advised of that, we moved it back here.
I was wondering about that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very confusing, and I was thankfully able to abate that with the county and put it back here after I filed the bond.
Okay, great.
Any other questions on that? All right, so we will go to state income tax. The next three items are the local government distribution fund. Those are per capita funds. So those are based on our population. Every year, the IML comes out with predictions on what they think we're going to get. And those predictions come out quarterly throughout the year, and I watch those predictions, and it's based on market, it's based on trends. And you could actually track those yourselves too. They're in your catalogs that you get, that Jeanette provides for you. It's some really fun and interesting reading. But it does kind of give a nice synopsis of, they'll track it, for the calendar year, they'll track it for the quarterly year. And it just tells you where they get their information and how they calculate it and why. And I usually kind of watch it and see, when I first start doing the budget, and then it changes, and then I try to go with, the average of all of that. The numbers in green on the right are the dollar amounts per capita that we expect to get. And then that's how I get those calculations. And that is also explained in the blue book that I gave you too, if there's any questions on that. And you can see how those numbers change over time based on the previous fiscal year budget. Typically, they increase, with the exception of state use tax, which is the third one. That one has decreased, and there was also an explanation of why. That's just based on a reallocation that the state has made, which they do from time to time. They decide to put things in different places, and they've decided that they're going to move that to sales tax, some of those allocations to sales tax. Why they do it, how they do it, and a understandable explanation is a little bit hard to do, but you could read about that if you'd like to. But the money is still there, it's just in a different spot.
So it's why the sales tax
Correct.
number is higher?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So any questions on those? And again, I try to be a little bit conservative on that as well.
If they did that, so I can see here when we're talking about the state use tax and how the budget last year was the 245 and the actual was the 65 change. Wouldn't we have seen an appropriate increase in the sales tax then if that's where they were putting it instead of a decrease?
Can you move your microphone down a little?
Yeah.
That 65 is only through January.
Okay.
So that's not through the end of the fiscal year, and no. The answer is no, because they don't call back, or they don't allocate all of it. They allocate some of it, not all of it. So it also depends on how much is sold, right? Because it's sales tax. So you wouldn't see a dollar for dollar increase or a percentage that actually is actual from one to the other. It wouldn't be an even distribution.
Okay.
Because when did that change go into effect for the
It
state?
it changed in 23, 24, I believe, with the effects of that going in 24.
So Deb, if you're conservative on all these revenue numbers, all of them come out higher or whatever, or some of them come out higher. And this is just a general question, and I don't know that I've ever really thought about it, because I know government's supposed to be a break-even proposition. But what happens at the end of the year if you have a surplus?
That's your fund balance.
And that just carries over
That's what we're going to spend in the blue.
after? So we don't spend anything till after.
We don't spend anything till we see where our fund balance is, because you folks have adopted a fund balance policy that requires us to hold a certain amount of funds.
Mhm.
Right now, it's 3 to 6 months of operating expenses. And then through a cash flow projection, as well as my conservative wanting to keep 9 months of that fund balance because I worry about that, then what we have in excess of that, then we come back the following budgeting year and talk about what we're going to spend that excess on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, any other questions on those two revenue streams? Okay. Sales tax referendum, 1%, we all know what that is. That's an in and out, meaning whatever we bring in, we're transferring out now to the road bond account,
Yeah.
which we'll talk about later because that's new to the budget this year. So I've got it at 1.1 million this year, hoping. I think it is going to be there because if we look through January, you can see where it's at. We have another, I want to say February is 98. Can't remember for sure. I kind of lost track of that a little bit because Ruby's doing it. But I think it's 98. So we're going to be a little bit higher this year. So I've got it at 1.1 for next year.
Okay.
And then that will transfer out into the other fund, which we'll see in a little bit. Video gaming tax, that goes up every year, more and more people, and as we get more and more machines. So that's just kind of bumping it up.
Just, I have to make a comment on that. So the former gas station on 14, the little corner store,
Mhm.
when I was coming home last night, I mean, there were it was packed, the any parking area there. Did you see that too?
I saw that too. I
Like,
did.
what the heck? It must be I guess so. Yeah, everyone was there to,
It's a
get
big
their
deal.
big win.
It's a
Yeah,
big deal everywhere.
yeah.
I mean, good for us, but
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
know.
thank you, whoever's listening. We appreciate it.
Yes. Keep, yeah.
We hope you hit big.
Yes, exactly.
right?
You can't win if you don't play.
That's right.
Sorry, that might be trademarked by the state, right? State lotto.
That was a long time ago. I
One
think
might
they
say you
changed
can't
it.
lose
Okay.
if you don't play.
Yeah.
Mike's idea better.
Okay, so replacement tax. This is a difficult one to track, changes frequently. I think most everyone knows what replacement tax is, but for a quick explanation, back in the late 70s, up until the late 70s, in the state of Illinois, the state of Illinois taxed personal property. Boats, cars, anything, any type of property outside of homes that was yours, you got taxed on. They took that away, and in place of that, they initiated a personal property replacement tax, which we call PPRT. And that is what this replacement tax is, and that was a tax on corporate income tax. Over the past couple of years, you'll see that that tax has decreased, and that is because the Department of Revenue over-allocated $800 and some million when they did some of their things that they do that we don't understand, as well as they allowed the corporations to pay some of these taxes through the income tax allocations instead of the replacement tax allocations, and there were some clawbacks. So, that being said, it caused a reduction in what we collect, some of that being offset into income tax, and some of it we just lost. The nice thing about replacement tax is every year there's a site I go to where the state tells me exactly what we're going to get. So what you see is what you get. It's not great compared to what we used to get, and over time they've clawed back what our share is. It's split into four accounts. We get a share, police pension gets a share, IMRF gets a share, and the library gets a share. The percentages of those shares are based on the share that those four funds got back in the 70s of the personal property tax. That's how those percentages are broken down. So that is what it is. That's what we're going to get. Any questions on that? Okay. Permits, general permits, licenses. This one is going to go up a little bit this year. The reason why you're only showing 16,000 to date is because these are any kind of permits or licenses that are issued through the mayor's office and that Jeanette processes, and it includes liquor licenses, which aren't due until April. And everybody pays them literally April 30th. So we will collect these and post these to the account on April 30th. That is where the rest of your 90,000, 85,000 is going to come from. And this year it's going to be a little higher. If you remember, you increased the license fee on gaming. So that will be shown
Did-
in the
We did.
in that line item is where I allocated that. Building permits are 12,000 this year. They were up a little bit 2 years ago because we did a little bit more. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line.
Contractors.
Contractor's license, yes, 12,000. They run about the same every year. I did bump them up a little bit this year because I think we're going to have some new contractors. Talked to Ann about that. And some new contractors coming to town that we haven't had before, and they'll have to get licensed. So we bumped that up a little bit. If that doesn't happen, it's offset somewhere else. So, but I think 12 is what we're trending. Well, 2 years ago we did 14, and this year we're trending to do probably right around 12 or 13. So, good on that, as long as you pay yours.
I paid her.
All right, just making sure. Building permits, I have reduced, I don't think we're gonna hit 40 this year. That was based on, I believe that was a number that the previous building director gave me. And I couldn't find notes and can't recall why it was 40,000. I think there was maybe some building expected that didn't occur. Really don't have an answer for why we budgeted 40. I apologize for that, but this year I am gonna drop it to 25 because we just don't know who's gonna do what. It's slowed down a little bit. We're still building, which is good. We still have permits, we still have some foundations going in, but I don't wanna overestimate what I think we're
How will Harvard Nutrition affect that?
Yeah, it
I mean,
depends on when they pull permits,
Right, when they pull
right?
permits, we don't know
Yeah.
exactly when that will be, but I would anticipate that, we will.
So, and what I do with this is, so remember, we have a capital improvement fund, and we're gonna talk about that later too, because typically I do not budget the capital improvement fund, but this year we're going to, because we'd like to do some more projects, and I would like there to be a tracking of those projects so that somebody other than me knows about them. So typically what I do with building permits is if I budget 25,000 and we end up getting more, let's say we get 50, I transfer that extra 25 into the capital improvement fund. We didn't budget for it here, we weren't depending on getting it here, it goes into the capital improvement account, and then we can use it for something over there. So if we were to get that, then we would just do an adjustment on transfer out and put it into that.
Okay.
And you'll see that a little bit later too. So that's a good question though, because that is a process.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions on permits? Health insurance reimbursement, that is just basically an in and out. The retirees who stay on our insurance plan have to pay 100% of their own insurance, but we will insure them and we will manage that through the city. So usually what they do is they have their pension fund, just do a direct deposit into our account, and then we pay the insurance company through that. Or we put that into our revenue account, and then we pay our insurance company from there. So currently, we have the former city administrator, Dave Nelson, Steve Santler, Jim Grant is currently this fiscal year, but he will be falling off May 1, and then we will be picking up Chief Bauman around October. And so this revenue will be coming from them to pay their health insurance. The reason it is in yellow is because it's different than what is in your books. The reason why it is different because what is in your books is because I'm probably going to end up paying a little bit more. I had budgeted about 12%. It may be a little bit higher than that. We'll have a discussion on item 7 on the agenda about that, but you'll see that that's also changed throughout the expense as well. So we'll talk about that later. I wanted to make sure I got that in here, though, as a change. I did that just this week, actually just last night, just to make sure that we had it in there in case the percentage is a little bit higher than what I had anticipated. Okay, questions about health insurance, of that reimbursement line? Grant reimbursements.
Excuse me.
This is basically another in and out, for the most part. These are for any projects the projects in blue are all of the sidewalk projects that we have going on right now. These are grant funded projects. Some of them are 80-20. One of them is 100%, and they're all in different phases. So we've already started all of these projects. So basically, they're paid out of our engineering fund if they're in the engineering phase, or I'm sorry, our engineering account. If they're in the actual construction phase, they're paid out of Rob's department in the construction account. We pay out 100%, which means we have to fund the cash up front, and then we get reimbursed from the state for the amounts, whatever the allocation amount back is. These amounts that you see in blue is our share that I expect to get back if we get to that point of the project in the fiscal year, which is why you see, if you look at history, we haven't always gotten there because there's always a delay. And it's a real tricky game to try to meet these numbers and not be over or under. And so I've tried to, if you look at 2 years ago when I budgeted 428 and we only brought in 61, we were way off. So I kind of reduced it a little bit. This year we'll be a little bit closer. Remembering that when we're way off in revenue, we're also way off in expenses. So it's not like, oh, we didn't get this cash, but we also didn't have to spend the money either. So it's a little bit, tricky or confusing when you look at it, but we didn't spend it either. So we're not like short.
And so there's not like a big delay in getting reimbursed?
No,
on the
no,
grants?
the reimbursement, so what happens, how that process goes is Gary does the work, the engineering work, I get the bill, we pay the bill, and I try to pay them right away. As soon as that check clears, I process the paperwork to the state, and there's usually about a 30-day turnaround once the state gets the paperwork.
Okay.
So it basically the speed at which we get reimbursed is on me, or now on Ruby, is how quickly we get it to the state. So going sidebar on this now, if we look at this line item, the items that you're going to see throughout here that are in blue are items we do not have to do, meaning we're going to be using some fund reserve to do these items, right? These are not operating expenses. These are not necessities. That being said, we've already started these 4 projects. So when it comes to...
It's discretionary, but these are discretionary funds that you've already allocated to do.
Right. So when it comes to making cuts later, these should not be cut.
They're not on the cutting
Right.
block?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The 2 items in red, the IPRF grant and the ETSV grant, the Illinois Public Risk Fund grant is a safety grant we get every year. Jeanette processes some paperwork based on some things that she does on her end, and we get some money back for safety for that. And then the ETSB grant is the Emergency Telecommunications, Emergency Telecommunications Safety Board, I think, grant. It comes from the county, and we get that every year. The chief submits paperwork for that. So that's just something we get, just extra revenue that we get. That's also included in that line item. Questions on that?
And is that red because we can't do anything about that
No,
either?
that's just red because we get it and we can spend it on whatever. That's just, that's operating revenue.
Okay,
So
yeah.
next year I'll make it.
So for these grants that we have coming in, do we ever run into the issue where the state doesn't pay their portion that they
Nope.
promised? Okay.
Nope, that money is already allocated, it's there, and it's earmarked.
Okay.
We know that before we ever start the project, and never, gosh, I've been doing it since 2010, we've never had an issue. Have you ever had an issue?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, police reimbursements. This is for, we're on the, Carmen, can you explain the NERCOM board?
Yeah, we're part of the, gotta use the microphone. We are part of the, we're on the board for that, so we have membership with that, with NERCOM, which is our dispatch center over in McHenry. Given that, we are entitled to a refund each year. I believe it does change every year. It's just dependent on whatever it's doing. Right now, our NERCOM fees actually went up a little bit, but this is projected of what we're gonna get, so.
And that's something that NERCOM will let the chief know each year, and then he'll tell me, and this is pretty much, this is set, so this, we know this is what we're gonna get. And we usually know ahead of the budget, so we've done the budget a little bit later this year, but we usually know ahead of the budget, January, February, so.
Usually we'll know those figures right around the first week of December.
Okay.
It's after their meeting to see how much we're gonna increase, but usually we'll know fairly early in December.
Then, the school resource officer, for District 50, that's the reimbursement we get from, for Officer Cohn in school. We just approved the new
Yep.
SRO for the upcoming year. This would be the amount we get in year one of that new contract.
Yep.
It was just signed. Police DUI fees, those are fees that we get back from the county after our officers, sorry. Can you hear this one okay?
As well as.
Not as well as the other ones? Are you getting a text too? Okay. When officers issue a DUI, fines go to the county, county calculates our share, sends it back to us. So that's what that's for. And then, thank you. Okay. And then the SOFs, the next line down, is the same thing. That's for any tickets that the police officers issue or any tickets that code enforcement issues. Those are all processed the same way. Ann has a badge number, so when she issues a ticket, it's processed at the county basically the same way any of the police officers tickets would be processed, and then they send the money back to us. So that's what those two numbers are. And that's kind of a gamble as far as trying to predict that as well. So you kind of go off the previous year. It usually goes up. DUIs are a little bit harder to predict, but they kind of fluctuate more. But the SOFs, they usually stay relatively stable. Questions on those?
Would it be nice to see those as zero, to be honest?
Yes, it would. Providing that they were zero because nobody was doing it,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, water utility tax, that is an in and out. You'll see later, the water utility department is a proprietary fund, which means it operates like a business, so they pay tax to the city just like ComEd and NICOR do. So whatever I budget for and what I think water utility tax is gonna be, I pull it back into the general fund is what I think they're going to pay us. So that's at 200,000, and you'll see that offset in the water fund. Electric tax, I estimated at 350. Hotel motel tax is a tax that is paid quarterly on room rentals that they're required to pay to us at 5%.
I have a brief question on that, and I think I already know the answer. I think we have one hotel in town. Do we do any tax on Airbnb or Vrbo in the city of Harvard?
We do not.
And do we do any licensing?
We do not do licensing. I would have to look at the definition of hotel in our ordinance to see if that would include like an Airbnb. That would be a definitional thing that we would have to look at.
Okay.
Are there any?
Yes,
There are.
actually there are.
In the city limits?
Yes.
Oh,
One right across from the train station, who's posting on Facebook.
Do other municipalities have any luck enforcing that, though?
I happen to be in a business in Wisconsin, that it is a major thing in lake communities, and which is why I ask. It's a huge part of their revenue in Walworth County. And it doesn't have to be a huge tax, but it's nothing that's really a big deal in Harvard currently, but it is something I think we should probably put on our radar as we try and build, and because we are on the train line.
I think the issue, our ordinance do permit a Airbnb or B&Bs, as I think they're noted in our community. I think the big thing is, I don't know that we necessarily know every B&B that would be in.
But that's also the case.
It's because we don't license, so we don't have record.
Right, which is another reason to consider business licensing in the city.
Yeah.
Which to date, we've not done.
Done,
So-
yeah.
But
Just,
that's a very, very good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. We'll research that.
yeah, and again, the state may have some
Right.
ordinances and things around that, and so again, just a question.
It's on the list.
Question for
That's,
Charlie.
that's what today is for, is to discuss those things, so.
Gorman. Deb, question for Charlie.
Charlie Gordon.
Gorman.
He's listening.
Yeah.
Charlie, could you
Well,
research that?
His AI, one of the two is listening.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. Okay, so NICOR utility tax, also 5%, and then telephone tax. And telephone tax is, as you noted in the explanation, does not include data. So that, of course, goes down.
Less people have landlines.
Less people have landlines, and, yeah. So that revenue stream will eventually probably go.
I still have a landline and have considered getting rid of it because it's really not utilized.
Yeah, I mean, businesses will keep them,
Yes.
obviously, those that need them for.
And it used to be more prevalent to have a landline when they weren't all data-based.
Yes.
And that was the whole thing, is that, okay, if something goes wrong with your internet service or your cell service, you have this landline, but now they all use the same technology.
Right.
So if one goes down, everything goes down.
Yeah, so at some point, it should be noted to maybe look at replacing that revenue stream if it's needed with some other type of collection. What that looks like is yet to be determined. That would be a discussion for another day. Zoning platting fees, those are the fees that are paid when someone wants to petition the zoning board, and those are based on whatever the petition is, depending, text amendment, zoning map change, those types of things. We've had quite a few over the past couple of years based on all of our developments, although that has dropped, or actually this year, we've had quite a few.
Big increase, yeah.
There was about 7 meetings last year, but we haven't had any in the last few months
Yeah,
either. So that's where I don't think that number's conservative enough.
The 10,000?
Yeah, it should be lower because I would go closer to the 2 years before where we're at the 7 to 4 range, because we get years where we might meet twice or 3 times.
Would you be comfortable with 5? Or would you rather do 4?
I think 5 is probably more appropriate.
So we will make note for record that we're changing zoning and planning fees, line item 4436 to $5,000.
I say we as a past tense. I'm not there anymore, just to clarify.
Nope, we understand. Thank you for that insight. Highlight that. Okay. Everybody's good with the $5,000 change?
Yes.
Cable franchise fees at $50,000. Again, that's another one where we collect that at the end of the year. It comes in usually right around April 30th. I'm anticipating there's a question as to why that's lower than the previous years. And I think this was an explanation last year, but I'll just reiterate on that. The boundaries for the cable. The cable company had the boundaries wrong, so for a few years, they were collecting outside of the city limit boundaries when they shouldn't have been, and then they realized it, so there was some clawback. And when I spoke with them last year, or 2 years ago, can't remember now, time goes by fast, they had said that by this year, they felt that that clawback would straighten itself out and we would be back to around our $50,000 range. So, it was like, oh, we got 90, great, and then the next year we got 120, and yeah, so their estimates of what they were giving me were higher based on their boundaries, and then,
Yeah.
sorry, our boundaries were
Boundaries were
wrong, so. We got through it, so we're back to 50, and should be back on track this year. Escrow from developers is, again, an in and out. So this line item is used when a developer comes to the building department and needs a a stormwater review. Gary conducts those stormwater reviews, our city engineer, and then bills us. We in turn bill the developer, they pay us back, and that's where this money goes. So when I say it's an in and out, we expense it, and then we bring it back into this revenue line item when they pay us back. And this is where I think we'll be this year. If we're not, it's going to be even out, being offset in the expense item. So,
Okay. So that's different from like the Starbucks sidewalk.
yes. Well, okay, no, if Starbucks, when they pay their sidewalks, that will go in here too. That would also be
Oh,
a developer
okay.
escrow. I haven't
Okay.
budgeted for that though, because I don't know when I'm gonna get it. I still haven't received that, so,
Okay.
yeah. So and anything else like that, that is a good point though, anything else like that that a developer would have to pay based on a decision that was made by city council, that would go in this line item too. There just
Okay.
aren't any right now that we can predict are gonna be forthcoming, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yard waste stickers is also an in and out. We are just a pass-through agent for MDC. We sell their stickers on their behalf, so we buy stickers from them, we sell them to the public, and then we recoup the cost that way. So whatever we spend on stickers, we charge for stickers and get the money back. So I estimate 2,000, and then you'll see that offset in expenses. If we sell more, we buy more, it evens out. And that's tracked through the staff in the front office. Sale of surplus property, I don't budget for that anymore because any surplus property that we do sell goes into our equipment replacement fund. And I point to Rob because he's usually the one who gets that money. Usually. He gets most of it anyway. He has the most surplus out there, or the surplus that has the most value, so. Interest.
Big grin.
Yes.
I mean, there's value in what we sell, I guess.
Yes, yes.
But we
You have
also-
value.
We also have the most equipment, so
Mm-hmm.
we're bound to have the most stuff that we're buying and selling.
Interest is the interest on the checking account, the general checking account, and you can see that's performed very well versus what we have estimated we're going to get, but I keep it that way because they keep saying that the treasury rate is going to drop, and we get a percentage of the treasury rate for our interest rate through the bank. So this year, I've estimated around 200. There's still quite a bit of revenue in the general fund, so I think we'll be okay at 200, and I don't anticipate it dropping significantly in the next year. If it does, there's some other areas of conservancy in the budget that will make up for that. Miscellaneous, 5,000. Miscellaneous revenue is basically revenue we get that is, things that we maybe don't expect to come in. Maybe if we sell some books in the front or other types of things that don't really fall anywhere else. Those, what's that? Oh, mulch. Oh, yes, mulch. Rob sells mulch. That goes into the miscellaneous fund. Other types of things like that. Hard to explain because it's different every year. Transferring, there isn't any. Nothing ever gets transferred into the general fund.
No, it goes out.
It all goes out. Rent receipts, so we collect rent from the senior center, Milk Day office, and the Java Coffee Shop at the Metro Station.
It looks like we've stopped collecting rent.
We did. So previously, we also collected rent from the wastewater treatment plant.
Oh.
And we started doing that back in around 2010, when we were really searching for revenue because we didn't have any.
okay.
And we were able to do that. And so a couple of years ago, I started looking at that, and we started talking internally that, we really don't need that anymore, and that money should stay in the wastewater plant and in those operations, particularly because the rates that we charge on water bills, and
Yeah.
that money should stay there. So we've stopped charging rent and reduced that line item so that money can stay in that fund.
Okay. Makes sense, thank you.
Parking permits, they go up slowly. They've been creeping back up from COVID. We used to get quite a bit more. People don't ride the train as much. Most of this is Metro money from the train. Some of it is from our city parking lots, but I would say probably 97% of it is the train. And I feel like it's going to keep going up as things go on, but not quickly. So I think we'll be good at 55.
Yeah, Deb, I want to talk about these, where this money should go in my committee next time.
The parking permit money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because eventually those lots going to have to be redone. And I think it'd be a great place to just put the permit money into
Yeah, I think
some
it
kind of
should.
You want to
fund.
talk about that on the 18th?
Why not?
Okay.
Sure.
Noted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and then that leaves us with the cash on hand, which is the fund balance. And that amount is what I have in there right now to balance the budget, which we can come back to once we go through the expense items and you folks decide what you want to redline, what you want to move around, what you want to change.
Great.
Okay, any questions on revenue? I know that was a lot. Bless you. Hey, we are right on time. Look at that. Expenses. All right.
Okay.
Administration expenses. A half hour. Okay. Salaries. Salaries for administration, there's two different salary line items. There's salaries, which that includes non-union employees, and then there's salaries clerical, which includes union employees, and Jeanette's salary. So the salary line item is myself, a portion of Joe's salary, all of the elected officials, the mayor, and
Clerk.
city clerk. And then the clerical salaries are Jeanette's salary as the administrative assistant, all the front desk receptionist, Ruby's salary, and that is it for those. And those, Ruby's salary and Sadi's salary as the receptionist are union salaries. There's a prediction on those salaries at this time because the contract expires in April and we have not started negotiations on that amount, is what that increase will be yet. So those are those two line items.
Are the payables for planning and zoning in there as well?
Yes, those are in the first one.
Okay.
Yep. All officials elected and appointed, I should say. And that includes all of the meeting, like a prediction on all of the meetings based on, what I think's coming up, history, that type of thing. Just kind of look at it. What I do basically with the city council members is I just, every month, obviously they're going to have a council meeting, and then every other month on the committee meetings, and I throw a couple extras in there, and then with the zoning, I just account for every month. It's going to be over most of the time, but at least it's there if it happens, right?
Right.
Yep. Any questions on that? Okay. Health insurance, again, it's highlighted because I did have to bump it up. Health insurance, if you think about the salaries and who I just talked about is included in those salaries, that is also who is included in health insurance. So, and I'll talk a little bit later in the other funds about, you'll see like Joe's salary is also included in the building department and in the park department. If she had health insurance, then her health insurance would be broken out in those percentages within those departments too. And you'll see that happen in the Public Works Department and in Sewer Water, because I've got some of those staff split out between two departments as well, so that benefit is also split out. Also included in the health insurance line item in the admin fund is all of your retirees. So that number also includes Nelson, Santler, and it will include Chief Bauman as well. Training and seminars, I've got LGMC, where the last couple of years we've participated in the leadership of Greater McHenry County. I'm in it currently, and it's really a great program. I know Alderwoman Platt-Miller has participated in the past. I don't know if anyone else has, but I can't say enough good things about it. It requires a lot of time, but it's well worth it. Joe will be going, well, she'll be applying for it for the next year. It's really good as far as learning about the county, learning what resources we have, getting to know making those connections and the networking, and particularly if you're not familiar with the county, it's very beneficial.
And I think, if I may add, being a very early graduate on, it lets you see other aspects of the county that you're not necessarily involved in yourself, to give you a perspective on how government and community work together as a whole. And that is something that we can talk about, and you can say, hey, I volunteer for this, or I volunteer for that, and you're like, oh, that's nice. Or,
Yes.
hey, I'm
Yeah.
on the fire department, and you can say, oh, that's impressive. But when you all actually have to get together in a room and start working on projects together and bring in all those different aspects, you really get to understand how we are all very much involved. And it does give you a very different perspective, no matter if you're a government leader, a business leader, or a volunteer.
Yeah, they only select a certain amount of people each year, and they select a certain number from government, nonprofit, and the private sector. So, and I think they cap it at 35.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. So it's very selective as far as they want to get a diverse group of people. So that's 4,100 this year. The dues did go up a little bit. I think it was 3,750 last year. And then the other to be determined, I have 1,000 in there for training, for anything that staff would talk to me about. I don't particularly have anything planned for myself, but I have something in there if somebody else wants to do something. And those, again, are blue, because training is not an operating expense. It's, something that can be decided on by whether or not you want to proceed with it. Mayor monthly expense, that's set, that's the same, doesn't change. Clerk training, that is for Scott and Jeanette. Jeanette started 2 years ago an annual clerk training that she says, it's a week long, and she says it's been very beneficial. She had no knowledge of any types of, meeting operations or how anything went other than what Lori worked with her with, and she went the first year and really learned a lot, and it's a 3-year program. So once she committed to the first year, then she's committed to going through the whole process, and this year will be her 3rd year, and she will be done. And then in talking with Clerk Logan, he felt that maybe some training for himself would be beneficial as his city clerk role. So I did budget for $3,000 for the two of them for her to complete her training, and then for Scott to look at, what he might want to do with some of that funding as well.
And that's very important, because the clerk's office ensures compliance with state statutes. So ensuring our clerks have proper training is very, very important.
So travel mileage, that kind of goes along with training, if they take their own vehicles, or if they're staying over and they're doing meals, then any expense for that comes out of that line item for gas reimbursement or meal reimbursement. Attorney fees, I did increase a little bit for this upcoming year. We are going to be over budget. I think we all know why. We don't need to discuss that. I anticipate things will be back to normal next year, but I did increase a little bit because I myself have been reaching out to the attorneys a little bit more as I learn some things and we're also going to be doing, I think, some more changes to our codes and to our zoning and that type of thing, and that's going to require council.
And our council increased their fees.
Yes, and they did increase their fees.
They hadn't increased them for a very long time,
Yes,
just to be
yeah.
clear. We have a very good relationship with our attorneys, but it's reasonable that they increase their fees because it's been many years.
Yes.
So.
So I think we'll be okay with I'm reaching out to them less and less, but I know there are some things that we do want to do that's been in the strategic vision and some other things, and that's going to require making sure that we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed and that we're doing things the right way, and that's what they're here for, is to reach out to them and make sure that's done correctly. So we want to make sure that happens. Professional fees, anything in red is what we do every year. We're pretty much required to have our audit, and the auditors are under a 5-year agreement right now, and those amounts are set by that agreement. Chapman is our, every year we have to do a bond filing for any bonds that we hold, and the bond council does that for us. It's kind of a complicated process we could do in-house, but it's also a legal thing that if it's messed up, it's not good. So for $500,
It's well worth
it's,
paying the fee to ensure we're
Yes.
compliant and we have an outside resource that's helping us to be so.
thank you, correct. And shredding service, we budget every year for shredding service, particularly for the police department. Lynette, the records specialist, has certain amount of documents every year that she can get rid of. She also has a certain amount of documents that you've seen them, must maintain, and that room is not that big. So every year, if we can get rid of things, we need to get rid of things. And then on the city side, we also have things we can get rid of every year, a small volume that we usually just throw in with her things and clean up every year as well. The blue are the things that we need to decide on if we'd like to proceed with. Grant writer, this would be our second year of using our grant writing service. We have taken advantage of them several times. I believe one has come through. All right, did she help you with Heartland? No. She's helping Carmen right now with the last minute grant we got from LaHood's office. We haven't heard about that yet. We received a notice from LaHood's office that there were some grant opportunities. I think we received it on Monday.
We received it a week ago
Friday.
and it was due
Yesterday.
Oh,
Like-
the earmark.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if anyone's done grants, you know that it takes longer than a week.
Yeah.
So,
If we
there
did not
was-
have this grant writing service, we would not have been able to submit this grant because we just don't have the resources, so.
yeah. So he did one for some equipment, correct? Yes. And then we've reached out to them for some consultation on some park things, and we did try to get the T-Mobile grant, which we were rejected. But they have helped us on a couple of things. I think they would be useful to try again this year, particularly if we decide to move forward with some strategic vision updates, and maybe that update includes trying to get some technical assistant grants or that type of thing.
I
So-
thought they were going to do like some research, like to identify grants.
Yes, they can do that
for
as
us.
well. They can do that as well.
But they haven't.
They were looking into a park master plan. Well, are you going back to last year?
Well, when we first agreed to do this, which,
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody thought, yeah, this is good, that it wasn't just that we were gonna send them like, oh, here's a grant, please complete it for us, but that they were actually gonna identify grant opportunities that we might not come across.
They do that, and they send them to us periodically, but some of those more advanced services came with a $30,000 price tag and not a 15. And there was some information that was identified later on that the services that they were asked to do versus the services that we budgeted for were different. So I had to back off on that because we didn't have the money to do the $30,000 services.
So to date then, just to be clear, we've paid them $15,000 and we haven't gotten any grants.
We have not. That is correct. Okay. Any more questions about the grant writer? Site readiness study, we are in the process of doing that. That is also grant-driven, so that one, did I offset that? Hold on. I didn't offset that. I need to look at that. That's under professional fees. That's our share. I'm sorry. That's our share. So that was a $143,000 project, $173,000 project. We have to come up with $30,000. So that's our share of that total project.
So what's the project?
That's the site readiness out at the
Project Bell.
property, airport property. Yeah.
Oh, Project Bell.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then the strategic vision update is the, what we're going to be going for RFQ on for the fall.
So this is for the facilitator.
Yes, for the facilitator. I'm trying to think of his name. Eric.
Denegry.
Denegry, yes. I was thinking Don, but it's Denegry. So we'll be doing an RFQ for those services in the fall if this gets approved. I did bump this up a little bit because I think those fees will probably be a little higher than they have been. It's been 2 years since we did one. Three, so,
Three and a half, I think.
yes. And then the Park Master Plan update, which I'm going to try to get a technical assistant grant for, but there's really not a lot. The grant writer's been searching for those, and to date, he hasn't been able to find anything.
I feel like we should contact CMAP for this.
Well, I did reach out to them too, and they said there might be something coming up, but they haven't found anything yet
Yeah,
either.
Yeah.
Those are going to be a little bit more expensive because that's pretty in-depth. So that's why there's 25 there
Yeah.
for that one.
Yeah.
So again, those are in blue. Engineering fees, plan review fees, that's offset in your developer escrow, so that's an in and out. General consultation, those are things that, Gary just does for us on, reaching out, general engineering things for the city that we need done on a regular basis. And then all of those projects in blue are the projects we talked about offset by the grant revenue, with the exception of the Milky Way Park drainage at the bottom. You want to explain your drainage project?
Right, so, we want to do a park plan for Milky Way, and Milk Days wants to do some upgrades to Milky Way Park. And there are a bunch of things that we wanted to do out there. The key thing is, we have never done a stormwater plan for the park. And that really is the first thing that should have been done years and years ago, because any infrastructure or anything that we're going to do out there is going to affect where the water goes. And right now, we already know that entire park is very, very flat, and when we have rains, we have flooding. The parking lot floods, part of the grounds floods, and so Milk Days wants to build a shelter out there. We, of course, had the OSLAD grant application we did a few years ago to do the south part of the park, which is still kind of a let's say, pseudo-approved plan. I think when we do an update of our full parks plan, we would revisit that portion of it. But before any of that's done, we really need to do some kind of stormwater plan for out there. And so, especially because we want to update the parking lot at some point in the future, and that's going to have a huge impact on stormwater retention out there. So I have suggested, before we start all these other projects we want to do, we really need to have a stormwater plan out there to determine how can we move water where we want it. When it rains, we're not dealing with all the flooding that we've had to deal with over however long we've had.
So, but that plan would just be based on current conditions. It wouldn't actually, you'd have to change it as new things were built.
Well, that's
As
likely
new
true.
impervious surfaces are
That is
created.
true. That is true. At the moment, though, whatever impervious surface out there is flooding. So This is my recommendation to the council is we really should look at stormwater before we do anything else because it's a problem today. It really is a problem today. Plus, Milk Days wants to add more infrastructure on the north side of the park, which we really haven't. Milk Days has kind of been approved ad hoc over the years to do improvements up there, but every improvement they add is contributing to the stormwater problem. So we reached out to our engineer and said, hey, we really think this should happen, and so I think that's where we got the budgeting number to try and do this project.
Yeah, and I agree with the mayor that I think this needs to be done for future construction, to find out, the choke points, the bad points, the stuff that needs to be improved before you build anything, rather than build it and then suffer the consequences.
And we shouldn't be willy-nilly building things out there without providing for stormwater.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely agree.
that's not, we don't let other people do that.
Absolutely. So I think,
So if
a
this
lot
is
of.
just taking care of status quo and making
It kind
sure
of
that's
is, yes,
right.
because we've put the cart before the horse out there, and we really need to fix what we've already done.
And,
With an eye
Yeah,
on that
right.
there will likely be improvements in the future, but for what we have out there right now, we have no plan.
okay, and I'm was going to bring this up, I'll bring it up when we get to it, but we've got money budgeted for the parking lot where the house is now, and I didn't see anything in there about stormwater. And I was told when we did the addition here, that the reason we didn't do any stormwater detention for this building, this addition and parking, is because it was already paved. And so we didn't increase impervious, but just because something was before there were requirements, doesn't mean that we at some point shouldn't take responsibility for managing the stormwater that we're generating, because there are certainly stormwater challenges in the city. So anyway, I appreciate wanting to, get our
It's a
house in
problem
order
that we
there.
need to sort today because it's been a continuous problem, and we really should do this before we do any more building out there because we're just compounding.
Thank you.
Any more questions on any of those? Okay,
Well, Joe, that's actually a good point. I mean, this is the study, it's not implementing it.
yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to fund that. Yes,
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's the next
expensive
step,
part.
but we, until we know what that needs to be, obviously we can't. Yeah.
Building grounds, general maintenance, that fluctuates because based on the projects that we want to do here at City Hall. Last year I had some windows and other things in there that we didn't end up doing because the cost was so high, and I think with the new HVAC system, we're not going to need to do that. I had some input that led us in another direction. The items in red are things that we need to do, with the exception of the flowers. If you were to go back in the day, I would have had the flowers in blue, personally. But over time, I have changed my opinion of that based on the fact that we get a lot of compliments about our downtown and our flowers from other areas. And so, is it a necessity? It draws attraction to our downtown area, and it makes everybody in Harvard likes it, and it improves our community. So the price does go up every year, as everything else does, but we get the quote ahead of time, so we know that's what we're going to pay. And that is not adding anything. That is our standard downtown flowers. It includes the flowers here at this building. So that is, again, something that we do every year. The plant maintenance includes City Hall, the wastewater plant, and all of Air Street landscaping, as well as this year we've added for the food forest up by the library that we've added that we planted last year. We did try to maintain that ourselves with some volunteers and that type of thing. It did not work out. So we are going to be adding that to our maintenance plan this year. to try to clean that area up a little bit. So that's included in that amount. Our cleaning service includes the city hall and police department, mainly the police department every week, and then city hall once a month. Elevator, stair lift, sprinkler system, and extinguishers are required inspections that we have to do every year for the state. And then we have the water bill that we have to pay to our water department for city hall and the police department. And then I always put $10,000 in for unforeseen. This year we had to get some computers that crashed, so there's always something that happens that we have to end up paying for. Oh, I'll have to look at that. You know what, that might not be food for us, but I'll look at that, thank you. And then the items in blue are the downtown brick maintenance that we've been trying to do every year. We've been trying to allocate $10,000 to the bricks on the sidewalks because they're sinking, so we've had someone come in and lift those, redo those, lift those up. They've become a tripping hazard in some areas. So every year we've been picking a section that's the worst and lifting those bricks up. And that's about, we do about $10,000 worth of work a year. And I believe this is the third year or fourth?
I feel like it's fourth.
Fourth
yeah.
year that we've done that. So we've made significant progress in different areas. So that's something that we try to do every year if we can.
Had to relift any that we lifted previously.
We have not. Nope, they've all maintained themselves very well. And then, this is spelled wrong,
Yeah,
electrical.
Come back 20 years from now, we might.
Yeah. The electrical upgrades downtown, if you notice by the trees, the electrical boxes have been wrapped around the trees, and as the trees grow, those boxes are bending, and they need to be replaced, will need to be replaced at some point. So I've allocated some funding to that, if you choose to proceed with it, to do sections of some upgrades to have those rewired in a different manner so that they're not.
They're actually not coded where they are.
Thank you. For that reason.
We're pointing that out, Ms. May.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That they're in the budget.
yes.
Yeah.
Even when they first were put in, they were in code.
Any questions about that line item? Service agreements, everything's in red, everything is for operating. BSNA is our finance, our ERP system, our finance software. Does our utility billing, accounts payable, payroll, cash receipting, and our general ledger system. CSI is our IT support. That's they're under contract for 5 years, I believe. Microsoft server and server licensing is required every year. Our MFA is set up in hardware. That's also something we have to do for IT that I don't know what it is, nor do I understand it, because I'm not an
MFA stand
IT
for?
person. If Tyson was here, he would be able to tell you. Microsoft something, not quite sure. And I might
okay.
even not even have the acronyms right.
Okay.
MFA?
I don't know.
Scooter? Multi-factor, there you go.
Oh,
Authentication.
Multi-factor,
authentication.
It
Oh,
was, yes.
Is it- You have to
Yeah.
make sure that you are
Yes.
you when you're
Right.
logging
Oh,
into city
yeah.
systems.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a security issue.
Uh-huh.
HVAC quarterly service update, that is something we contract to do at city, or at the police department when we put in our new system. I think with our boiler issues at the pool, I don't need to explain why we do that. And we are now contracting to do that at City Hall with our new system as well, considering the cost of that replacement. Clerk software is the software Jeanette uses that helps her to do all of the minutes and work that she does for all of our meetings. City Hall copier contract, they do all of the maintenance and servicing on our copier, as well as provide us with the supplies we need to, all of our ink and operating supplies
Do
for
they-
that.
Also service that scanner that's broken?
Do what?
That scanner downstairs that you have?
No, we purchased that used from Northwest Printing when they closed, so we don't have a contract on that.
And that's not something they would even be able to touch?
Not under this contract, no.
Okay.
We have there's a resource we have out of Rockford, a guy that he used to use for service that will come out and look at that for us.
Okay.
Pitney Bowes folding machine is the machine that we purchased 3 years ago, I believe, for the water bills that does the three-fold, puts it in the envelope, seals it, and does all of the work that we used to do by hand. And we have a maintenance contract on that for any kind of annual maintenance and repairs, and they also will come out and help us with programming if there's issues with programming it for different types of folding and that type of thing. And then any miscellaneous service agreements that might come up throughout the fiscal year for anything new we might want to do. Printing and copies, that is basically just anything that we do periodically, throughout the year. We have extra in there for some propaganda and things, propaganda, that's probably the wrong word.
Yeah.
Marketing.
Promotional
Promotions,
materials,
yes.
Very good.
Promotions, brochures, material, not only for economic development, but for the building department as well as,
Parks. No, Parks has done come into this.
well, we did have it budgeted for parks
Oh, we
too,
did,
because of the limits we have in the parks department. Originally, last year, we had it higher for the catalog, that we were going to try to do
Oh.
quarterly
Right,
or twice a year.
yeah.
Which we've decided not to do because we're partnering with the library. So I did reduce it a little bit, but I left some in there for extra because we're not quite sure what Clayton's looking at when he does his material for downstairs. So put 12,000 in there so they have something to work with. Equipment maintenance is building and equipment repairs for City Hall and miscellaneous equipment repairs for City Hall. Usually put about 15,000 in there. This year, equipment repairs were, I can't recall offhand. Some of it was new computers, but I want to say that was in a different line item. but that-
And we did some painting, updated some of the interior walls on a couple of the offices this year.
Yeah, that was in building maintenance, and this was the computers, I believe, so.
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
Yes. So basically, when we have, something happen, we have extra money in here to do that, and then if we don't use it, we don't use it. Office supplies operating expense doesn't change. They have $10,000 for office supplies. If they get to the point where it starts to get close, like right now, we're a little bit higher. They always ask before they order something unless it's the standard pens, pencils, all of that type of thing. Anything that's not your standard day-to-day, there's an email request before they can order it. If it starts to get close to the end, they have to pretty much request everything just to make sure we really need it. We never go over 10,000. We've had it at 10,000 forever, and it's always been sufficient for what we need for our office supplies.
For the kind of standard office supplies, like you're talking like pens, pencils, paper, do we buy in bulk for that?
We use Quill office supplies, so we get a rate based on, we get a better rate if we buy more, but we usually don't buy in bulk because we don't use a lot. The only
Okay.
thing we buy in bulk really is paper. We don't buy in bulk for computer ink either, or I'm sorry, printer ink either, because each of us have a different type of printer. Some of us have color printers, some of us just have the real basic printer. Like, I don't need a real fancy printer, so I just have a real basic, or Jeanette has a
Oh.
fancier one and that type of thing.
Depending on the printer, sometimes it's cheaper to buy a new printer than it is ink.
It is, you're right, that's true. You're absolutely right. Ink is ridiculous. So
But the
no,
clerk's office needs like a laser printer versus
Yes.
an inkjet printer because
right,
they're making
right.
documents that need to be.
Yeah, need to be,
So,
if you spill something on it, it's
Right.
not going to wash away.
So we have membership to Quill, which is a bulk service,
Okay.
which provides a bulk service. We take advantage of it when we need to, but we don't usually need to buy in bulk.
Okay.
The police department also uses the same, and they do buy in bulk for some things, particularly their data storage. They still use discs for some data storage, and they'll buy those in bulk, and some other evidence investigation supplies that they need. They'll do that, so yes. Yes and no.
Yeah, I was just wondering because like every time we have a city council meeting, we have the line items of everything that's being bought.
Mhm.
And the question is how many of those could be packaged?
Oh, you mean the, when you get the bills?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the big.
Yeah, Most of it's paper.
So pens don't expire too,
I'm
if that's-
sorry?
Pens also don't expire if that's one of the bigger things you can buy and have a
Yes.
500
Well,
bottle.
Yeah, they do, they dry out.
They dry
Well,
out.
they do, yeah,
They run
but,
leak and they grow legs.
and back
Get it
in the past,
I'm not lying.
They
You
do.
put pens in the
Yep.
conference room and they grow legs.
Yep.
I mean, that happens, so.
in the past, we used to buy a lot more than we
Yeah.
do now, and it just sat. It just sat and it sat, and so, and then we would buy a lot of things that nobody ever really used, and at one point, we ended up cleaning out the office supply room and throwing a lot of it away, because it was those types of things you don't use anymore. Like those binders that, the 2-hole punch binders that nobody really used anymore. So I've really been really selective in the last, 5-6 years on what is bought and what is stored in that office supply room, just to make sure we're not buying things that we don't use.
Okay.
So.
And I think for all of us, let's try to, keep focused on our big picture items.
Okay.
Things like that, I mean, it hasn't changed, right? Over a number of years, it's always been adequate, and I think we can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rate, postage,
Yes.
10,000 rates are going up, and notices, if we're doing more notices, I threw this in there for the building department, if we're gonna, in the direction we're going down there, if we're gonna be doing more notices for code enforcement or violations, and those are gonna be done by mail, then we might need some extra money down there.
Yeah, for abate nuisance
Yes.
notices, we're anticipating an increase in
Yes.
notifications.
Yes. Dues and subscriptions, everything is in red because those are the things we currently subscribe to or our have memberships to that I feel we should maintain. There were several more last year that I got rid of because I don't feel they're necessary. I just took them out. They were a lot of administrative memberships that I'm not going to be taking advantage of. These are pretty self-explanatory. If there's any questions on any of them.
So what's the 3,200 off to the side for Civic Plus ADA?
Oh, that is, okay, good question. So we
Yes.
talked about the website improvements, and we were able to, so the ADA compliance coming up, where we're going to be required to have our website completely ADA compliant by April of 2027 per state statute. Actually, it's federal. So the feds have handed down this statutory requirement, but have not actually provided a funding source, so we have to come up with our own. We have been able to, I reached out to Civic Plus, and they are giving us the option, and actually it's already live, where we are now ADA compliant with the, what is it called, the little handicap you can push.
Oh,
this,
okay.
So, yes, the assistance on the website. However, part of that compliance that we're going to be required to meet is all of our documents that we upload are going to have to be compliant. And so we would have the option of purchasing our own software that we would run all of our documents through to make sure that that compliance check is done before we would upload them. Or we could purchase software that would do it for us on the back end through Civic Plus website. This $3,200, though, is the cost of the upgrades they've already done.
Okay.
They're not going to bill us for it until.
Okay.
So they're kind of giving us like not a trial run on it because I've already committed to it, but
Yeah.
they're not billing it until next year. So
Right.
that's what that $3,200 is. So it's kind of just a
Basically,
side
90
note.
days pay later.
Yeah,
type.
it's a side
Okay.
note for me.
Okay.
So, but thank you for pointing that out because I was going to explain that and then probably would have just passed right through it, so.
Why last year did we think we needed 85,000 for this?
Where did it say that?
We got a budget of 84,416
budgeted.
for 25, 26. Why
Oh,
did
that's
we-
just a matter of moving things around. I had our upgrade, I had our CSI upgrades. Remember, we upgraded our whole IT system?
Yeah.
The previous administrator had that whole system upgraded. It's just a matter of where I allocated
Oh,
things.
so that was here?
Mhm.
That was budgeted here?
That's where that
instead of,
is.
like professional services? or
Yeah, the reason why only 37 is spent right now is because they haven't completed it.
Okay.
They're working on finishing it. They just finished the migration, Carmen, they finished it this week, right?
Yes, last week.
Last, final migration, and then they've done it in a 6-step process. And I believe they just finished step 4 or 5. So once that's complete, that's where I pay that bill out of. So that's what that is.
Quick question, just because it was brought up about some other software with the Civic Plus. Are we going to have a risk of losing data if we switch softwares if we go through their service?
No.
Okay.
Because their service will be on the back end of the website.
Okay.
So basically, anything we upload to our website, the back end will automatically make it compliant.
Okay.
And what I'll have to do in the next year is determine whether or not what they're going to charge us for that versus what we would have to pay to do it ourselves,
If it
makes sense, because they don't know what they're charging yet.
right.
They haven't given us that
Again,
instruction.
if we switch companies, does all of a sudden, everything that you did upload on the back end goes away?
No, I think if we were to switch companies, management companies, anything that was on our website would
still-
transfer over.
Okay, just
Yeah,
something to
yeah.
think about,
Yeah.
because some companies, all of a sudden, everything disappears when you change companies.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a, hopefully, they're anticipating that a lot of the smaller communities like us won't be able to fund the compliance, and that we might get an extension on the date, but that hasn't happened yet. So we're still moving forward with making sure we're compliant. So keep working on it. Okay, any more questions on dues or subscriptions?
So is MuniCode, is that for the codifying our ordinances and
And the
having all of
maintenance
that?
every year?
For them doing that?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
And then, everything else is pretty much what we do every year. Public notices or any notices we have to post, mostly for planning and zoning. Or any public hearings we do, like tax levy. We have one coming up for the lead lines for Alderman Lavallee's committee, those types of things we have to pay for. Telephones, landlines, and this year cell phones and iPads. What isn't in there this year is our internet. But the cell phones and iPads have kind of offset what that internet cost is going to be. We're increasing our use of of iPads because we're going to try to do more in the field work with the building department, based on some things that they'd like to do to be more efficient, and some software that they'd like to bring in, and that's going to require some more data and upgrades there. So I have some extra money in there to work with if that's needed for what they're looking to do in that department.
Actually, like Crystal Lake, they have iPads, all the building
Uh-huh.
inspectors do. And
Yep.
they just email you an inspection report right there.
Yeah, and they take
That's the plan.
pictures and
Yeah.
pictures, send them back to
Yeah,
the
that's true.
office.
You do that with the
Yeah,
iPad, yeah.
just kind of update the department a little bit. Not quite sure what it's going to cost, but have some money in there to make sure that they can do what they want to do. And then note payment, principal and interest expense is both the city hall, or that is this building we're sitting in the police department, what we have to pay for the bond and interest every year. Yard waste stickers is your offset from the revenue we talked about. Transfer out, anything in red, we have to do. There's your 1.1 million that we're bringing in for the additional sales tax going out to your road program account. There's your debt service that we're bringing in from the levy going out to your tax levy, police pension bond going out to your debt service account. FICA Medicare, we levy for FICA Medicare, which we'll talk about when we get to that fund, but it's never enough, so we have to subsidize that from the general fund. There's that going out. Same with IMRF, same with insurance. So those are all transfers out because, as we talked about, nothing gets transferred into the general fund, it all gets transferred out. The 100,000 for capital improvement. Again, when you have a fund balance and you have enough operating expense to meet that policy that you've set, you want to try to take some of that money and set it aside for capital improvement in the future so that you can do things provide services and programs to your community. I've anticipated that we could transfer 100,000 to capital improvement with the idea and keeping in mind that once it goes to capital improvement, it has to be allocated towards that capital improvement. It is restricted. That is why it is in blue. It is an option and a decision for you to make. Any questions on that? Miscellaneous, 10,000, we always allocate miscellaneous for 10,000. That goes to anything that really doesn't apply anywhere else. Mainly what we do with that is things like awards. Somebody's retiring and we're going to give them a key to the city. Unfortunately, if someone passes away.
Flowers.
Memorials, that type of thing. That's where we pay those types of expenses. Every year, we do a special program. We call that the Mayor's Special Program. This year, he has generously offered up $5,000 for an Arts and Culture Board setup. Again, in blue, it's a decision. And then other to be determined of $10,000. Although I should mention, since I did this, that some of that $10,000 is going to America 250. So we do have to save some of that for some of the things that Joe would like to do for our fun-filled event on July 4th? 4th, July 4th. Is that a Saturday? Yes, okay. Well, it's July 4th for anybody listening, not the 5th.
The 4th of July.
And then new equipment for this year. The City Hall spent a lot last year. Jane is gone, by the way. We need to think of a new name.
Oh,
I was thinking of Janica, but anyway, new computer conference room for the conference room. New,
Let's take a field trip.
yeah.
yes.
A lot of us have not seen the demise of Jane.
Oh, okay, yes, the new one's in, so if you'd like to see, we can do that.
Is there more room?
A little bit, but
Oh,
not as much as you'd think.
okay. Yeah.
They had a heck of a time getting it out.
It took them 6 hours to get the new one in. Yes,
Yeah, and it was,
yes, it was quite a project.
quite a project.
New computer,
Just for those that are listening, don't know, Jane is the HVAC system for
Yeah.
City Hall.
Yeah, yeah,
HVAC system.
yeah. Yeah, we got rid of Jane. Yeah,
yes, it's not a ship, let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
yeah.
It's an HVAC
How many
system.
hours did it take to get Jane out of the
Right.
basement?
Oh, boy. It is a long day, and it's only 9:40. Okay. So for new equipment, we need a new computer in the conference room. We know that because that one needs an upgrade. I put in for some new printers. A couple of our printers are old. And then 5,000 for unforeseen. I don't know if there's going to be anything else, but just in case. Nothing for capital improvement. Last year's capital improvement was Jane, and she's not been completely billed out yet. Police pension funding transfer, that's how much our actuary said that we need to fund the police pension this year as the alternative contribution, bumped up a little bit so that we can maintain that funding percentage that we're being told we need to maintain at this point in time by statutory requirements. $4,880,904 for the administration fund, which is about 27.9% over last year, mainly because you're seeing the police pension expense in this fund versus the last year when it was in the bond fund.
Well,
And
then we've got the road program
the road program,
transfer.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, so that,
Right.
that's a big,
Yeah, those are two
Chunk.
big
yeah.
Yes.
numbers, right?
So those are important notes to make, that we're not necessarily spending
Yeah.
more, we're transferring, but we are spending more in pension.
Yeah.
We're spending more in pension, but we're also allocating pension out of a different fund as well, over
Right.
what we did last year. So those are all important notes to make. It's a matter of where we're putting it this year.
And just for listeners' sake, the city's pension funding percentage is very high relative to other municipalities in northern Illinois. We are very well funded. But it's because we have to put so much money to ensure that we're funded. So that additional 450
Right.
we're reducing, or that's eliminating services we could provide today to our community
Yeah.
to ensure that that pension fund is healthy and is there
Right,
for our officers when they retire.
when they retire, exactly.
So do we want to stop for a break now, or do we want to
If we
keep going?
could, that
Okay,
would be great.
let's do that.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to take a break. 5 minutes? Is 5 okay?
Okay.
Okay.
How many minutes, break? 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
We're ready to roll, and then it's a psychological.
Way to blame the police pension on.
Right?
Why do you think I have it last?
Well-
I purposely set it on that.
God, you guys are expensive.
The other,
Pension transfer.
I'm,
Take a break.
I'm glad you gave a buffer. Glad it not goes down. I can't follow after you say, well, because the police pension.
the other thing though is if you just include the road program out of it, it's actually less than 2 years ago.
Ours now?
Well, so like 2 years ago where the pension was in the fund, and then if you take like our road program expense out, we're actually under what we were there. So it's really the road program's the problem.
Yeah. Well, the way that makes it seem. Yeah, it is a lot.
There isn't one.
Out west.
It's cheaper just to fund it.
What was that thing they used to do?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, where they come back from stream.
Oh.
Thrown over any tables,
I
or
don't take my.
there's not a lot of tapping.
I don't take it.
Well, I mean, you're doing better than several city council.
I just. At nighttime, it's bad.
Really windy. I was just excited. It's supposed to be in the 50s.
Yeah.
Pretty warm.
57.
Storm from yesterday morning was pretty fun. Take the kids to the bus stop, just down.
Oh, boy.
Fine, you have secret videos. Live action.
Had a customer of mine placed an online order just a little while ago. It's a pulley for a Logan ladder. She bought 6 of them. I have a funny feeling that may have been a typo, but she paid it, so I'll have to call her before I actually process that one. Especially thing, maybe you ordered one, maybe a year ago. I don't know why.
I was 1957, thank you.
It's one of those things that you buy once, when your old one gets lost or broken or something, then you
Hopefully it's that they have multiple machines, but yeah.
yeah.
So can you make that correction when you're talking? I'm sure that code with people Airbnbs and all that were real popular.
Exactly.
I think that used to be like a deodorant commercial. But it might read, you would know, because you're born in the night.
Yeah, just thought and it might already apply.
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, it might.
Yes.
Everybody gets to watch it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, you're still live. Just so you know. If I stop it, and the way this system works,
Problems getting it going again.
well, it ends the thing, it ends it, right? And so it won't, when we try to pause like for closed session, it ends the video.
This would be
So
fruit, vegetables, hummus.
that's why we've always put the closed session at the end, because I don't want us to miss any of the other important information. So then really when we go in closed session and we come out, we aren't broadcasting that little bit like to adjourn and go away, but there's, usually, yeah.
The lots of means.
Yes, right. So in those cases, unfortunately, that last motion and approval doesn't get broadcast because YouTube stops the video. And it doesn't make sense to start another little 2-minute video, unfortunately.
Then somebody would have to find it.
Yes. And ideally, we'd like to update the system so we don't have that problem, but, we're light years ahead of where we were used to be, but it's still not perfect. Right? And of course, all that's funding, right? I mean, we put together on kind of a shoestring budget over time, and it works, it's just
I'm done with
clunky.
coffee for now.
Yeah, this will be long.
So, kind of get what you pay for, right?
Maybe at 3 o'clock if we're still here.
Coffee? Well, there's my water bottle. I've been looking for that.
Probably.
Well, you know that coffee vodka,
Just go to sleep.
the coffee vodka at Rush Creek, you just need a little ice with that.
And you're not a coffee drinker?
No,
Okay.
Little ice.
strictly water now.
You haven't
Water,
been there?
Coke, Diet Coke.
Well, doctor doesn't want me drinking those. So.
Get the coffee vodka, they do what they call a cold brew, and it's literally coffee vodka, ice, and cream.
It sounds like heart problem.
And it's quite delicious.
Sugar.
Diabetes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like
My husband told you no morning. It's like I probably did too much for
Very
breakfast.
similar. Yeah.
kind of like that.
It tastes like the vodka, the coffee vodka is so sweet, it tastes like, the drink itself tastes like a Starbucks iced coffee. Yeah, it's dangerous.
You want to wear this? When I came here early, first this morning, it was like really warm in here, but to me, it's comfortable now, but, I got extra insulation.
It's a tactic.
Oh, okay.
Right. Poor planning, everyone was drinking it.
Poor planning.
Yeah, let's make up some time. We're behind your schedule.
Rob, you did nothing. Let's go.
Game on.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yes.
All
All right, so salaries, that covers all the salaries for Public Works, partially, so some of the utility fund employees are, some of the employees in Public Works are also paid out of the utility fund, so this covers the general fund portion of these employees. Overtime and sick time buyback, all that kind of stuff.
Just to be clear, that's because Public Works does Public Works projects as well as utilities projects. So part of their salary comes out of the utilities budget, but the most of their salary comes out of the Public Works.
And Public Works takes care of, all the conveyance, so if it's not inside of a fence or a lift station or well, we take care of it. So all underground is taken care of by us, and that's all utilities funded thing. Overtime and double time, kind of tough to predict. It's a moving target, depends on what we get for snow and emergencies. Health insurance, that's a Deb item, and then training and seminars. Training and seminars, you'll see a lot of these, there's not a whole lot of activity in these. I run pretty conservative until I know that we don't have any emergencies, and then I'll restock and resupply. What I don't want to do is be running up against these things and then have an emergency and not have money for it. For the budget for the training and seminars, we have the Illinois Public Service Institute. Our foreman mechanic, John Bartell, is on his third year. That's a week-long class down in Effingham where they teach you about leadership, management, training, all that stuff. So just trying to develop some of our internal staff. Once John's done, we will start sending somebody else, but that'll include his hotel stay, the fee for the class for the week and all that. Also coming out of this is the arborist. We got a bunch of arborist training manuals and most likely a training class coming up here for arborist certification test prep. So that'll be coming out of this year's study. Travel and mileage will cover the car travel and stuff. Some of the guys will take their personal cars to some of these training opportunities. Uniforms is standard uniforms the guys wear. They wear the Class 2 ANSI uniforms, reflective, so that's all a rental service. That it's bumped up just because we have new employee staff starting, so there's costs in getting things set up, new emblems and name badges and all that. Street light maintenance, this is the money that we spend downtown and throughout the city on stuff that we can't do in-house. So this is like calling Blue Ribbon in to do underground electrical repairs, stuff that's might not be within the safety range of what we do. Vehicle and equipment maintenance, this is the line item we use for all of the maintenance for the vehicles and equipments. This is sometimes a very large expense item. We've got some vehicles that need tires and springs and some more expensive stuff that I was hoping to get through the season and then do that right now as we wrap up with snow and get ready for construction. So we got a little lull, so making a run on that. Buildings, grounds, general maintenance. This one is all the stuff for the taking care of the building down at Public Works. Garage door maintenance, our maintenance contract's coming up here, so the guy will be running through and doing that, so that'll see a hit. And then next year we have the general maintenance plus the fuel oil tanks on Johnson Street. We found more underground fuel storage tanks on Johnson.
It changes from blue to red, note that.
It changes from blue to red because I did bring out the U.S. Fire Marshal, or the Illinois Fire Marshal, to say, hey, this thing's collapsed, it's full of gravel, there's clearly no oil left in this thing, can we just take it out? And on Friday, I received the violation notice that we have 2 months to correct it.
So now we have to do it.
So now we have to do it.
So is there another tank adjacent to the tank we found?
No, we found one tank by Pet Paradise,
Right.
and that turned into 3. And then now we,
And then the tank by State Bank.
State Bank parking, I can see a tank. It's
Okay.
collapsing. All this stuff is remnant from when this was tractor dealerships and auto dealerships. So
From the 40s, 30s,
Correct.
whatever, right? Yeah.
So we've been issued a citation for a failing and improperly removed pre-1974 tank. The last time we did this, it cost roughly about $15,000 to have these tanks removed and remediated. I don't know if there's also extra sensitivity in this area because of the Grace
Fuel,
Groceries.
yeah.
Grace Fuel.
Recall Grace Fuel, we have monitoring wells in downtown from their leakage from 40 years ago. And so that's what he's referring.
Yeah, this is in the area influence for
Grace
that.
Fuel used to be where the
Little corner store is.
little corner store is now.
Oh, okay, where we where the EPA approved some agreement.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a few
So
years
there's actually
ago,
monitoring wells
where they
throughout
just, yeah, because they
downtown
said,
and
hey,
in
this
that
area is contaminated, but we're not making you clean it up.
Yes.
Okay,
And so the monitoring wells are monitoring that tetrafluoride,
Yeah.
whatever the
Yeah.
chemical that's in there, and how far it's progressing. It's in clay, so it's not moving very, very fast,
right,
but there are monitoring wells around downtown that are monitoring that.
okay.
So that one.
So the sensitivity is, the IEPA already knows that that's already in place
Right.
here. So any newfound,
Yeah.
or I should say, older tanks that are newly found, we need to, resolve.
Right.
So
So since we know there are others that we haven't removed, will they be removed, or
So
what's the plan?
I can only see the one until we start saw cutting and removing the concrete over the top of them. It's kind of an unknown,
Okay,
but I'm going to try to talk to Deb about this because the last time I did this, they were very nice. It was like, yeah, all right, we'll work with you. You obviously it. We'll start doing it. I had a different inspector out this time, and she's like, oh, let me talk to my boss. It's fine. And then I got hit with a violation. So, thank you, State Fire Marshal. So we'll work on that. I don't know what else is there, but it has to be done.
we need to take care of it.
Yeah.
It's been discovered, it needs to be resolved.
Yep.
Is there a possibility this current fiscal year funds?
I'm going to try to get some of it done this current fiscal year funds, but being a timeline, this is all stuff that has to be permitted, done officially, and scheduled. So, and then I imagine that we might be removing the entire apron in front of that parking lot.
I would anticipate that to be the
So,
case.
and then,
And then there's a remediation of that after.
correct, and then this does not include, and this will probably come out of a different line item, but this does not include any of the concrete work to put back. So,
oh, so this is just the remove,
correct. So from there, radio maintenance, the city maintains radios for all of the public works trucks.
There's a typo.
Yes,
Is it 200?
it's 200.
oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
Go up.
we generally take radios from previous vehicles and just move them to the new vehicles. This will also cover the renewal of the license, which I have to look into, but, excuse me, that's just a catch-all for if we need parts or an antenna or things like that. So road and parking lot maintenance, that covers the couple different things. Usually this just covers the rent for the Union Pacific parking lot and the pay station maintenance. This year, it's also going to pay for fund the PD parking lot when we go through and raise the house, if that gets approved. Tree planting and removal, this is the fund for tree planting and removal. This encompasses everything, all the initiatives through the tree board, and then also hazard tree removal, maintenance of chainsaws, some of the lanyards, harnesses, things like that for the trucks, or for the arborist crew. That one's increased this year, or increased the past year because we had those grant opportunities with the,
Trees Forever.
yeah, it was the maintenance management plan inventory, which is coming to a wrap here. And then also in there is the food forest maintenance, where we're going to have somebody come through and do the maintenance of the food forest, which is cleaning it up, weeding the beds, and taking care of that, because it's an additional time source that we just don't have.
And then can you make the correction to what I reported?
Yeah. So in admin committee, there was the downtown maintenance, or the landscaping maintenance, were included Ayer Street, wastewater treatment plant, City Hall, and the food forest. The food forest is actually, that was different funding for, right now we have the creeping sumac, the low-lying sumac, and some of the beds. It gets pretty aggressive and it kind of starts spilling over. It requires a lot of maintenance. So one of the things that the downtown contractor suggested was, we've had a couple beds where instead of that creeping sumac, now we have prairie grass and mulch, where it's a little bit easier to maintain. It's not a trash magnet like the sumac is. So slowly kind of going that way to start remedying the beds and making them look a different.
So basically here where I reported it as food forest, it wasn't food forest, it was what he just talked about.
Okay,
Food forest is in
is
his.
here.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha.
Just want to clarify that we're not budgeting for. it in
Budgeting
two different
twice.
places. Thank you.
Next item is tools. So this is the tools required by the line staff. So this is
Forestry.
hand tool sockets,
Cat
shovels,
food.
all those kinds of things. Obviously, you can see here that we haven't spent much this year, but I've recently purchased Milwaukee hand tools to replace some of the damaged ones, and as well as, I'd like to get to a point where we have more of our own mechanics toolbox built out, so that way, I don't think John's going anywhere, but at some point when John leaves, we will have a big deficit in tools if we don't get another mechanic that has their own. So, and plus, it's always better if something gets damaged or lost, I'd rather be replacing our own tools than somebody else's. Barricades, this is the line item for barricades for the verticades, the 3 bars, the 2 bars, type 2s, type 3s. Recently purchased 8 more type 3s, which are the stand-up ones with the reflective. Those are required when we shut down a street. And then some more of the verticades with the weighted bases. Supplies and materials, that's maintenance supplies, could be aerosols, paint, sort of like the consumables when it comes to public works. Telephone and cell phones, that's for the subscriptions for the telephone, cell phones, iPads used by public works. We also, this year, we've added tablet, so we can do some work in the field. We have 2 iPads and a tablet. They've recently changed the way that we have to report our locates. Locates are required to be a positive response system now, so we have to actually respond via, electronic communication that says we were here, everything was clear, everything's not clear, or, call us because you're close enough to our stuff where it's pretty critical.
I wanted to state for supplies and materials, does that include the paint for striping for streets?
Yes.
So we have a few streets where the striping has really faded.
Mhm.
Northfield, especially the turn lanes at Northfield and 14.
Mhm.
I think there's a few others around town, and I don't think we've budgeted for any maintenance to replace those faded paint. I would recommend we increase this a little bit so that we can do those pavement markings.
That's something, so I can also, or sometimes I've taken, like, because those are larger, a bucket of that paint's more expensive. It does fit into the signs,
Okay.
so like signs and notifications, so I will, like, I have taken, paint for the signs out of the sign, or paint for the streets out of the sign, so like we have striping paint, so like when we restriped, or when we, did the, passenger car parking only,
Yes,
I bought that paint out of the signs category.
You have
Okay.
$1,800.
Okay, yeah, and we can,
Yeah.
yeah,
so I know there's Northfield Avenue right there at 14 is a big one because you got 2 turn lanes there,
Mhm.
and it's completely, the pavement
Yeah.
markings are gone. The other that I'm not sure it's, where it's at, but the payments markings we did for around Jefferson Street on Harrison,
Mhm.
which is very important for
The
school pickup,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
So making sure that those pavement markings stay adequate, I think we need to, be conscious of that.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm just suggesting making sure we have enough funding to cover those.
Do you want to move that 18 from the typo to that line item for extra paint? Do you think you need it?
I don't think I'll need it.
Okay.
I think I can squeeze that in somewhere.
Okay.
I appreciate
Yeah.
the thought, though.
Okay.
Trying to give you money.
I know,
Good like that.
Wants to increase your budget.
Street signs this year.
This isn't updated though. Only through June.
all right, so going through, we're down to electricity utilities. This is just budgeted for Public Works. Public Works is all electric. We do have a franchise agreement for like the office portion, but when it comes to the heat, the comments like, we like you, we don't like you that much. So we do pay for the heat, and this also does cover street lights,
Yes.
Deb. So this is for city street lights and everything throughout the city. Gas, oil, and grease, pretty standard. That's the gas, oil, and grease required to keep the fleet going. Street signs, we got to 10,000. Past couple of years, I've been trying to get us more current. So I've stocked some street signs. I'm trying to stock some more and fill some of the gaps. Street signs will be replaced with 9-inch tall extruded. So it has a 6-inch capital letter, 4-inch lowercase letter, which meets the MUTCD standards for I think roads 30 miles per hour and above, but I'm just making it standard. I don't want the 4-inch signs and then have to guess which goes where. Plus, in this day and age with everything being mailed to us via all sorts of carriers and emergency, I'd rather have that up. So there's a lot going on and we have limited staff, but this is all stuff that I'm trying to get caught up on. Street decorations, this is downtown street decorations, so this is like the banners and the Christmas lights. This year, we're replacing all of the Welcome to Harvard, the blue banners, and then also adding in some smaller banners. Different line item, but same adjacent is we are doing a few of the America 250 banners to put up. So everything's been ordered, those go up shortly.
Didn't I see something for this decorations in admin?
Admin had the electrical for
Oh,
underneath
yes.
to improve
Okay.
some of the trees.
Okay.
So this is to replace the lights. You know, for the past couple of years, we've been mixing up the white and the colored lights.
Right.
This is to replace everything with new white lights, or at least replace the
Okay.
colored lights with the white lights.
Okay, thank you.
Is that 3,500 enough?
I believe so. The Parks lead man has been taking care of this, so that was what he estimated that we needed to complete that. The transfer out is for the equipment replacement, so this puts funds into a fund for large purchases. At some point, we'll have to replace that back on. And, at today's price, I think that's $850,000, unless we find one used.
Used.
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
Just a better used one than the one we originally.
yes, absolutely.
but in like 20 years.
I would recommend that because that is such an essential piece of equipment, that it goes no longer than a 15-year cycle. I think we've got about 5 years left. Around 2030, I would definitely suggest that we consider budgeting for a replacement, because it's an abrasive environment that is not, it sees a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah, but that's good to know so we can plan for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a huge tool for
Yes.
Public Works. I can't even imagine how we did it before we had it.
You'll have to ask Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ability to get to underground infrastructure with that tool is very, very important.
Yeah. And they're not putting any less infrastructure in.
No.
All right, then get down to miscellaneous. So miscellaneous, this is the line item where we take sort of like the stuff that doesn't really belong in other buckets. So this would be removal of street sweepings, hauling out of spoils, the small tools and equipment that would wipe out the tool budget. Like this year we changing the sign, the way we mount the signs from U-channel to a square steel post with flanges. I can't have the guys hammer in a big old square steel anchor, so there was a impactor bought so we could drive those in without having to do that manually. So that's sort of what covers in there. This year the sweepings, we're going to be doing sweepings next year, plan, profile, all that. Also in this one for this year is the material bins. I don't know if anybody's been to Public Works recently, but especially when it rains or in the spring, all of our spoils are stored directly behind the building. As it rains, all the spoils get washed off into the drive lane, and then all the vehicles pull that into the inside. Sometimes there might not be just mud in there. Everything gets tracked. It's a mess. It's a dust bowl. If you come to Public Works, I can dust and clean, and then in a week, it's, Deb usually when she comes in and she sits down, she usually sits down like this.
He doesn't wear those shoes.
So this is to fund bins or concrete blocks so we can move the bins to the back of the lot, so that way it's not somewhere we're going to be driving through and tracking it everywhere. And then also just it's difficult when we have all the vehicles back and we're doing a project, everything's parked on top of each other, whereas if we had these the space where we could just park things across from the garage doors and then easy in, easy out. We have had, a couple years ago, we had a summer help back into another truck because everything's just crammed in there. So that's something that I was hoping to consider. Next line item, stopgap equipment.
Wait, Rob, just,
Yeah.
so a material bin is a concrete block?
So it's made of 4 foot by 2 foot concrete blocks. So out in front of the wastewater treatment plant, there's a bin there where we offload salt before it goes into the building, and then also in the summer, we put
Okay.
our cold patch or UPM in there.
Is it similar
Okay.
to like at a nursery where you have like?
Yeah, it's like almost like a sorting system where we have, stone, we have concrete, we
Oh,
have
okay.
waste.
Nursery?
Yeah,
Okay, but it's flexible, so you can.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
so,
move
like-
them. Okay,
I don't want to disassemble the entire bin there to keep things from going into the pond,
Gotcha.
but buying more block to put it at the back of the
Okay.
pond, so that way it can go there too, so.
okay, thank you.
And then the new equipment infrastructure, this is the stopgap equipment. We've been really good with this and getting us caught up to some better equipment and stuff that's more reliable. And, we've hit a lot of the big items. We got a dump truck, we've got a chipper, we've got the bucket truck. So this is just continuing that, where if I find something, our sweeper is 24 or 25 years old. It's a little chitty bang bang when it goes out, it works, but at some point, it's going to have a failure that exceeds the value of the vehicle, so that's one of the things I'd like to go for. Next.
Can you explain that stopgap equipment is not equipment to do stopgap work?
Yeah, it's not stopgap work, it is to stop the gap in the age of our equipment. So,
Somebody asked.
yeah, we had a 1997 bucket truck that if the weather was cold, you had to have a second person with you to operate it from the bottom because the controls didn't work in the top. We replaced it with a 2012. That's in good condition from Texas, that didn't have any rust and that looks like it's been in good shape. Our dump trucks, a couple of our dump trucks, one was a 99, one was a 2000, one was a 91. We were able to replace, we replaced the 91 with a brand new truck a couple years ago, a little bit smaller truck, but it still works great. And then this past year, I replaced one of the 99s with a 2015 from another municipality that has a really aggressive replacement schedule. So that got us into a 2015 that has a spreader box, a V-box, and a wing plow. So now we can actually bench and move back our rural routes when we have drifting and provide a little bit more flexibility. And we got that other truck, it'll never happen again, but we got that other truck for $40,000. So, and that
It's
truck,
like getting it for a song.
that truck
Yeah.
new was probably 300.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but that person doesn't work at that place anymore, so.
Is that why?
The person they had listing the vehicles, all auctions, especially ours, the auctions, everything happens in the last 5 minutes. And if you bid in the last 5 minutes, it'll auto extend the auction, until finally, no more bidders, nothing. They forgot to click the box that said auto extend. So I had our max bid in, I was ready to go to $80,000 for that truck. So when the hammer dropped, we were the ones holding the sign, so.
So is the $75,000 enough?
I hope
Just
so.
looking at the past?
The past, we've had multiple vehicle purchases come out of there. We've had, a couple trucks, or, this year, the bucket truck, the chipper, the plow truck. That's really what's helped us get there.
Yeah.
I can't always, we have the most equipment, but also, we're not the only ones with equipment. So, I can't always gobble up that, but in order to keep it going, this is, something that.
Typically
the
though,
administration-
don't you specifically ask for a piece of equipment here and not just want a pool of money?
We haven't, so the past year, we had the backhoe.
Yeah.
But, I don't have, in order to specifically, where it makes sense, like the backhoe, it made sense to buy that new, because we keep them for 25 years, and we want something that's reliable. We have a very limited amount of backhoes. The dump trucks I can buy used, because if we do have something that has an issue, I have spares. Same with pickups, or some of this other small equipment. I was really hoping to get a sweeper out of what's left. I have about $30,000 left. But the sweepers that go for $30,000, I don't know if they'd be any better than the one we have. So Go-
finish.
So this is something that, next year, that would be my goal to get, but at the, in the end of it, it's kind of what's available. So like with this $30,000, I think, Deb and I have talked about this, is, if I replace a parks truck, or if I replace a streets pickup, cycling that out into parks might be something that we can do, because the parks pickups are both 20 years old, and very close to, a failure that would take those out of.
Because we sold the new one.
Don't get me going on that. Don't get me started on
That's
that.
water under the bridge.
Yeah.
But yes,
You
I
know,
have my comments on that
My,
as well.
my former Ward 1 colleague would have
Said it.
said it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So-
That's for you, Jay.
To answer your question on that as well, if you look at the history of the last 3 years' purchases, for the Public Works new equipment, it was what was budgeted versus this year, there is a significant decrease. But when we get to the police department, they also went without squad cars the last 2 years, so we put some money towards their,
Trying to share the wealth.
their new equipment so they could get some squad cars. That being said, depending on what you feel is most important, if you go back to admin, I do have in blue, 100,000 going to capital improvement for future capital improvement projects that are yet to be determined to put into a savings account for other projects. So those are kind of things to think about when you think about what is needed and what is not needed, and your opinions on that, and where that money should go. So I just wanted to make that quick point there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions? Yeah. So sidewalk on there. Sidewalk is for local maintenance and Marengo and Air Street sidewalks. The local maintenance is the filling the gaps where we found stuff where we haven't required somebody to replace a square of sidewalk after they did a sanitary service. Or, so, there's just a couple that are blown out and we can do this in-house. That's to pay for the materials, the concrete, the forms, the wood, anything that might have to do with those. And then the Marengo Air sidewalks is the match?
Marengo Air Sidewalks is the match.
Yeah, so it's the match on the grant for what we have to do for that.
That's for the sidewalks between Brink Street and
Correct.
Air Street
Yep.
on Moringa Road.
So his budget is less than it was last year, mainly because last year we budgeted the road program out of this budget. And and we're going to be moving that to that new fund we're creating for the road program to coincide with the new checking account that we created.
Yep.
That explains that negative 44.
Any questions for Rob? No, it's very clear. Appreciate the memo, too.
Thank you, Rob.
All righty, now on to the big bad police department. Where all the money goes.
Yes.
Okay, this is,
Around our necks.
Now we know why that guy retired.
Yeah, right? That's why Tyson's not here presenting this, right?
I would think he would be since he's here anyway.
Yeah.
I'm the sacrificial lamb here. I'll just start off with salaries, bit of an increase there. That's based off of 4% what we projected, but we're currently in negotiations right now, so nothing's been determined there yet. That includes 18 sworn peace officers. Our civilian staff is covered under salaries clerical, $514. That's Lynette and Mike. Mike Best, our CSO, Lynette, our record specialist.
And I think crossing guard comes out of that.
Well, crossing guards is a
Oh, the
different
next
line
one, I'm
item.
sorry.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Oh,
It does
Parking
include
enforcement,
parking
that's
enforcement.
it.
Yes, thank you.
That's
okay.
Which we'll be looking here shortly to pick one up. Crossing guards, 11,000, stayed the same. Let's see what we have. Overtime, double time, we're projecting a little bit higher of an increase. We have Officer Menlick just resigned. She was done March 1st. She's on to bigger and better things now. And then Chief Bauman will be retiring in September. So the anticipation there is we're going to have not one, but two potential holes in the schedule. So we just decided to beef that up a little bit to 195,000. Health insurance, that was a bit of an increase. Deb, did you say it was, what percentage? I don't want to misrepresent.
No, that's okay. That's another line item like the others we talked about where I had it originally predicted, and I think it might go up a little bit, so I've just raised it so it'll look a little different than what you guys have in your spreadsheet, and that includes all PD staff, including sworn and civilian.
Thank you. Training and seminars stayed about the same. We are now part of that regional training center in McHenry, over in Cary, McHenry County Regional Training Center. That's roughly about 10,000, I want to say 10,000 a year. And then we're going to potentially have 2 new hires that we know of. So the academy cost has gone up, surprise, surprise. I believe Illinois State Police Officer Peters just got back. I believe the bill on that was $8,200. Just for reference, when I went through, it was like $4,500. So uniforms, everything's getting a little bit more expensive, but we stayed the same here at $28,000. We have to outfit 2 new hires, at least 2. That costs roughly a good amount of money to do. I would say for new hires, after vests and total uniforms and kits and everything, you're probably looking at $7,000 per. Attorney fees stayed the same there, $60,000. Professional fees, $240,000.
And what's included in the professional fees? That's a big chunk.
That would be covered
Social worker?
under, no, social workers under us, that's under the special programs.
Okay.
Professional fees, I believe that is NEARCOM. There was a bit of an increase there. It wasn't that substantial, but again, we do get some money back from that.
Yeah, that's that offset that you saw in general revenue. We talked about that
35,000.
grant, or I'm sorry, not the grant, the police reimbursement
Okay.
from NERCOM because we're members of the board, so we get a little kickback from that. So the offsets it a little bit.
A little bit. And when chief retires, I anticipate that I'll be part of that membership as well. Not that if I stay the same here at deputy chief, doesn't matter. I still will, somebody will carry that on.
Yeah, we're charter members of NERCOM, so we're a voting member, and as charter member, we kind of have that deal, right?
Yes. Vehicle and equipment maintenance, dropped down 5,000 here to 20,000. If you bear with me, we'll get into the 2 new cars we'll be putting in for here later on. But that's part of the reason. We anticipate 2 new vehicles. With new vehicles, we're weeding 2 of the older ones out. Radio maintenance, 15,000. There was about a 6.5% increase in Starcom. It's not that substantial when it boils down. It goes from, I want to say, in the ballpark of 2,400 a quarter to 2,900 a quarter. So it wasn't too bad. Equipment maintenance stayed the same at 25,000. Ammunition just bumped up a little bit. Our inventory, the nice thing now is that since a couple of years ago, just for reference, we allowed our officers to carry 9mm. That's a very popular round, and a lot of our officers went to 9mm. It's a little cheaper than the .45, so we do have a little bit of a savings on that. And that we're fortunate that most of our guys and gals carry the 9mm. Supplies and materials stayed the same. Office supplies, operating expenses, 7,500. That comes mainly from record specialists. Fiegel, investigations and nuisances. That went up a little bit from 7,300 to 8,150. Everything now in cases like investigations, like if Detective Oches, he does a case, everything's stored data. The data is stored, digitally, everything, the storage, what's the word I'm looking for?
A thumb drive.
Thank you. The thumb drives, the hard drives, external hard drives, that's kind of the name of the game. It used to be you can put a cell phone download onto one CD. That's not going to cut it. So those have gone up in price a little bit as well.
Well, and a lot of that's video too, right? So,
Yes.
Which is, is a lot more data, right?
Lots of bytes.
Yes.
Dues subscriptions, 11,500. We will have to go to now the two-factor ID or that MFA that we talked about. I forget which one it was. Multi-factor. I just call it the two-factor because we have to do it twice. But we're going the route of getting these dongles that each officer will be assigned. And these dongles cost about $30 to $40 a piece. But to pay for the service plus the actual hardware of the equipment, we're going to double up on those because I would anticipate that they're going to lose them or something's going to happen. Because, let me qualify that. I say that because I would lose it in a heartbeat. So I would have to staple it to my arm. But so that's kind of the route we're going to go with that. There was a couple of different
We have
options
to get you guys like those little clips like kids have to do for their mittens.
tethered, yeah,
Yeah.
right on there. That's what I would need. That's what I would need. Cell phones and telephone, is a bit of an increase there. Everything else is going up. Gas, oil, and grease went down a couple thousand here. Again, I'm not, that's really, I would suppose that's market dependent. The way we've been using fuel now, there's somebody that's very diligent about officers and their squads idling.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm not looking at you, Deb, it's me, it's both of us, that's one of my pet peeves, so I'm getting on them about that, where, you're getting 0 miles to the gallon at idle, so turn that thing off.
Well, and it's-
If they go into a store or convenience store.
And they sit out here in the parking lot.
Yes.
Idled while they're in the building. And
Yes.
they're like, that needs to stop.
Yeah, within whatever's reasonable, right? I mean, I think if you're gonna go in and have lunch somewhere and you shut it off, If it's -20 out, okay, leave it on. But, if you're gonna come in here, write a report for 2 hours, shut it off. So we've been more diligent about that. That fortunately for us is one of my huge pet peeves, so.
Thank you.
Oh.
I said,
Yeah.
thank you.
It drives me
Yes,
nuts.
I love that.
It drives me nuts. Police commission expense went up a little bit, so there's a bit of a membership
You don't
increase
turn it
there, from 4,500 to 4,900.
Yeah, I know.
Miscellaneous expenses stayed about the same at 2,000 for whatever would come up. Special programs to include like National Night Out, and the police social worker out of McHenry County. That increased a little bit. I want to say the numbers on that were from 11,500 to about 13,000.
Okay, yeah, that's where that's at.
Um,
I'm gonna just, take 2 seconds
Sure.
and say that the police social worker program has been very, very successful for our community. And I am very happy that the council, authorized to go in this direction. It's really helped our officers and it's helped our community members, so.
I 100% agree. It gives us another tool in our tool belt to connect people with resources. And a lot of times, we're kind of tunnel visioned in certain things,
Right.
but they see things on a broader spectrum.
And,
they can
and not every
come in.
call is criminal in nature.
Right.
It's, sometimes you need a social worker, so.
Exactly. There's not a burglar behind every bush.
Right.
So. And then finally, the new equipment and infrastructure. So we haven't had any new vehicles for the past 3 years. So this was a bit
I
of
feel
a,
like we bought one car in the last 3 years. Two, okay.
Well,
so
didn't we used to do a new car every year?
We used to do two every
Two
year.
Two every year, okay. And then we had during COVID, had those really long delays in getting the vehicles.
we can blame COVID, that's fine. But
Okay.
I think either
Okay,
way,
it's still from COVID.
yeah, it's usually, from anywhere from 8 to 9 months. I mean, we're gonna see 1 year they were lost in Michigan somewhere on a train, who knows? It was literally something like that, so. But, so this year, this was kind of a big debacle for me, because I wanted to do the research, make sure, I started doing this portion in July, taking a look at things, what we're gonna have to do. I had a few different options, but ultimately, we settled on the Dodge Durango. But it says 155, I'll be coming in right around 138 for that. For fully upfit with cameras, everything that it needs. Just gotta put the fuel in it. Yes. Very.
Make it 140.
So, Do you want me to explain the debacle? Okay. So currently we have the Dodge Charger that has the V6 engine in it. We've had a host of problems. I believe one of the issues on several of the vehicles was we had oil leaking into the coolant system. The problem with this was, and this is a manufacturer thing, it's not us pouring oil in there. Let's hope not. The problem with this is, where we get this serviced at is out of McHenry. Was it Sunnyside, Rob? You could just.
Yeah, it's, we tried Woodstock and Woodstock was not good.
Yeah, so we hit some roadblocks with Woodstock. I'm not gonna name any names there, but going over to Sunnyside and McHenry, that takes, our mechanic and other staff, out of shop for an hour and a half, going to McHenry and back, this and that, and then just been a revolving door. When one car goes down, we get it back.
The other one
You
went
can pretty much swap out cars as you're going. We've had nothing, so in essence, we've had nothing but problems with the V6s. And then I looked at the Ford Explorer. We have two currently that are from 2020. We have three from 2020. They have been kind of a historical headache as well. And the amount of options that we have, it used to be you had a lot of options. Chevy had the Caprice or the Impala. They've really shrunk. And now there's really, you have Dodge products. You have Dodge Charger, Dodge Durango. You can get a Dodge Ram that's not pursuit rated, but I'm not really keen on that. I want to make sure that we have, not that we're getting in a lot of pursuits, but just because safety-wise. And then we have the Ford side of things, where the Ford Explorer, I looked at those, the 26 Explorers. I explored the hybrid option for that. The reviews on the hybrids was okay, but from Real Life Citation, one of our own officers used them in Chicago, and he said there was a lot of issues with running code or driving, lights and sirens to somewhere and trying to clear an intersection, which means you slow down, and once you go to speed back up, there's a lag. Not only that lag is present, but there's also an issue with once you stop that vehicle when you're going at a high rate of speed, sometimes it alerts you forward as it kicks back into an electric mode. So there were some issues with that, and to me, it wasn't worth with that kind of
You don't
headache.
need the uncertainty.
No.
Yeah.
So after much discussion, long story short, we ended up going with the Dodge Durango on a Hemi platform. The Hemi platform does not have the same problems that the V6 platform had, the V6 engine had. It's a trade-off. I mean, you get 2 miles per gallon less in the Hemi than you would in the V6. We're going to try this go around historically, and I spoke a lot with Rob. I spoke a lot with John Bartel, and this is kind of what we see from other agencies that's being successful as far as an engine goes. But so we have the 2 cars on that, and like I said, coming out at right around 138 fully upfit. That's including the stickers and everything put on them.
And then can Rob sell the old ones?
If he wants to. Well, so with these 2 cars, we're going to be replacing the Ford Explorers that we had, the 2020, the oldest cars we had.
Okay.
Rotate one of those over to our side.
Oh, gotcha.
I know what we're doing with the other one.
It depends on if we have a need for it. I mean,
That's what I mean, though. I mean, we'll use them somewhere
Yeah,
else.
yes.
or-
Yeah.
Typically, they get rolled to a different
Yeah, yeah.
department. If we determine that it's not needed, then it'll come to you to declare surplus property, and we would
Police action.
Right.
ask our
What?
our auctioneer to get rid of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes.
Yes. Next on the list is the simunition equipment.
Oh, I'm sorry, were we keeping this at 155, or were we going to reduce it?
What do you think, Carmen?
138.
Hang on
If
one
you're
second.
confident 138, I'd say do 140.
Let me give you an exact, so I'm at 130, yeah, 138,000, or, excuse me, yeah, 130,
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh no, 138,098, that's what I had.
Is there John room for anything he needs to do? That's everything? For, like, bars, all of it?
Yeah, that's everything, that's fully upfit, well, that's the upfitting, yes, that's fully upfit with the cameras, I'm like, eating this microphone right now, with the cameras and the decals.
Cameras, lights, radio, computer.
Computer, everything, yeah.
So I'd say make it 140 then.
You guys don't have actual radios in the cars anymore, right? It's all handheld?
No, a matter of fact, that grant that we submitted yesterday, that was putting in for that, for in-car mobile radios. When we switched to Nearcom, we switched to the Starcom radios, the expense was too much to put them in the vehicles at the time, so we didn't do it. So now our officers operate just off their portables. The benefit to having the in-car, which is why I was excited when that grant came out, I was like, okay, maybe we can, well, the answer's always no unless you ask, so the in-car mobile have better signal strength than your portable, so
Right.
it'd be a huge benefit if we obtain that. It just wasn't in the cards for our budget this year, so I'm glad we had that opportunity and see if it happens. But yeah, I would say 140 should do it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, I'm moving quick. Simunition equipment. Let's simunition. That's a typo. Oh, you're putting me on the spot here.
That's right, simulation.
Simulation.
It's like ammunition, but with sim.
Oh, so it is simunition.
Yes.
Simulation.
I know. I kept hearing that.
Who's having a stroke or something?
Sir.
I thought it was like that Liberty Bibbity commercial.
Simulated ammunition, okay.
Yes.
This is for training, right?
This is the training tool. Yes. So what this is, these are, in a lack of better words, artificial rounds. These are rounds that actually they fire, but they're not going to
Lethal.
kill us. Yes. They're training rounds that we can use to offer kind of a real life feel to our training scenarios. I'm a high risk traffic stop instructor. We have two others that are at the agency. We do often put on some trainings regarding high risk traffic stops, and then we need to do it through ILSB, through our training and standards board. This would offer a little bit more of a life feel, right? I mean, I think it's when we're just doing it, going through the motions and role playing, that's great, and we need that. But this offers a extra element of this could happen. Helps us be a little bit more prepared. That's built out of the $3,000. For the $3,000, that should cover 2 pistols and 2 of the simunition pistols with rounds, plus the simunition suit. There's a suit that you wear if you're going to be the guy that's taking the rounds. So you can know where you're. Oh no, you'll know.
It's more like PPE, right?
Yes, it's more of a PPE, more of a personal protection.
Okay.
There's helmets and the cup and everything. You need that.
Think of getting hit with a paintball, right? But probably a little bit.
A little bit more sting.
A little more sting to it.
So that'll be for that. The radars, I'm looking at purchasing 1 radar. That comes in right around 2,400, but we've said 25 on this just to cover any unforeseen. Computer workstations, this includes everything over at the police department, which I believe was 15 computers, Deb? And that's 18,000.
Why do we have to replace all of them?
Yes, 2020 is when, we haven't had a new computer over there since 2020, so.
Wow. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the evil empire taking over all of our computers, yes.
That's why we had to spend the 14, and several of ours crashed this year.
That's also why we had to replace the water meter computer, because it wouldn't update to the latest water meter software without the latest
Planned
software.
obsolescence.
Yeah, you know,
Yes.
there are, I have to bring this up because I brought it up with my board at work. The European Union is advising companies and governments to, on other options for their software. There's third party that does the same thing.
Interesting.
As Microsoft, but that's literally the European Union has said, we recommend you not go down this road. Yeah, so, but this is where we are.
It's
Yeah, I
wherever-
understand. We don't have much choice.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Yes.
Computer, so.
Unless you got lost.
Once you get lost. In terms of the computer workstations, that is also something I put in for in the grant.
Yes,
So I
right.
looped that, it was a tech grant, so I looped that in there as well, so that's TBD. And then finally, $700 for tint meters. Tint meters helps you gauge the level of light that is coming in or not coming in out of a vehicle. A tool for our officers on patrol to support them.
So now the radar, is that one of those that you put on the road that checks the speed, or is that in the car?
So that's a radar trailer. We actually just purchased a new one out of, I think it was this year's fiscal.
Okay.
That's getting ready to be thrown out there, not thrown out there, but put out there to help us with that.
Deployed. It's going to be deployed.
To be deployed, implemented. That's sitting in the Sally Port right now. It's kind of an exciting piece of equipment. I'm not going to talk about it right now. But
Oh, come on.
it it records data. We got the data function where it records like everything for nothing.
Previously, the old wagon basically displayed your speed.
So
This
you
one
only,
collects data.
oh,
So,
Which could
so
be
we actually get the data of
which
what the
can kind of
speeds were.
tell you how often people are speeding on a particular roadway. No, it's just collecting the speed data, time of day. Right?
Yes, speed data, I mean, just general speed. With that tool, the reason it's exciting is because we can actually see the trends on a certain.
Right.
The limitation is you can only put it on one road at a time, right?
Yeah.
So, but, to the tune of like $7,000, you can't buy, it'd be hard to
Yeah.
buy a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But it does give us a, kind of a real life citation for
Yeah.
that certain roadway for however long it's out there.
Yeah, that's great.
So if we get
That
a
is
complaint
exciting.
that says, they're flying up and down here, well, our radar trailer's out there and this is what it's telling us.
Yeah.
So perception
you.
still is big too, but all in all with that pretty much wraps it up for us. Now, any questions?
So this is, I know I've brought this up before, and I understand the challenges with, not always having a lot of choice or whatnot in terms of, who we're hiring. But I'm concerned, I was excited when, we hired Grace and got her on board, because then we have 2 female officers, which I think is important, so that just from a camaraderie standpoint, to have another woman in that position, because it is different experience. And Deb was a female officer. And so I'm concerned to hear that I can't remember her last name.
Menlick.
Alex.
Yes, Alex
Yeah,
Menlick.
that she's leaving.
Yeah.
And, I know it's not a pay issue or a benefits issue, because we're we do very well there, but I'm concerned that we seem to we haven't made any headway in terms of the number of women on our police force, or the number of non-white people on our police force since I've been on the council. It seems like it just we keep losing them, and I don't know what the answer would be, but I feel like I have to bring that up, because ideally, I think we'd want our police force to look like our community, right? And so I don't know, I'm sure it's a much bigger issue beyond Harvard, but.
It's a challenge for everyone, not just in diversity, but just in general numbers itself. I think right now we're sitting at our examination is next Saturday in this room, and we're looking at 4 on the list. To speak to the point of diversity, I think we've come pretty far. We have Officer Andrade, Officer Salas, Officer Velpando, they're Hispanic gentlemen.
Yeah.
Officer Demink back in the,
Yep.
2020, she was here.
Yep.
And Officer Menlick, people leave for different reasons. We've lost some people, we've gained some people. And it's tough for us, not in terms of diversity, because we are so merit-based. That initial hiring list is based on merit, how they
Right.
do on the exam, how they interview. Those are factors that go
Yeah.
into this. And to me, I'm more of a meritocracy type of person, where if you're the best person for that job, that's who I want.
Right.
So it should be, especially for another officer's, not their life spending on that.
Well,
Oh.
just to put this out there, but one of the things we've really done in the nonprofit sector is that, rather than, there was a bias towards, okay, the most high, the most degrees that you had, and did you have certifications for for technical positions, like, oh, do you already have your CDL? Oh, they've already got their herbicide license, things like that, is to looking at it differently and including things that aren't just by the book, because the reality is that some of those things that are nice to have, but maybe not essential.
Correct.
That they tend to favor male applicants, because oftentimes they just have more opportunities in their lives to gain those experiences, whether it's interest or whatnot. So if we're looking at and setting our criteria for our folks based on a certain set of merit factors that are going to favor one gender over another, that's what we're going to continue to get if we actually put into our criteria for how we're evaluating our applicants and looking at, okay, these are the minimum standards we need somebody to meet, and then actually giving them credit for other things, like, do they contribute to diversity? Their other soft things like their, people skills or, whatever. I mean, I don't know what the criteria are now. So I'm just, because we've spent a lot of time, like I said, in the nonprofit sector, trying to get away from just checking the list. No, they've got the most certifications, they've got the highest education, and so we want to hire that person. All other things being equal to saying, well, no, actually this person brings other things to the table that are valuable for our overall operation because they aren't the same as everybody else. So I don't know if that's possible in that system.
Well, it's something we could certainly
Yeah.
talk with the commission about and then see about changing things based on that.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that.
Okay.
Just looking at it through through my eyes, and
Yeah.
this is me talking on this
Yeah.
too. A lot can be determined, and you can get the feel for somebody in that interview process. And these questions are designed to elicit that, to have them think on their feet and things like that.
Yeah.
There are so many different variables that go into why we hire, who we hire.
Yeah.
And historically, I mean, looking at the past, where how we came. Debbie, you were here in '95. I don't know how many other female officers we had since then, but in the last 10 years, we've employed
2?
3.
Since 95?
But in my tenure here,
When I tested in 95, there was 130 people in the room.
correct, and there's a larger candidate pool to pull from.
Yeah.
Other agencies are having a similar problem, and personally, this is why I say me personally speaking,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to hiring anybody. And there's a lot of variables that I do look at, and a lot of things and intangibles that are important. I do agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Because we have to do better, as far as just not we in Harvard, but I'm very proud of us here, but
Yeah.
we as a whole. Law enforcement has not always been the best in community service, right? Or customer service, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
Not like the firemen, they show up, they, get stickers out and stuff. So, in essence, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you for,
The biggest issue there, though, is the number of applicants that are testing.
Yes.
And in this field, just by the virtue of the field, there are less females that apply.
Right.
So we certainly would love to encourage more females to apply. It's a very good career path.
right.
Notwithstanding the risks that are involved with it, but in terms of a career path, it's a very good career path for both men and women.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a couple of ideas on how to implement moving forward at a later time we can discuss. But
Okay.
I mean, there are a couple of ideas that I would
Yeah.
like to do that we haven't done. So
Okay.
They
Great.
might fail, they might succeed, I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
All of our female officers have done very, very well in our agency.
And beyond.
Yeah.
I think they, and I
Yes.
think everybody,
Yes.
if they do leave, they leave for a different reason. I can speak for myself, and we can talk about that
Yeah.
later, too. But yeah, I don't think they left for bad reasons necessarily.
Right.
And so I don't think it was like they were discouraged to stay.
Right,
So
right.
I
They
think there's just a
had
whole different
other
dynamic.
We
opportunities.
tried to encourage them to stay.
Right,
But,
yeah.
there were other outside circumstances that
Yeah,
dictated their
Right.
personal lives to make
Right.
that decision.
yeah.
It's not for lack of trying.
Right.
Yeah.
Intention's the name of the game. But yeah, nothing, anything else question-wise on this?
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Anybody else have questions? Okay. So we will move on to the building department, which is a really small budget, always has been. In fact, in the past, the directors never attended the budget workshop. It was so small and quick. Salaries, that just includes the building and planning director and the code enforcement officer. And this year, it will be a portion of the community engagement director. So part of that work is, as we talked about, I think I mentioned during admin, part of her salary is in admin, part of it is in this fund, and part of it will be in parks, separated out. Health insurance has changed a little bit, percentage from your worksheet. Training and seminars, I left that the same. Anne didn't use a whole lot this year. They typically don't use a whole lot. We had done in 23, 24, and 20, the previous administrator asked that be bumped up for the previous director.
Yeah.
Some of that was used, but that money wasn't taken advantage of. And then, so we lowered it in 24, 25. Again, it wasn't used. So this year, or for 25, 26, I brought it back to the.
Well, but given that Clayton's going to have to do a fair amount of training, isn't he?
So, no. We found out that his certification, he's fully certified. The certifications that he took are valid.
But aren't they outdated?
They're considered valid. He just has to do 60
Continuing
hours of
education.
continuing education. And he qualifies for
So
certification.
not having used that since like 2011, right?
Right, so the
It's still
continuing
considered for all of the code stuff?
For
It's still considered valid?
statutory, yes. For our own purposes, there will be some training. Because
Okay.
he himself would like to bring himself up to
Yeah,
current.
because the conversation we had, that
Yes.
we were not up to where we probably should have been in 2011,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
so,
And
yeah,
right
just
now, we've
meeting the bare
adopted
minimum.
2021,
Yeah.
so those are the codes that,
Yeah.
yes. So there will be
there's going
some,
to be some cost to that.
and this should cover that cost, the 1,500. The courses themselves are about $30.
Oh,
They're pretty reasonable because we're
Okay.
members of the
Okay.
ICC, so they're pretty
Okay.
reasonable, so this should cover it.
okay.
Anne's done, this 594, she's done, all the training she's done are these $30 classes, so she's done quite a few.
I have an additional question
Yes.
regarding training. Because, we've talked about going and moving more software-based. And a lot of
Yes.
times, the training that comes, you can buy the Excel course.
Mm-hmm.
I can buy my Excel, but to
Mhm.
actually know how to use Excel and train in Excel so I can use it proficiently, I can go on YouTube. That's no guarantee I'm going to be able to use it the way you want me to as my employer. So I have a little concerned about that amount in training too. If we're going to move to some advanced and really good software, I would like to see our, city employees be
Right.
trained properly in it.
Okay, what would you like to see there?
I don't know what the software costs are or what the training is, but like a good Excel class, we just paid for our girl to have Excel 1 and 2, and I think it was like $600.
So the software we're looking at is going to coincide with whatever inspection and plan review service we use, and it will be free.
Okay.
And the training will be free.
Okay, as long as
Well, I shouldn't say free. It will be
included.
absorbed in the professional fee cost
Okay.
of the of the whatever vendor
Software,
we
okay.
use.
Again,
So it won't
sometimes-
fall under training line item, it'll fall under the professional fee line
Gotcha,
item.
gotcha.
So anticipating other training for software. I don't know that there'll be any
Okay,
that I can think of offhand, but if you're uncomfortable with that number and you want to
I,
bump
you
it
know, if we
up,
can bump it up,
we can
bump
do
it up.
2,500.
Yeah, that would be
If that
great.
makes you feel more
I would feel
comfortable
better.
with-
I just
Okay.
that we've got new people,
Yeah.
we've got people with various degrees of experience.
Yeah.
And I would rather budget for it and not spend it.
Okay,
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
he did acknowledge that he needed,
Yes. Absolutely. He was in my office
on-
yesterday
yeah,
giving me a whole list of
computer.
things he
Yeah,
wanted
so
to do.
I'd rather, just,
Yeah, you know, if he needs a typing.
sure we have-
If someone needs a typing class, gosh darn it, sometimes. I mean, you know,
Right.
those things,
Yeah.
sometimes my husband could use a darn typing class because it takes him an hour to do his bills, you know? Sorry, Jim.
Sorry, Jim.
one finger, right? One finger.
Yes, 2,500?
Yes, that's great.
Easy, done.
Alderman Albertson?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
noted. Next line item is uniforms. I put a little more in there as well. There's, for uniforms, they wear shirts, they get shirts and, like not necessarily a uniform shirt, but they'll get like the City of Harvard shirts, a couple of different colors, polos, and then some long sleeve. The polos are more for if they're out in the field so they can be identified, and then the long sleeves are like if they're meeting with a developer and they just need to look a
And-
little
And,
more
you know,
professional.
because we anticipate Clayton being in the field, I mean, you know, this would include like steel-toed boots, you know, those kind of things, so it's,
Yeah, so I did bump that up a little bit just in case there's some extra there this year, just to get things started. Professional fees, that is changed from what was on your worksheet, which I believe was 2,300.
Yes, it was.
I just bumped that up a little bit too, mainly to make it an even number, but also if you look down at permitting software, I changed that from 30,000 to 10. The reason why I have a number in for permitting software at all is if the director decides to go with a outsourced plan and permitting review company that does not provide the free software, because he has been tasked with finding 3 for comparison on rates. 2 do provide it, he hasn't found a 3rd yet, so if he chooses that company and they don't provide the software, we're gonna have to purchase software.
So is professional fees then the stuff we contract out?
Correct.
For plans review and, okay.
Yeah. So, that being said, I originally had 30,000 in there because one of the things I wanted to look at was buying the BSNA software, which integrates with our current ERP system, which was about a $30,000 purchase the last time I looked at it. When I did reach out to get an updated price a couple of weeks ago, I have learned that we are server-based, and they don't support server-based new programs anymore. If we wanted to get the new program, we would have to go to cloud-based for everything, which is $150,000, and I'm not doing that right now. So I have backed off on that idea, left the 10 in there if we need it, and then just bumped up the professional fees a little bit more, and just in talking to him to give him a little bit of extra to work with for this year until we see how much he's going to be able to do in the field, how much, how he's going to have Ann's position look like after she gets up and running with code enforcement, and then we'll see what that budget looks like next year. If we don't use it all, we don't use it all. Vehicle maintenance, their maintenance really is pretty minimal, but we are gonna, when we transfer over the car we talked about from the PD, we're gonna move our admin car that we use now to him because he doesn't have a building, a car. Santler used to have a car, but it kind of died and we got rid of it and never replaced it. Donovan really never used one, and so we're going to take the SUV and do something with that for the admin car for all the trainings that everybody goes to. He'll take the current car we have now for his role, and so I had put 1,000 in there for vehicle maintenance for that. whether or not we use it. I did reduce it though, because they
And
never
there's a car
seem.
that Ann uses, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but they never seem to get to 2,000 for their
Like
vehicle.
the old
Yeah, and
police car,
it could be something,
black and
you know,
white. Yeah.
Old squads, yeah.
yeah, a set of brakes could be half that, or a set of
Brakes,
tires could,
tires.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know, so I wouldn't anticipate any major maintenance, but, you know, having something there to catch it if it does.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't go very far, they don't have real wear and tear on their vehicles.
Starter could go out, you know, just
Yeah.
an alternator, that kind of thing.
So, investigations, nuisances, that's just the fees that we have to pay when, pretty much, most of that is what, when we have to file liens, or lien releases for anything that, that Ann does with her code enforcement, or any costs she incurs. Sometimes, we have to hire out, outsource for mowing. If somebody doesn't mow, if we have an abandoned property, and then we pay those mowers, and that comes out of this line item as well.
And then we put a lien on the property, and eventually we get
We would get
reimbursed
that
that
back.
cost, but it could be years, right?
We don't reimburse that until it sells.
Right.
Or we don't get reimbursed for the lien until it sells.
So do any legal expenses for the work related to this
No,
come
that's
out
all,
of admin?
it's all done through the county. Jeanette takes care of it all.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's no, it's just a standard process.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very redundant. Doesn't
Okay.
require,
Oh.
the attorney review or anything like that.
Okay.
Nothing for transfer out. I did this current fiscal year, transferring out 12,500, which you approved last year, for equipment replacement. So they will have a small amount of reserve in case they need some equipment for something. I think Donovan maybe was thinking of something at one point. I don't know.
Well, I think that was.
Or a vehicle,
like-
maybe?
Well, remember, we bought the scanner, big format printer thing, right?
Oh, that's right. And we
Um,
ended up getting that.
That came out of that fund, so were things that kind of help as tools for that department, yeah.
So then, I think we planned to get something like that, and we ended up purchasing
We
that
got
out
it
of new
from
equipment
Northwest, Yeah,
for 1,800.
yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
we saved some money,
Okay.
because we found a good deal.
Yes, and then he had budgeted new equipment, just for whatever he had budgeted for. This year, they're gonna need a new computer down there at their, permitting station. I believe Clayton and Ann's is new, but this third one they have will need to be upgraded. And then we just talked about the permitting software, and then $1,000 for something, any unforeseen that they might need for new equipment down there. So that's their budget in a nutshell. Any questions on that?
Thank you.
So now we'll need to go over everything in the general fund before we move on to sewer water.
Do
And this
do
is your
folks need another
opportunity.
short break? Are we good? Okay.
This is your opportunity to make any, to go back, make any changes, move anything around, ask questions. While staff is still here, and before we finalize that to go to the next one. Say that again?
It's easier to make cuts after
Yeah,
All right, everybody out.
yeah. So, can we see
What's the bottom line?
summary?
Okay.
Everything
So,
together?
yes, I'm sorry, that would help, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so where we're at this point is we've saved a little bit because we, thank you, Carmen, some typos. We have revenue at $10,071,943 and expenses at $10,061,143. So that would change what we're getting from reserves to $469,135. What you're looking at here, let me change this, is 100, let me try to explain this a little bit. So these would be your total expenses that would be non-operating expenses, meaning the blue is what is within the budget, everything was in blue, this is your total, right? So this is all the things you don't have to do, right?
This is discretion.
Discretionary, right? Of those discretionary items, 700,693 of that is coming back to us from a grant if we move forward with them, and that's mostly your sidewalk work. So we're gonna get reimbursed that much. That leaves a total of 665,035. From reserves, we would use 469,135, meaning from this year's revenue, we would be using 195,900 if you choose to do everything in blue.
Can you actually make this a little larger?
Yeah.
Because I'm at a weird angle. And, oh, yes.
How's that?
That is
Yay, thank
wonderful.
you.
Thank you.
So I've broken it down, so it's kind of hard to go back, but does that make sense that everything you saw in blue in each of these departments is totaled here?
Yeah.
This is the revenue
That is offset by grants.
yes, and then.
So that, yeah, so
Hello.
that
So I subtracted that revenue out.
Then we don't get the grant revenue.
Correct,
Yeah,
yes,
so-
yes, thank you. So then I subtracted the revenue out, which leaves a total of 665,35. We would need to use from our reserves 469,135, leaving the rest of that money coming from what we're bringing in this year, 195,900. The 469,135 equates to approximately 1 month of our operating expenses. If you look at our fund balance, as of April 30th, 2025, we were at about 11 months of operating expenses. Our fund balance policy requires 3 to 6. We don't want to drop below 3. We don't want to drop below 3. If we get above 6, you may choose, not required, may choose to spend that money on other things, discretionary, on capital improvement projects, right? Or other projects. I recommend keeping 9 months. That is my recommendation. The policy says 6. As of right now, or as of this last fiscal year, you were at 11. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This represents 1 month. What you want to do with this now is your options.
So what was the green info?
Oh, the green info is where we're at. So we have a revenue, that's our revenue now, after we made our adjustments.
Okay.
That's our admin expenses. That's our public works expenses, police expenses, community development expenses. These are all of the expenses that come out of the general fund. So when we made our adjustments, when Carmen adjusted for the squads and we had the 2,000 the typo that was, now we're ahead by that much. So I changed that. So back here in revenue, this should be 469,135. So actually that changes this, and then now this should balance out at 0, which it does.
Okay.
So do you want to go back and look at these blue to see what they were?
In other words, using the cash on hand, basically, by using that reserve, you balance the budget and can do everything that we've discussed.
And everybody gets what they want.
Everybody gets what they want,
Yes,
and we
Still have 10
still
months.
have 10 months of reserves.
yes.
But now,
But you don't have
if you
to
go
do
But
that.
you don't
back
have to do that.
to that other
Mhm.
table, though, for instance, it still has 30,000 from the building department, and now that's been reduced to 10 for the software, for the permitting software.
Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. I need to change that. Whoops.
No, not
Too many zeros.
Blew it out of the
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so that just changed it, this amount here, which changes all of that calculation.
Yeah.
So it just gives you a better picture of what that looks like.
Yeah.
Does this make sense to everybody, how I've done this? John? What I'm trying to do is show you that basically you're not, by doing these discretionary items, you're not doing all of these discretionary items from reserves. You're still using some of your revenue from this year for them.
Yeah.
So if you didn't want to use any of your fund reserve at all, you're only going to be able to do this much in discretionary items.
Okay, so then we'd have to cut.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
But that doesn't mean you have to do everything, and that doesn't mean, going back to Alderman Lavallee, your point about Rob not getting as much equipment this year, that doesn't mean you have to do all of these things if you'd like to allocate more to something else that's an operating or maintenance cost.
So, again, newbie question here, because I'm just looking at the blue on stuff here.
Mhm.
That's still moving that money to capital improvement as well, right?
Correct.
Yep,
Yep.
so we're still putting $100,000 in capital improvement.
Yes, we are. And you could reduce that too. If you're not comfortable with that and you only want to move 50, this is just recommendation on what to do with some of the operating revenue that we have in a 1-month reserve. Based on the things that I have heard this governing body tell me they'd like to do, mainly through the strategic vision, through the capital improvement plan, through these things that I've tried to keep track of throughout the last year.
So if we go back, and just go back to admin,
Mhm.
since that's where the
Yep.
largest amount of these are. So I think it's safe to say that the projects, the reimbursable grant projects that are under engineering fees, I would say we're not going to touch those. Those are,
I would recommend that, yes.
yeah. But then if we start looking at some of these other items that are in blue, for instance, the grant writer.
Mhm.
So going forward, if we're going to continue to pay them to do that, do we have some strategy for getting our money's worth from that, rather than just having, okay, well, potentially, we could use them if we need them, and we're paying them sort of to be on call, right? But how do we actually,
Because that was the one thing that
Yeah.
was brought up, is
It
that,
was
you
that-
know, we spent $15,000, and we've gotten someone to write an application, which I hate to use this because I'm not a fan, but AI can now
Yeah.
do this. And I'm
Yeah.
not a fan. I'm not saying I'm a fan. I'm not saying we don't need a real person to look at that, because I think that's important too. But do we need a $15,000 real person to look at that?
right?
So,
Is there a different alternative?
how much did you submit for? Value? For your grant?
For your grant?
Yes.
It was $117,330.
So if that comes through,
That would,
that would
You're-
pay
you're
for
light
that.
years ahead.
And
yes.
if we didn't have this grant writer, would we have applied for that?
No, we wouldn't have had time.
Oh,
Not
okay.
in one
Okay,
week.
there you go.
That's what we're
There
looking
you
for.
go.
That being
Perfect.
said, if that grant opportunity didn't come through last Friday, we would have 2 months left of the fiscal year, and,
Yeah.
Go ahead with your thought.
I was just going to add, we didn't have someone in kind of the community engagement role, so some of this is, they've sent us several opportunities. There was one I was set to apply for, and they were like, wait, you already got this last year?
Oh.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I would also say managing the GATA, which is how you submit a
Right.
lot of these,
Oh, yeah.
is a lot of time. I don't know the exact cost benefit on that, but
Yeah.
basically, we're doing the writing and the narrative. AI helps sometimes with that. I write it, AI looks at it, I
Of course,
edit it,
yeah.
there's a whole
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
and forth. but then they put it in all of the formatting, they
Yeah.
come back and say, we need these 3 fields filled. So even for the T-Mobile grant, which we were not awarded, but was a $58,000 ask, or we asked for 50 of the 58, I think it saved us a lot of time, and we learned a lot from them. So I think there's a little bit of now I know more what's going to open next January, so we could look at that again.
Yeah, again,
Okay.
we want to make, a grant writer is a benefit, obviously, to the community, but it's also a huge benefit to the staff.
It is.
Having done a lot of nonprofit work before there was AI and before there was the internet and when there was a library and going through books.
Right, books. Yes,
every
I know,
year.
right?
I know, we feel ancient now.
Yeah.
Because as in a nonprofit life, that's what you did, because there was no funding for a grant writer. So, I'm totally not opposed to one. I don't want to make
Yeah.
it sound like that.
And I would add
I
to
just
this
question.
that when we first decided, when you decided to do this last year, this whole program, I didn't have anything to do with. I think this was something between the previous administrator and the previous, to your point, community
Yeah.
engagement director or
Right.
development director, and they had a plan of doing something with it.
Yeah.
And that plan didn't come to fruition, so over the summer when, the grant writing service, to their credit, was very active in sending us things, and I would forward those to the different departments, but on our end, the time management of doing all that, everything was crazy, right?
Right.
So it's highly possible that we did not do our share on our side, admittedly, to take advantage of it as well. So again, it is your decision if you want to pursue it another year or not,
I'm okay.
and we might have a better
Yeah.
gauge on
Yeah.
whether or not it's
Yeah,
worth pursuing.
I agree, yeah.
But it is a one-year contract, so
Okay.
if we do it, we're locked in for
Yeah.
a year.
Well, I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think a one-year contract is a good thing if now the staff feels more comfortable
Yeah.
with what's going to happen with it, whereas before, it was just something you had because of a previous administration.
Now, earlier you mentioned that there's like a different level of service that they offer that we don't go for. What would come with that?
So this is a company that offers a complete consultation and administrative service for municipalities. So for example, if we wanted to outsource payroll, if we wanted to outsource grant writing, if we wanted to outsource RFQs or RFP processing, so it's a different level. So the basic is 15,000, and I think the next is 25, and I think the next is 35 or 40. And each level incorporates a different service. So if I wanted to not write my own request for proposals, then I can ask them to do it. If I don't want to do payroll, if we don't want to do payroll in-house, then we can ask them to do it. That's the type of company this is. And we had originally, I think, contracted for 25, I believe. But we didn't need all those services because we do them here in-house and we pay our own staff to do them. So then we were able to reduce it to just the grant writing and just pay that amount.
And the
this year.
company was very accommodating to that.
Yes.
Because we didn't understand the levels of service when we initially signed up and recognized we signed up for a level of service we didn't need.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, no problem, if you're not going to utilize those services, we can reduce the payment to 15 for the services that you are going to utilize. And they were very accommodating to that.
He was very gracious and let us out of that
Yes.
contract to do the other ones, so, yeah.
Great.
And honestly, the 15, even for the few grants that we actually did apply for, the capability that this company has in terms of making sure that the application is correct. So what I can tell you, in the past, we've done many grant applications previously where we weren't, the whole application itself wasn't complete, right?
That's a good
So
point.
we were automatically thrown out, and we had spent internal resources to create that. And so we spent a lot of money in terms of hidden costs and paying staff to create the application, and then the application got submitted, and it wasn't good enough because we didn't meet all the criteria. So there is a risk, right? We're paying for that service to make those applicants, and if we don't get the grant, then, it's kind of for naught. But I feel like our eligibility to obtain the grant is increased because we're making better grant applications. And eventually, we're gonna hit something that's gonna come to us, and it's only gonna take one, and we're gonna be light years ahead of what we've paid.
Yeah.
So I certainly recommend that we go another year, because I think
Yes.
we have a good chance to,
Yeah.
to make it in our benefit.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm going to move on to two other things here in the budget that I also, or three other things in the budget that I also agree with that are in blue, just because I want to make sure it's said. I think that a park master plan is so important, and I've been approached by many members of the community that have talked about this. And I also, as you guys already know, that strategic vision is also something that's very important, and site readiness. I think these are three things that are very important. I'm very glad to see them in the budget, and I'm glad, just in my humble opinion, that I think we have enough in the budget to afford these things, because we can't just, I'm going to say it anyway, we can't just go willy-nilly and then hope everything goes okay, and then 5 years down the road, whoever's sitting in our seats has to be faced with a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
So, and recognize, we have a Parks Master Plan, but it was written in 2015, it started in 15, it was completed, I think, in 16, and it's due to be renewed, right? So, beyond that, not this next fiscal year, but beyond that, we're gonna need to do our lane comprehensive use plan, and I think there's another plan, we want to redo or relook. Downtown Master Development Plan, and then also internally, we want to go through the process of our capital equipment process, where we had gone through every 5 years. So those things are coming up, but, this year, these things are very important, I think, and it's the right timing. So I would definitely appreciate you not cutting those items.
And again, I wanted to go on record with my support for those items. And I also want to say thank you to each of the departments, and especially to you, Deb, for putting this together so it's just very clear.
Yeah.
I was talking to a couple of other friends of mine who also serve, and when I discussed what I was doing on a Saturday, and, the rolling of the eyes and the, oh my, I'm going to throw up now, and, boy, how many, do you have police there? I mean, I actually had someone say, do you have law enforcement there, because it can get nasty sometimes.
Oh, jeez. No need for that.
Yeah.
Luckily, we've never had that kind of issue.
But the level of transparency with the budget process, it's improved so much. I mean, I remember coming, when I was running for council the first time and coming to the budget hearing, and it was the legal size
Yes.
paper, and it was this like inch thick stack of all of this information, and and it was really hard to get through. And then there were always the I don't know what you call it, but sort of the red herring items that were in there, like
Dump truck.
the dump truck, the $250,000 piece of equipment or whatever, that we're like, okay, these things are in there, and then we know that when it comes to, okay, making, how you balance the budget, it's like, okay, that, you're not getting that,
Yes.
Krugenberg.
Well, we're in a good position that this is easy because there's money,
Right,
right? And
right.
back
Yeah.
then, it was hard because there wasn't, right?
But it
And
was
so-
still, that process of, I felt like, okay, I'm somehow being manipulated because we're not, not really having a discussion about everything. It was more like are all of these things really the right priorities? Because it was more like, oh crap, we've got to fill a $250,000 hole in the budget, and so then we just take this one thing out, whereas I feel like now the way everything's presented there's a lot of clarity and transparency in terms of what we're choosing to do or not to. And I really appreciate that, so thank you.
I would say absolutely the way we've presented budgets now is much easier to follow through and ensure that
Yeah.
everybody understands where the money came from and where it's going.
Yeah.
Additionally, I would say the underpinning thing that has really helped this is that it all started, in my opinion, when we went and did a capital improvement plan.
Yeah. That does help guide.
That really helped us internally to kind of pre-plan ahead because, part of the issue is we didn't have enough funding to do anything and we had everything that needed to be done. And that will always be an issue. But I think by starting that process allowed us to start allocating money for future things that were coming, and we've known them they were coming. So that process of creating that, and then beyond all the other infrastructure in terms of how we present information to the council and our expectations for the future and trying to be more proactive in long-range planning, I think all of that contributes to where we are today. Because for a long time, because the coffers were really dry, we couldn't do long-range planning. We couldn't, make expectations where we wanted to be down the road because we were crisis managing on an annual basis.
Right.
And now we have by increasing our fund balance has really helped us to be able to do more pre-planning, and we're not crisis managing. And so it's a very different feel than, say, even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with revenue streams, but it's just, we've become better stewards of how we manage our
Well,
money.
we have more discipline,
Yes.
with making those conscious decisions.
Agreed.
To say, okay, let's not be the grasshopper in the story and eat up everything and then have nothing for the winter. Let's be the ant, right? And
No, you're right. We are running,
Sorry.
those very basic things are, there are a lot of contributing factors to it, but in the end, it's made this process much easier. So thank you, Deb.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and so John and Jay, what, do you have comments on?
So I've started putting in green the things to keep.
Yep.
And
Whereas we have to do, right?
yes,
Yeah,
we're
so
just talking
only
about the blue.
items.
Oh.
Yeah, so for instance, the
Question is-
strategic vision update, are we going to do that? Are we going to leave the funds in there to do that?
I'm okay with leaving everything alone, personally.
Same here as well.
Everything on?
The big thing
Yeah.
is none of the blue things stuck out as like, oh, we really don't need that. We cut a lot of that already during those committee meetings, like
Yes.
unfortunately your mower deck, which we put off for now. But everything else, it's either, it's gonna have it's a single purchase benefit, or it's something that is a major equipment purchase that needs to happen. It's just in blue right now. So everything's there. We have the money for it, and that's why the money's there.
And that goes to the mayor's point that with these plans that we're doing, it guides us, right? So there's nothing in here that we haven't already talked about, and that's a really good point.
The other thing is just talking about having this funds, like we have, what is it, 200,000 that we're going to get in from interest. That covers both squad cars.
There you go, right.
Good point.
As long as that treasury
Okay,
rate
hey.
stays where it's at. Yeah.
Maybe you want 3.
Wait a minute now.
Talk about that next year.
So let's
At
move on.
Christmas.
Moving on. Okay, so I will save these changes then, and we can move on to, do we need a break before sewer water?
Can we take a
Yeah,
short
quick
break?
comfort break.
Yeah.
Lunch is coming in 20 minutes, so
Okay.
do we want to start with like sewer water revenue and then break for lunch, or should we, how do you want to do
20
it?
minutes, I feel like, I could wait 20 minutes. but-
Yeah, I could
I
wait
can
20
I can wait
minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
and-
Mike's
Yeah.
already been waiting, so.
I was going to say, Mike's been very patient.
Yes.
Or actually, maybe we could, hold on, let me look at this real quick. No, let's get Mike, let's get these guys out of here.
Sewer water.
All right. Okay.
And the sewer water fund is
That's-
different from the other funds because it's a proprietary fund,
Right.
so.
Makes money?
Okay, so let's go through revenue
'Cause it makes money.
first.
All good.
Collectibles, that is water bills, right? Those go up every year. It's codified, 3 years for a 3-year stretch.
Wait, so where is that in here?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be in
yellow
the sewer water tab in your book. It's a little bit further
Yellow
back.
tab.
Mine is yellow.
What color is it?
I've got sewer water,
Yellow.
but then I've got
Third
operating
line down.
expenses.
Third line down.
Third line down.
I think she's got something,
Does she have something different?
yes, she does.
Ew.
I'll share.
The,
Here, let me get
Well,
one
I
of
wonder
these.
if the,
Maybe there's misplaced.
if it's,
No, she's got,
she's missing.
she's missing the first
She's
page.
missing the first page
All right.
Okay.
We'll put these
Missing the
together.
for the revenue page.
I have it.
Does everyone else have it?
Thank you. Okay. And then again, can you make this a little larger
Yeah.
on the screen?
Sewer water.
Are you missing the first page? Is you missing the
I
first
have
page too? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Most important person doesn't have it.
Is everybody there?
Figure she already had it memorized. She didn't need it.
Okay, so loan proceeds, grant reimbursements and loan proceeds. The only reason I left that on there is because there's still history within those budget years. That's all from the plant. When we redid the plant, the IEPA loan and the DCEO grant. So that's just history. Going to collectibles, that is water bills. That's codified to increase each year. Right now, we're going into year 3 as of May 1. Will be another 6, I believe it's 6, 6, and 6% is what this council codified 2 years ago. So we'll go into the 3rd year, and then next year we'll look at the following 3-year rates and determine what those will be at that time. So this is basically, the math, right? Based on where we're at in the, I believe this was through the 4th billing cycle. So kind of factor in the math on that, subtract it out, that type of thing. So that's the $3,050,700. Tap-on fees, those are fees that we collect when for new construction. So anytime there's a new house, we collect tap-on fees. I reduced that this year because we're going to be putting that into the sewer water tap-on fund. And we'll talk about that fund later because this is the first year that we are actually budgeting for that fund. That is also, for lack of a better term, our capital improvement fund. That's where we do those special sewer water projects that you have approved through committee meetings but has never been a formal part of the budget process. But we're going to track that better now so that somebody other than me knows what's going on. Sale of surplus property, again, we don't do that anymore because that goes into equipment replacement. Penalties, that's the late fees when water bills aren't paid on time, as well as the fee we charge to have the guys go out and turn things back on.
Does that need to go down since our big water, one of our big water users is not going to be using water anymore?
The collectibles,
No, you're talking the fees?
oh, the
In terms
fees.
of our penalties? I'm just
Only
thinking
thing
in
it
terms
shut
of
off again.
penalties.
I will say that initially we talked and we codified ratcheting up the penalties for repeated late payments and turnoffs. I don't know if it's really done much to stave some of that off.
But I'm just thinking of a certain large facility
Yeah,
north
Yeah.
of town that's going to be empty and not using any water.
They haven't
And so not,
confirmed
and
yet.
so not having to pay any late fees.
Unless they just don't pay the bill.
I don't think it's going to change that much. They haven't confirmed yet that they're not going to be operational, so, yeah. Plus, remember, this is based on a percentage increase, right? So as
Okay.
the collectibles increase, this also
Okay.
increases.
Okay.
Plumbing fees are fees that we collect when we have inspections. So it's a fee we charge for plumbing inspections when we have new construction. Maintenance fees are the fees that are codified as well in the water code, coinciding with your collectibles for your water bills. And that's, I believe, going to 25 this year?
25.
25 this year, and then it will be capped at that. There was a 3-year increase, and that's a cap. And then your infrastructure fee is that one is set, I believe.
Yes.
That one is set.
We increased it.
Yes, we increased that one,
And that's just to service the debt.
the debt for the water plant. Moving charge is a charge we do when somebody moves for the paperwork processing and the internal work that needs to be done to move those accounts and those services. Utility tax is the 5% tax that is charged on the water bill collection, just like your electric utility tax, your NICOR tax. We talked about that in the revenue in and out. This is the 200 that coincides with that. EPA license fee, that's the fee we have to charge for the EPA, and that actually will be offset in Mike's budget. You'll see that that same amount is actually in an expense account on that side. Interest is the interest we collect on the water fund checking account. Nothing for miscellaneous this year. Every once in a while we'll get something from something that comes in, and like where we're going to put this. I can't even really think of things. It's so minimal, so I didn't even put anything in this year. Most of the time, it's if a duplicate check gets issued and they void it or send it back, and then it goes back into a revenue. That's usually something like that. Transfer in from capital improvement. In the past, actually last year is a good example, we've decided to do capital improvement projects, so I've taken the money from capital improvement, brought it into this fund, and then we pay for it out of here. Now that we're going to be budgeting from the capital improvement account, I don't have to do that anymore, so there's no reason to even use this line item anymore. Rent receipts is the rent on the water tower up at by the senior center. T-Mobile has their tower up there, and this is what they pay us in rent for a year to use that space. And then cash on hand, I do not believe we're going to need any this year. So, any questions on revenue? Okay. Then we have Director Rousey's, whoops, I didn't want to do that. Account, I'll make it bigger.
Whenever you're ready.
You have the floor.
All right. I'll just go through this. Our salaries, we bumped that up to $501,500 for this year. We have an operator who's going to retire tentatively right after the first of the year. This is the fourth retirement date he's given me. We've gone from April to October to December to January. I'm going to assume he's going to retire sometime next year. He goes over 20 in January, so I think financially it made more sense for him to finish up there. Overtime, we did bump that up to $15,000. Generally our overtime is scheduled overtime, and that's holidays. They get on-call pay per the union contract. Right now, we're getting a lot of overtime just because of, last night we had 4 hours of overtime thanks to the power failure. If Matt wasn't working on a Saturday, we'd have had some more here a few minutes ago, because that's what I just had to leave the room for, because we were getting alarms around town. Health insurance, we were at 112. That's really nothing I can do with that one. We bumped up conferences a little bit. with the new training unit requirements that we have for wastewater, up until 3 years ago, wastewater operators did not have to have training units. Drinking water operators had to have it, but wastewater operators did not. So those new requirements are requiring us to pay for a little bit more training. Plus, it would be good if I could get to a conference every now and then and hear what's going on, especially when Springfield's giving us updates.
Now, will you need training for, presumably you'll be replacing Tim?
Yes,
So when
but
you
that's
personally
probably not
train-
going to hit until the following fiscal year.
Okay.
The operator seminars are typically in Rockford in the fall.
Okay,
So, and you have to have 6 months of hands-on before you can test.
okay.
So they can't even,
Yeah.
they can't do anything
Yeah.
until that period of time. And then
Gotcha.
it takes the state a good 4 months to approve them to take the test, so we're going to have to make some changes to the union contract. The contract currently states they have to be certified within 1 year. It's about physically impossible to do that, thanks to what's going on down in Springfield right now. Our guys just, Matt and Ramon, I think we extended them, did we extend them 6 months, Deb, I think?
Yes.
I think we went to 18 months, and we notified the union that, just to be fair,
Yeah,
I can't make you get a license that you can't get in to take a test for,
right,
so.
thank you.
Uniforms, we did bump that up slightly to $4,000. Professional fees, this is, about 80% of this is our contract laboratory costs. That's metals, certain sludge tests that we can't do in-house. And that's going to go up a little bit to about 40,000. Plus, we have several other additional required tests that we have to do that we can't do in-house. There's an annual QA/QC study that we have to send that out to ERA. We also have the potential of PFAS testing starting this year. I don't know that that's going to start, but because of the amount of money we're talking about, I need to keep it budgeted. The other big hit on that is our sludge hauling costs. Our previous vendor sold to a company called Synagro, and we just redid that contract for 3 years. So that cost is going up roughly 15%. In addition to that, we have inspections that we've traditionally taken out of this, our lift station inspections. I'm adding in I'm adding in inspections this year for our flow meters to have them all calibrated. I've asked Charlie when the last time we had the flow meters calibrated, and he kind of looked at me and said, I don't think we've ever had the flow meters calibrated. So it's really difficult to come up with a water loss if you don't have a calibrated flow meter.
Or at least an accurate one.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that they're not accurate, I just don't know
You don't know.
if they're scaled.
Right.
So we need to go through that. It's also really important at the wastewater plant because your future expansions are based on the flow going out of the plant. When you hit 80% of your capacity, you have to be designing the next phase. And when you hit 90%, you have to have shovels in the ground. So, and as I'm sure the mayor can attest, those are painful meetings with the state. So you probably want to know when we're getting to those numbers. We also include in here any SCADA work that we have done. We have made some changes to the plant's SCADA this year to allow us to run our sludge press in an unmanned fashion. So it's allowed us to do longer runs on our sludge press. We did some changes to our primary clarifiers, again, to allow us to not have to have somebody stay over and monitor the operation if we have to do extended sludge pumping to the anaerobic digester. And there are some other things that we would like to do in the system that those funds are generally spent for. Any questions on professional fees? I know I threw a lot out on the table there. Okay. Permit fees, this year, we will have to do our permit renewal application, and there will be additional fees attached to that permit renewal. This is an every 5-year event, so in addition to our standard 17.5, there will be other costs that we will incur this year. All right. Engineering fees, we did add a little bit here just for some assistance when we send in that application for the permit renewal. I at least like to have somebody look over my numbers and make sure that everything's correct. If you can ask, I think Sadahi helped me mail out the sludge permit that we did, and it went in a box about this big, because they want 3 paper binders.
Yeah.
And they were, 3-inch binders that we sent out, so. Where am I at? Vehicle equipment maintenance, we did bump that up a little bit. We added the crane truck, and that's gonna require a little bit more maintenance for us. We need to get the hoist inspected, do a few other things with that. That crane truck, by the way, saved us probably about $10,000 this year with 2 lift stations. We had 2 pumps fail that we were able to pull ourselves, and we didn't have to spend $5,000 a piece to have somebody come in and get them. So again, that was a pretty nice savings for us. In building and grounds, we did go over this year, but that was because of one repair that we got nailed with very early on in the year, motor repair that was extremely expensive, about a $23,000 repair. About $15,000 of that was just to have them come and pull the motor. So we'll talk about that when we get to capitals, because we have a request in capitals. This year, we're adding our garage door openers. Well, let's just say several of them are failing. I'll just say it the nice way. The other problem is they do not work. Well, we don't have backup power at the wastewater plant, and ComEd has not, that switchgear has not exactly worked the way it's supposed to work. I'll just go with that. We've had them in here several times. We spent Easter Sunday, Matt and myself were here for about 6 hours waiting for the power to come back on with the entire plant down. And that's happened twice this year. So what we're proposing is to start replacing those garage door openers, one on the shop and one or two on the control building, so that we can put battery backups on the garage door openers. We had to literally disassemble the garage door opener, and then 3 of us had to take and push the door up with 2x4s to actually be able to get a generator out that day. So tower maintenance, the majority of this is our annual contract with McGuire. We're also requesting a generator for the 110 portion of well 10. Well 10, all of the comms for the entire city water and sewer system go through well 10. And if you have any familiarity with that area of town, we lose power out there, at the drop of a hat. So when we lose power, we cannot see anything in our system. So no lift stations, no wells. We're completely blind. Normally, the power failures last, 5-10 minutes. The problem is we've had, again, 2 this year where we've been out of power for 6 hours. And we really don't know what's happening in the system in that period of time. So that generator, we got a quote for that for right around $26,000. That would be a propane generator, as we'd have no natural gas out there at Milky Way Park. So it'll be a small generator just for the 110. It will not run the pump. I want to be really clear on that. it will, I don't have a $500,000 floating around.
That pump's not running on 110.
No, it is not with the amount of head it's got to push against.
This is purely for monitoring.
This is purely for communications, nothing else. The rest of that building would be dead in an extended power failure. So I don't have a generator big enough to even hook up to run that pump, so.
Yeah. Future.
Like I said, that's an expensive, plus that's pretty valuable land, so I'm not quite sure how we're gonna do that when we do go to that point. Because it's a pretty good sized generator that would have to go in there, so.
We gotta get our drainage study first, and then we'll figure it out.
What's that?
We gotta get our drainage study first, and then we'll figure out where that's gonna go.
Yeah, gotcha. The other generator is, they've done most of the electrical work up at 9. We're just waiting on the generator at this point. So, well 9 at least will have a generator on it. It's not perfect because of the way the system is set up. 10 and 9, we can run one without the other, but it's not perfect. You lose pressure around town in certain areas when we can't run both of those wells. So, but we'll make that work when we take the pump out this year anyways. And then we included about 21,000 for just miscellaneous repairs. Lift station maintenance, we've just traditionally maintained about $75,000. I'll give you, when we did a repair on one large pump at Northfield this year, it was $15,000. So it doesn't take long to rip through 75,000 if we have a bad year. One or two large pumps, a big panel, those are all expenses that we could incur. Doesn't mean we will, it's just a safety net. As far as equipment maintenance, we are pushing well 10's pump inspection to next year from this year. Reason that we did that was we had well 6 down for an extended period of time when we did the work there this year, and we had well 9 down earlier for the tank painting. So I wasn't comfortable trying to jam this in at this point, so we asked to push that off. We're also pushing the south primary, I'm going to call it inspection and chain replacement into next year, as we're still fighting to get parts for the north primary. That check's been written for about a year, so it's just parts. The 2 clarifiers were built sometime in the 1960s, and parts are having to be manufactured. And they get one, they think it's right, they go down, well, it's not right, now they gotta go back, and that's the game we've been playing on that. Our effluent samplers, those are required by the state that we have 2. The age on those is really old. We tried to get parts for one this year and had to buy a really cheap sampler to put in. So we need to replace both of those so that we can maintain compliance. Depending on how that works, I may have enough to purchase a portable sampler, which is something that we feel that we need. We've got some issues that occur sporadically throughout the year where we're pretty sure there's a facility in town that's causing us problems, and we need to do some monitoring so that we can actually prove that that's an issue. And then there's unforeseen maintenance costs, just general repairs of about $30,000. Our lab supply budget, we're going to keep that about the same. We've done some shopping this year and been able to do some reductions on those, but we tend to buy those in big bulk purchases of about $5,000 to $6,000 at a crack. Those reagents tend to expire, so we can't order too much, but we try to do as much as we can. Supplies and materials, we left at $3,000. Office supplies, operating expenses, 2,000. Dues and subscription, we're dropping to about $4,000. We have a group subscription to the Illinois Rural Water Association. We looked into doing group for the Water Environment Federation, that's the wastewater. It ends up being cheaper if the guys want it to do it individually. The group was like $4,000 and it's like for $200 a piece. We can go do it ourselves, so it really doesn't make a ton of sense. Telephone and cell phone, we're asking to add 2 iPads to the group. Idea behind that is so that our on-call operator can pull up the SCADA from his home. A lot of times we'll have an alarm that, quite frankly, there's nothing that one person is going to be able to fix, and we're going to end up dealing with it in the morning. Storm events, I know this will sound a little crazy, but if you get a high flow alarm and it's just raining buckets out, basically all you can do is go check the SCADA and all the pumps are running. There's really very little that an operator can do other than go back to bed. I mean,
You can't turn the rain off.
no, you can't. And so that's really the purpose for that, is so that they can remote monitor. Also, it's easier for an operator who's doing work on a well to be able to actually have a screen with him so that he can see the corrections he's made and not have to have either me or somebody else standing back at the computer at the plant. So it's really an efficiency thing for us. So that's our request there. Electricity, we actually did pretty well on electricity this year. Part of that, I think, was the switch to Dinergy. We did make some changes to the plant operation early in the year. We're not running 2 blowers on our digester, so we've cut about 50% there. But power rates are what they are, unfortunately. On the next page, we have the fuel. Again, we're not doing too bad, but we still have a couple months of winter left, so we'll probably be pretty close on that one. As far as gas, oil, and grease, we're going to be right on 20,000. We might be a little bit over that, so we did bump that up slightly. The price of grease every time I order seems to go up. And the drives that we have use a lot of oil. So we do have to make sure we maintain those. Chemicals, I'm just anticipating about a 15% increase. I just approved another $2,000 and we just placed an order which will probably be about $8,000 or $9,000 for all of our spring disinfection chemicals for the wastewater plant. We've got at least 2 more shipments of polymer, which is about another $10,000. We did cut the cost on our polymer this year. We forced our supplier to do a bench study, and we were able to switch from a polymer that was costing us about $9,000 a month, and it's costing us now about $5,000. I have another vendor coming in this week. We're going to try doing it again, see if we can cut it some more. Unfortunately, you just have to keep the vendors honest, but these are all commodities, so especially polymer, a lot of the components to make polymer come from China, so the price is just, it's not anything that we can do a whole lot about. But we do try everything we can to keep those costs down. Miscellaneous, $3,000. And then new equipment, we had the cost of the 2 iPads, tools for the crane truck, and then we need to replace our inventory of electric drills is looking pretty bad. So we're asking, we replace a few of those this year. that is what I have. Unless you want to do the capital right now, or are we going to go to Rob's? You're going to eat? What?
Gonna have food. Okay.
Any questions?
No, that's very, very good. Thank you. Very
Okay.
clear. Yes, let's take a lunch break. How long of a break do folks want?
Whatever it takes.
We're a little behind,
Yep,
so,
half hour?
We have 45 before?
Well, there was half an hour budgeted on the.
Yeah, so we
agenda.
still have to do Rob's and sewer water capital improvement, which we're gonna try to do before lunch. So whatever you guys wanna do, I'm here for the duration, so.
Oh, my.
If they're
15
good.
minutes,
And then eat,
and then, yeah,
Okay.
and then we can,
eat through
yeah,
lunch?
eat
Or eat
as
through
we,
while we're working?
yeah,
Okay.
as we finish.
Yes,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, okay,
lunch.
15 minutes, back at 12:20.
Comfortable chairs. Well, you guys do. Yeah, those ain't that comfortable.
No.
I've sat there.
Just got new chairs. Luxury chairs. I threw my lazy boy out. I wish I didn't do that. It's not the same. Butt groove, everything going on.
Oh, yeah. Got that, yeah.
Chair was like 9 years old, so I needed to go.
also,
What kind?
Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, oh, yeah. Well, I had found this really good beer. I don't know if they have it, Rocky.
They'd be happy to do.
Not, I don't want to say citrus, but it's not a dark either, so it's like. Rarely ever, rarely ever. Yeah. Yeah. I just like the mix, Mike. Yeah. Great. What are you doing this, Joe? Oh, she's doing it. We want to do each other. And then, what kind of dress? I pulled some out.
Same thing, I'll bring up some.
Go with the. I had somewhere real expected, so I think. This is about to use.
We're not the police department.
And I said, figure for like 15, 16, because there was a few more people. Your eyes can
Just take the leftovers down to the garage, they'll take care of
You're
it.
in business in town. so-
I know there won't be a crowd about it.
There's more pop in the fridge too.
Yeah, I grabbed one already.
Did you get one? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think, Laura. How many watchers were there, Mayor? How many views?
31 total?
31?
I mean, people might be using us just to sleep in the morning.
You know what I haven't done?
4 concurrent. Yeah.
Laura, Charlie, Jay Schultz, and.
Oh. Might be a good idea, huh?
We'd have to be one of them.
What are you trying to say, Scott?
My Tuesdays are filled, unless it's one of those months that has 5 Tuesdays. That's the one time I have a break.
We've never had two. Usually bigger cities do that.
Still?
They have two man, or 2 units and 1 unit.
Yeah, oh, okay.
It's always easy to do. It's hard.
I realized about halfway through this so far that everyone sitting up here has glasses. All of us sitting up here today have glasses.
Old age.
Yeah.
I'm not that old, thank you.
And when I was young age.
I did too, but then I got,
Since I was 13.
Not
I
quite
got-
as thick.
I got LASIK, so that was fine, but
Oh, really?
I have to have reading glasses. It doesn't fix that. So as you get older, you still are subjected to having to have glasses.
If I'm not mistaken, all don't wear glasses.
Might work where we get on like a call. There's like maybe 2 people now that don't have them. I used to make fun of the one guy who was the only one for the longest time.
Your mom doing?
My mom,
Yeah.
she's 89.
Well, you know, she was having some issues.
She was, yeah, like a year ago, and, yeah, Yeah, she had, last year, she had her shoulder replaced. Where they put it backwards, right? I mean, that's how they do it now. The ball and socket thing is reversed when they replace it.
Really?
Yeah, and don't ask me to explain why, but they found that it heals better and it works better, which makes absolutely no sense, since evolution presumably, gave us how it is now, right? How we're born with it, but, yeah, no, but once she got recovered from that, then she had, carpal tunnel surgery on her right hand, and, yeah, she's been fine.
Bionic woman.
Yeah, she is. She is 89. And we were like, and we're like, and she was 88, and we're asking the surgeon who's recommending, Dr. Patel, who's recommending doing her shoulder, and we're like, she's 88. And he's like, oh, yeah.
Ready for spring training.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, no, we've had really good success, as long as she had to pass a stress test. And it was what do they call it, chemical stress test rather than the physical one, just to make sure that her heart was, and she passed. So,
They just inject something to get her really.
yeah, and she did fine. So, yeah, we call her the Iron Maiden, because she's just like unbreakable.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks for asking.
Why do you think you got pinged with it this year?
I stayed for lunches. Didn't I do it last year?
Oh!
Oops. Really bad. No, we haven't seen this one. They only do this for the month of March.
You know how you know if someone's a millennial if they
John, when you open your pool this year?
When does Maureen open her pool? I would guess, because she's having knee replacement at the end of the month. So I would guess. I would guess by Memorial Day, but probably not much before.
Who's having you surgery?
My wife.
Oh, me?
Who's gonna walk the dog?
We're trading surgery. Who's gonna walk the dog? I guess me. But we only got the one now.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier. But yeah, I guess it'll be me. Or nobody. We do have a fence in the backyard.
Right.
But no, she likes to walk.
The garden club gardens.
I guess that'll be me. On a garden, I guess that'll be me.
Do you have a pool service, or do you take care of yourself?
We take care of ourselves. We do have a guy who, if something gets out of, if it gets to the point where I can't see the bottom, then I'll call a guy to fix the chemicals, because for me, it's like throwing darts. Oh, I need another clarifier. Okay, that didn't work. Let me shock the shit out. Nope, that didn't work. What do I do? Last scenario, last case is drain it and fill it up again. It's like unplugging.
Yeah, turn it off,
Reboot.
I can't do that for my pool.
But, it's nice to have that ditch right out back.
Yeah, imagine.
Pump it right out there. But no, we typically we get it. I mean, we haven't had to go to that extreme yet. It's always, that's the nuclear option, I guess. But,
Now, do you both have, are they in-ground or above-ground? In-ground pool. Yours is an in-ground pool.
Yours is good night though, isn't it?
what's that?
Yours is good night pool? Concrete?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Where you,
It's got a liner.
oh, you're a liner, okay.
It's a liner with, poolcrete bottom.
Concrete?
And, aluminum sides.
Aluminum side, okay.
Yeah.
Ours is fiberglass, so you can't empty a fiberglass.
Yeah, it'll.
Pop out
Yeah.
of the water, out of the ground.
Well, ours, in fact, I wouldn't doubt. Well, in the spring, after we get a lot of rain, before we can open it up, the bottom will start floating. And, because you know it, because when you do open it up, a bunch of creases in the.
Yeah,
in the bottom.
right.
Talking about pools, and I'm like, I don't have the space in my yard for anything.
Do you have to replace the liner? Or have you had?
Yeah, we've had it since, 2008, I want to say. I think we're on our,
Mostly because my wife wanted.
we're on our
Yeah.
third, but we should only be on our second because the original install, he didn't cut it.
Yeah.
And so
Down there, pool?
here, just like the pool, the city pool, we were leaking water. And I was like, oh geez, we're down 2 inches in it. What the hell, Oh, evaporation's a tenth. Okay, well, there's a tenth. We're still down 1 to 7/8. So, and there, once the line is cut wrong, it's cut wrong.
No, it's like the same thing. Like my brother has one he wants us to go out to, and I'm like,
That's
don't
why
trust him to
we
maintain
opted
it.
for fiberglass.
I'd rather go to,
I
like,
just
a city
didn't want to
pool
have
where
to
I know
deal
the
with
chemicals are
having
right.
to replace liners.
but like,
I mean,
I've done
often,
that before when I was a
every
kid, go to like
5,
my
7
uncles, and it's like the amount of like things you're having to fish out of the pool all the time, and it's like just not worth it.
So, but,
No, my
there's
wife
trade-offs
used to
for
get
everything,
chickens, and,
right?
like,
So
We physically can't
fiberglass
fit
shell's
a
a lot
coop in
more
our
expensive
yard
than
and
a
meet all the
liner.
requirements of everything.
But I don't have that ongoing maintenance cost in the future.
I think she was trying to get me to get us to allow
And
ducks in
we
town
wanted
too.
that
I was still on
versus
this like zone. I'm like, no.
or shotcrete, whatever they call it, good night. Because it's
I'm down
better
there
on
at
the
the,
toes than
between the Mary Park and the fire station. So, like,
it's
we're not,
just
like-
more comfortable.
I have half a lot. Like
the
the
fiberglass.
backside of my kitchen is 3 feet from the property line.
It's delightful.
So it's like,
if
we're not doing anything. The only reason I still have a grill is I use it in the wintertime to keep my dogs from going in the backyard.
I'm not really on the bottom too often.
My kids are.
Yeah, I guess.
You would think, all the pool experts say, oh, no, you don't want deep end, kids will. That's the only area they play in, is the deep end. They don't really play in the shallow end.
No. Well, the shallow one's too shallow. It's literally like 3 feet deep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for little kids. So, yeah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Just take a box.
Yeah, there you go.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna do pizzas, and how many should we get? Somebody said like some low number, like 5. And I'm like, I can eat a whole pizza myself when nobody's looking.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, when nobody's looking.
She does have somebody open it and close it. We don't do that.
Oh, I've been doing it just because it saves money.
Well,
The opening is easy, it's closing when it's really, really cold, that kind of sucks.
yeah. Well, the original deal with the pool was that she was working on how to do it, the other do it. And it's just not worth it. It's not worth it.
So if you have to leave the water in, right? What do you do to close it?
You have to lower the water below the returns, which sends the water back to the pool from the pump.
Okay,
Blow out all the water out of all that piping, so it doesn't freeze and crack.
okay.
And I've had this same number for, I don't know how many years now.
Those are the main things. There are other smaller steps that
Yeah.
can be done, but that's generally, the big thing is to remove all the water out of the plumb.
You plug those up then.
Yeah, I plug them. Now, the only exception to that is the main drain, which is all the way above the deep end. But because it's so deep, you do a vacuum lock on it. So you blow as much as you can get out, and then you close the valve and it vacuum locks it, so the water doesn't come back in the pipe. But, ideally, hopefully your valve doesn't lock. I've got a double valve to ensure that I keep that vacuum lock. And then in my return lines, I do pour in like RV antifreeze just as an added precaution. And inside the skimmers, because it's all plastic, it'd be really easy for that to crack and break, and then it's very expensive to replace all that, so.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if we get a lot of water, after you close it before you open it, the water can go up over the returns again.
Yeah. Well, we have a auto cover that keeps the water from going in and prevents sunlight to get to the water, which keeps it from turning green.
Nice.
And then I put a sump pump on top of that to keep the water off of the cover. So,
Our cover isn't, our cover lets snow and water, it's just a mesh.
yeah, no, ours is like, it's a safety cover, so it can be winter and safety. So you can literally walk across it and not fall in. But it's really, really pricey. But for us, the security of, no one's using the pool, we close that, it's locked, you can't open it, you have to have a code.
Like 35 already.
Yeah. And that helps too with chemicals because it reduces sunlight hitting the water, so I'm not using chlorine. So it's a huge upfront cost to get that installed, but the long run benefits are.
That's what it was.
Do we have a guy from the service come to clean it?
All that did was
every year?
The cover and all?
And they sold.
No, I just take power wash to do it.
I haven't had one in a while.
Or you have to service that too.
Yeah, well, I got kids who love to do power washing.
No, wrong number. And
No, I agree.
it was quite a while before I finally
Once again, it's not worth the discussion.
Yes.
loan debt, basically.
So are we about ready
Yeah.
to get going? Okay. I think we're up to the sewer water maintenance part of the budget. That's Rob.
Exciting. Everybody, yeah. All right, so for the utility maintenance, you have the salaries, so this covers the portion of the salaries that aren't covered by general fund, because we do maintenance on the utility fund things. Clerical salaries, so this is for the water billing clerk and portions, or just all water billing clerk, okay? Overtime, double time, again, this is one of the numbers we have to throw in there. Generally, I try to be as fiscally responsible with this stuff as possible, but you never know what's gonna happen in the middle of the night. Health insurance, that's a Deb one. Uniforms, same thing, we did increase this a little bit for potential new hires and the uniform company, or uniform contracts. We are still under contract, I think we still have another year, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Utility tax, that's the tax for the, whatchamacallit, water bills. Rent payment, that's the one that was eliminated a few years ago. Vehicle and equipment maintenance, we do have some expensive pieces of equipment, including the most expensive piece of equipment we have in the city. So that's for the VACON. A couple parts for that can be $5 or $6 or $7 grand, or if the blower goes out again, 50. Storm sewer maintenance, so this is a line item that covers all the storm sewer maintenance items for structures, lids, frames, stone, anything that might go into that. We're a little bit light on these first two just because last year we did so many locates for surf. And there were times last year where I had every single staff member on locates. Typically in a year we will do about 800 utility locates. Last year we did about 4,000 if I remember correctly. So it is tapering off, but now instead of doing bulk area locates for entire streets, now we're doing a bunch of services. So it's still there, but hopefully that'll stabilize and we'll get there. But this means that, I have a couple orders in for maintenance stuff, so next year we can hit the ground running. We have everything we need. So storm sewer maintenance, 37.5, same with sanitary sewer maintenance, so same thing as storm, but if it has sanitary sewer in it. Water main maintenance, this is for main break clamps, any sort of labor that goes along with that when it comes to if we have to outsource anything. We did have that big repair that was done over on McKinley and Grant this year. We did end up taking that out of a different line. I'm going to talk to you about that. Supplies and materials, this is a lot of the stuff, so like this is marking paint. Marking paint, so you can see like right here, we're at 5,000 because we had to go and we bought more marking paint and, I think Surf gave us a case of marking paint and I think we've probably bought 30 cases of marking paint. So, but, a little bit helps. Postage, this is related to mailing out our office and operating expenses. This is the paper for water bills and ink, things like that. Postage is mailing out the water bills. All right. Cell phone, telephone utilities, same thing. Was the decrease because we were doing something different? I can't remember.
Yes, no.
Okay.
I had it higher last year.
Okay. Gas, oil, grease, 22,000. Gonna try. So what happens between the general fund and the utility fund, especially when it comes to public works stuff, is for the first part of the year, we're taking out of the general fund, and for the second part of the year, or when we hit the budgeted amount out of the general fund, then we transfer over to the utility fund, and then that's why this one's only at 6,000, because we've been spending out of the general fund until we sort of ran out. It's really difficult to determine without filling up after each job we do what goes where, so that's the best way to do it, because otherwise we'd be punching in on the utility job, punching out on this one, punching in on the general fund job, punching out on that one, so. Miscellaneous, this is sort of the same deal, so this is a lot of the small fees, unexpected encumbrances, if we need a special tool or something to get through, or like in this case, this is where I take out like a Julie subscription for our locating fees, where, we have to pay a certain percent, or we have to pay a certain amount per locate, and that's where this comes out of. New equipment and infrastructure, so this is where water meters, transmitters, GIS updating, flow monitoring, manhole inspections, water meter installs and repairs. So this is, we'll go through this. New replacement water meters. Water meters are roughly about $175. This is for any new improvement or new construction, or if somebody has one that freezes or we have to replace one. We do have some that just need it every once in a while. MXUs are the transmitters. These are rising in cost a little bit. Years previous, I think that number was a little bit lower, but we're trying to do at least 100 a year. We have roughly 2,900 service addresses in the city of Harvard. Once we get all the transmitters replaced to the MXUs rather than the legacy units, we'll be able to do antenna reads, where if we had an antenna on the water tower, we could hit everything. However, I think at this point, I looked at the math the other day, in order to do the rest of the transmitters, it would be about $300,000, because we still have roughly 2,000 legacy units out there. So anytime we go for a leak check, high water bill, lead service line inventory, I always look at the transmitter and tell the guys, if it, this one's old, replace it. If it's a radio read, it gets replaced with a smart point. GIS updating, so this is something that was put forth as part of our inflow and infiltration study. So right now we're doing the flow monitoring. We got good data on the flow monitoring, and I'll try to explain this to the best as I can. The data that we have basins, so think of it like puddles. So each sanitary basin in the city is a different puddle. And what's happening is we can monitor the puddles during rainfall events, and we're going, oh, puddle A is experiencing a lot more water flow than puddle B. But then when it starts raining hard, puddle A overspills into puddle B, so then now we don't know accurately what's happening. So sort of the GIS updating is confirming, we need to clean up the data, clean up the sewer lines, the routes, everything like that. So the data that we are collecting is something that we can more reliably trust. So right now, all the flow monitoring data is great, but it's kind of gray in areas where they call it a peaking factor, where the peaking factor goes crazy on a structure or on a basin that normally has nothing, and that's because it's overflowing. So that is the computer-based or the GIS portion of that. The flow monitoring, that's just another year of putting the flow monitors in the system, the antennas, have everything report, so that way we started really close to the plant this past year. Now we're going to be going a little bit further into the distribution system, going, all right, well, we have these basins that are showing trouble. Which part of these basins is bad? The next part is the manhole inspection. So manhole inspections is the physical aspect of confirming the catch basin or the sanitary basin. So it's, in this area, this is what the map says. What does it physically look like? What's the elevation? How many pipes are in there? Is there a separation? And that's the in the field portion from the contractor. So that goes, the manhole inspections, the GIS updating go hand in hand in order to make the best out of the data for the flow monitoring.
So Rob, do we have some sort of map of the whole system?
Yes.
And shows how it's interconnected?
Yeah, so if we were to bring up the GIS map, you can see each one of these basins.
Okay.
The question is where are they connected? Because you have if you think of it like a storm sewer or a sanitary sewer on the top of a hill, and maybe it's got a pipe going each way out.
Right.
Because it's like the high point in between two basins.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is one's cresting and going into the other one.
Is actually, okay.
So, this part of this would be identifying, like, in this area, we should, build a dividing wall so that way we can determine this is from this basin, not this one.
Okay.
And this will really help us. So as we're doing this and as we go on, we'll figure out, is it infiltration? Is it inflow? Is it coming in through the sanitary system on the pipes underground, or is it gutters?
Okay.
A lot of the older neighborhoods in previous communities where they've smoke tested, and in an older neighborhood, all the gutters start smoking because they're tied into the sanitary system.
Yeah.
Or people's sump pumps, they
yeah.
get a bunch of smoke in their basement because of that.
Yeah, well, actually, you can just sort of drive down the streets and you can look and you can see where people have actually chipped out in the curb, and there's a pipe actually just literally coming out into the road.
Mhm.
That is a sump.
Yeah, and realistically speaking, and Deb brings up a good point, is there are certain areas in the city where that's happening and it's ruining the road.
Yeah.
O'Brien is a good one where it's affected the sub base so badly that it's that edge of the road, that because O'Brien's not that old, it was buckling, so all that stuff has to be moved into the yard. But that's for a different.
West Roosevelt, where the cul-de-sac is, where my mom lives. Yeah, there's a house there, and it's literally running water all the time, coming right out of the curb.
Mhm.
Yeah, all year long.
Yeah.
And there's a problem on that road. What's that? Did we?
So, next is the water meter installs and repairs. So the water meter installs and repairs is for stuff that we can't do in-house. So this would be like a commercial building where if we came in and had to replace a water meter and, it requires a significant amount of plumbing or some rework, that's there for that that basket. Principal payments, this is more of a Deb thing. Any questions on any of those? All right. On the principal payments is the debt payments that we have to make. So this is the IEPA loan, the balloon loan, and the bond. And the notes, you can see Deb's got a couple getting paid off.
Thank you. So the IEPA loan, principal and interest, of course, is our new plant loan. That's not coming due until 2040, so we have quite a bit of time left to pay on that. And that is what we're collecting that current infrastructure fee for. I just want to note for the record that expansion was Phase 1A. So it got us somewhere, but it's Phase 1A, right, Mike? The wastewater expansion loan, that is the land expansion loan. That is the loan for the land that we purchased to put the new Phase 1A plant in.
Was that the car dealer land?
No, that was yes, that was the car dealer land. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
So that loan is going to balloon in March of 2027. I would like to pay it off. We have the option of either paying it off or refinancing it. We have the funds to pay it off. I would like to do so. I think that's the most responsible thing to do as long as we have the money to do it. We also have the 2016 A bond, which was for well 10 repairs that we made. That is going to be paid off in the spring as well. I'm sorry, in fiscal 26-27 as well.
So after that, what would our loan balance be between all the loans? That
Just the wastewater, or just the IEPA loan?
How much would be left over on that?
20 million?
About 20 million.
Okay, that's not anytime soon then.
Yeah, we won't be paying that one off anytime soon. That being said, everything that you see in both Mike's budget as well as Rob's budget, you'll notice is in red, because they're all either operating costs or necessary maintenance costs, or money we should be spending. And when I say we should be spending, because it's money we're collecting on the water bills, right? We are collecting an increase of 6% every year. We are collecting a maintenance fee every year, and we are collecting an infrastructure fee every year. And we need to be spending this money on these projects that are necessary to upgrade the plant, continue to maintain the plant, and do these things that are necessary to keep the plant going. So if you look at the bottom line here, where we've balanced it out, you'll see the difference between this year and last year is 6.6%. That leaves us a balanced budget with what I predict we're going to bring in versus what we have expensed. Thank you to the two gentlemen sitting to my left. They did an outstanding job with taking those funds and allocating it with those necessary operating and maintenance expenditures this year.
It's great. I love paying off
Yes,
loans.
I love that too.
Yeah. Because
It will save
the
us.
alternative would have been to refinance.
To refinance,
Yeah.
which at one point when we first took that loan out, and I remember talking with Dave about it,
Yeah.
we, at the time and where we were at, particularly since we hadn't finished the loan, the expansion, the phase one upgrades, and looking at that $22 million IEPA loan, we thought we were going to have to refinance it. So
Yeah.
to be in a position when he left, he says, remember, you're going to have to, figure out how to pay for that. To be here now and go, ooh, hey, we don't have to refinance. We can actually, it's ballooned and we can actually pay it off
Pay
is a
it
really
off.
good feeling. So,
Yeah, that is.
yeah.
That's excellent. Any questions? Rob, comments, feedback? Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Yay.
All right, so parks and pool. This is the first year, this is gonna look a little different. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I skipped
Capital improvement.
sewer water capital improvement because this is the first year we are going to put this in the budget so we can track it a little bit closer and so that we can get these projects done, right? The little bit of history on this account, it has a significant balance, and the reason it does is because when we did the plant expansion, we pre-funded a lot of the engineering and the work out there and then got the grant reimbursement later. Some of that grant reimbursement money went here. And then we've also had some significant building done. And if you remember when I talked earlier about revenue, a lot of those tap-on tie-in fees that we collect when we do new construction, instead of putting it in the sewer water cash account, which is the account we just talked about, I put them in this account as a capital improvement savings account. So that's where this balance comes from. And you can see under the revenue, the first line item there is 25,000. That's what I think we're going to get with new construction this year, and I'd like to allocate some of it here for these capital improvement projects.
So that's where it was lower
Yes,
in the
exactly.
income, or-
Yep.
Okay, and so then that's
And,
why-
excuse me, and then with the balance of what is in the account, I have 60,000 in interest. It will probably be more, but I have it there to be conservative. And then I've used some cash on hand from that balance that you see above to do the capital improvement projects that are listed below, and I will pass this back to the left, and they can explain those to you.
So first thing, or the one thing that's related to me on this one is the Forest Downs looping. This is related to looping for the Oak Grove Crossing subdivision. We still have to find a landowner that's willing to work with us. So once that's done, obviously, Deb and I talked about it. To extend the water main and to do that much, there's going to be an EPA process and permitting that goes with that and engineering. So, the chances of this actually happening all in 1 year, limited, but we need to have something there in case it get kicked off to start expending some of that money and get the plan. Because the longer it takes, to start, the longer it's going to take to finish. So that's what's that related to.
So I'm recommending that we do a update to our hydraulic model for the water system, as well as to just essentially do a master plan for the water system. As part of the wastewater plant expansion, the city had to do a wastewater master plan, but that master plan was done just for the wastewater side of the system. Generally, those are updated every 10 years. We've never done one on the water system. We've done a hydraulic model, which essentially shows us where our pressures are throughout the system. That's a great tool, but if you start to have, say, a large apartment come in, that's going to affect your pressure throughout the town. If you have a large manufacturer come in, that can affect the water system throughout the town. As I said earlier, well 10 and well 9 kind of have a separate zone that they handle. So hydraulically, if we start to make, all of a sudden we get a big subdivision to the north, well, we kind of need to know what's that impact? Do we need to drill another well? Do we need to look at more water storage? And those are all questions that a good master plan would answer, so that you have a tool when a developer comes in that you can look at and go, okay, well, if you want to go out there, that's great, but you're going to have to put a water tower up. So that's really one of the issues. The second issue is just getting an idea of, you have some sections of town that have some very old 4-inch water main. And that water main was put in back in the 1940s and early 50s. You're reaching the end of your useful life. So it would behoove us to go through and have that looked at and determine, Do we have 10 years left? Do we have 20 years left? Do we have 50? What can we do? Lining projects? Can we go in and maybe ice pig an area and clean it out? All of that we really need that as a tool going forward. That way we're not kind of shooting
Well, is that
jump.
something that can then be coordinated with the road program?
It should be.
Okay,
Yeah, it really should be.
okay. I mean, because we're going to be having some significant
Yes.
road work done, and probably,
And you really don't
some of
want to,
it's in those areas.
and you
like-
really don't want to have to rip out a water main after
Right.
you've redone a road.
Yep.
Like Lincoln.
That's
might-
really exciting in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
We do have, through CBEL, we did apply for an IEPA
Yeah.
grant for replacing some of the water main in areas, really we're focusing on the trouble areas like Garfield, that sort of upper area, but
Yeah.
we do have stuff in process to kind of go in concert with this.
But, yeah, because I'm thinking, like, just knowing that we're going to be redoing Lincoln, and that's an older part of town,
Mhm.
and there's probably,
And the main may be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But, you need to do some pressure analysis, go through,
yeah.
look at those areas and
Yeah.
determine, do we need to
and
do
make sure,
something here?
Yeah, because you look at, I mean,
And that may have impact on our capital improvement plan because we might identify things that we don't know today.
right, exactly.
And it's
Yeah.
also areas, do we need to look at a loan? Do we need to look at?
Right.
And again, just because it's old doesn't mean it has to be replaced.
right.
It just, if it's old and you've got 30 pounds of pressure going through that line, you probably need to start thinking about it. If
so
it's old
does-
and there's 60, you're
Yeah.
going, okay, I'm not doing too bad.
But does something like this help us get ahead of the water main breaks? By identifying the potential weak spots?
Yes and no. That's really more the hydraulic model piece, where they're actually looking at the pressures in
Okay.
those areas. I think some of the historical could probably give you an idea on the water mains.
Okay.
Where are the breaks at?
Yeah,
But again, that will all get put into a solid master plan. They will take all of that data, put it together.
okay.
That's why the cost is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not just, we're going to come in and do a quick 5-minute thing and charge you 150 grand. Well, it better not be. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Engineering firms don't like me, so I'm okay with that. Rob likes to be their friend, I don't.
And I will say,
John's over there cringing right
to,
now. Oh, crap.
to the credit of the staff and the people before myself is, we, in the city of Harvard, when we do have main breaks, we can get decent shutdowns. A lot of the valves work. We can isolate things, in a way that makes sense, not, with the exception of Oak Grove Crossing, we might be 20, 30 houses or, a limited area. So there's, the maintenance on that and the valves and things are really what make that easier. As far as hot spots, it would be, for us, it would be, Garfield. That's where we're always going. I can't remember I was just looking to see if I had history, like Lincoln Street. I don't know if I've, in my tenure, if we've had
Yeah, I
one.
don't remember Lincoln.
Yeah.
I know over at Grant, and, yeah, there was a big, yeah. And then, of course, Roosevelt this year.
Again, that's why I'm recommending that we look at a water master plan.
Yeah.
That'll probably take about 18 months. So it won't get done in one fiscal year, but you're probably looking at about an 18 months. The TWAS pumps, so in our oxidation ditch, the sludge that is transferred from the treatment process to the digestion process, we have 2 pumps. Those pumps are dedicated to one digester and one digester only. So if we lose one of those pumps, we're down. We lose half of our capacity. Those pumps have now been in service for 4 years. My experience with these is you're going to replace one every 4 or 5 years. So we're on the edge of probably saying, so what I would like to do is basically have one sitting in reserve at all times. And we pull the pump that breaks down, we send it out for repair. we put the new pump in service, we get the repaired pump back, and we always have a pump sitting on the shelf. That way, we're never in jeopardy of being down for an extended period of time. These pumps cost in the neighborhood of $22,000 to $23,000, and then there's freight on top of that. But they essentially come on a pallet. So it's literally drop-in arrangement. And
Question
then,
with that though, so I remember you showing me that. Is there any extra capital expense to making it so it's easier to replace because it wasn't set up well?
Yeah. I would love to move all the electrical panels on the wall where they should have been put in the first place, but I'd have to get some pricing on that, and that might be something I can do out of my regular budget over time. Relocate the meters. For some reason, so you walk into the building and all of the meters are right there in front of your face, and all of the conduit is coming up. And then they put the pump here, and then there's about this much space between the pump and the wall. So when we go to pull it, we're going to have to literally lift it up over the panels and bring it out. So it's not going to be a fun job. Relocating all that electric, the problem is they ran all the electric through the floor. So I would have to reroute the conduit back behind. I'd have to get some prices together to try that. This year I was more worried about getting the pumps.
Yeah.
Getting one on hand.
Yeah, we should talk to, our civil engineer about why they created it that way, so.
Yeah.
Jerry Roos and I have had a very long conversation about several things that were done. Yeah, to include the scaffolding that we just had to put up so that we can take one motor off. Motor failed, the one I showed you in the press room, that is like 25 feet in the air. And the motor's 125 pounds. So we have to figure out how to get it off, I think.
Off and down.
And I have a very nervous operator who's been complaining to me for about 3 weeks as to how we're going to get that motor off there. So yeah, there's a few things that Jerry and I've had conversations about. But it's in place, so we make the best of it.
Fair enough, thanks.
The last item is another design issue that, my understanding is this was in the original project, but it got pulled.
I think it got pulled because of funding.
Because of your funding. I'm bringing it back up. So we had to pull one motor last year, and the cost to pull the motor, so on our oxidation ditch, there are 4 gear drives and motors in the center of the ditch. Okay? Generally, you have to replace bearings on the oxidation ditch in a 5 to 6 year period. So we're on year 4, so we're coming up to year 5. In order to do that, you have to pull the gear drive and the motor. The motor itself is about 1,100 pounds. The gear drive is somewhere in the neck of the woods of 1,500 pounds. And so you have to remove the motor, pull it out, and then remove the gear drive. We had a motor go out last year. We had to do, that was the emergency repair we did last year. The cost to just pull the motor was $15,000. So understanding that we're going to have to replace bearings,
And we've got 4.
and we've got 4,
Yeah.
so that's $60,000 right there.
Yeah.
Any emergency repairs we have, well, that's another $15,000. For about $100,000, we can put in 4 hoists. I'm still kind of mixing and matching how I want to do this, but we would be looking at somewhere in the neck of 4 to 5 hoists that we could position to where we could pull each motor and each drive individually. We get it over to the side, excuse me, and then we would have another hoist where we could lift it off and drop it down into the back of one of our trucks, and then we can drive it to the motor shop, saving roughly $15,000 every time we do this. The actual repair on that motor was $7,000.
So if you get the rigging equipment is really what we're looking at.
Right.
You pay for that once, and now we've reduced our ongoing maintenance costs for the future.
Exactly.
because it-
Probably in about 3 years, probably in about 2 years, you've paid it off.
But what are the maintenance costs for the hoist equipment?
So the hoist is about 100,000.
I know, but.
Oh, for
so
the
ongoing-
maintenance, that's an annual inspection.
Okay.
They're a couple $100 a piece.
Okay, so they're not like the vac truck or something?
No.
Where we're gonna have some huge repair bill?
No.
Okay.
No, and these are hoists that I can generally buy for somewhere in the $15,000 to $20,000 range. And that way our people can pull these.
Yeah.
And when we do the bearings, I mean, it's basically, you have to pull everything off, set it down, lift the shaft up, take the bearing off, slide a new bearing on, and then in the middle of the shaft, because the shafts are coupled, those are fairly light. We can take a portable up there and pull those ourselves. It's just on the one end, and of course, it's in the middle, and it takes a 100-foot crane to pull this thing.
That's where the cost is you
Yeah.
have to bring in a crane to do this.
Yes, it's all crane costs.
So, and then you pay the crane operator, and,
Yeah.
there's,
Oh,
so
yeah.
if we have that hoist equipment as our own equipment, then there's an ROI period, but once
Yes.
that's paid off, then we don't pay any more for
Yeah.
future cranes.
And the maintenance on the bearings and the drives, I mean, that's just gonna be ongoing maintenance as time goes on. I mean, we've lived, 4 years of new equipment, but, it starts to age at about year 5. It's just like your car,
Well,
at a
it's
certain
working
point.
hard,
Yeah.
all day, every day.
They do. The 3 drives run 24 hours a day. So that's our other capital request.
Any questions, John, Jay?
No, I mean, thank you for the tour. I know everything you're talking about, so.
That's nice. It's always nice to picture it.
I mean, I had a captive audience.
Yeah, so.
You're all invited.
So we have this, fund that has $2,386,000 in it, right? And we need 525 this year. Why are we pulling 440 out of somewhere else when we have the 2.3?
We're not, we're
That's where
using,
it's coming from.
we're using it from the account above. So the way
Go
I
to the
have to do
bottom.
it is I have to offset it, and make it
Okay.
balance. So I
Thanks.
think what
That's
I'm
okay,
getting
I
in.
got it, I got
Okay. And just to make note on these asks, we're only asking for, we're only asking for 525,000, we're leaving 1.9 there. Obviously, unforeseen things could happen, and we have a tight cash account budget, right? We're down to the wire with that. We have some future projects that you'll see down, I don't know if I included that on your copies or not, but we can talk about those at a later date. I just have notes in here for myself. We have the lead line
Oh, the
replacement.
generator and,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they're listed
Dewar
here.
Dewey Kennedy.
those are part of the capital improvement plan projects. And then we have the lead line replacement, which we're hoping to get either 100% funded or at least principal forgiveness on that. We might have to come up with some money for that. And so we want to be conservative with this account as well, but yet, again, we want to give back some of these we want to get some of these projects done to get things done because we collect to do it, so.
The lead service, you should get 100%.
Yeah.
Should.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we qualify.
We qualify, yes.
I mean, Barrington got almost $4 million. And if Barrington got $4 million forgiven, then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we
should
should be
get
able
it.
to. The issue there is you want to use that funding as quickly as possible because I don't know when it's going to dry up.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the key right there, so. Okay, so everybody's good with this one?
Yes.
And so this you will see this year and moving forward unless down the road somebody changes it in the budget. And it will be a new fund created and the auditors will help me take care of that when the time comes. Because it's never been in the system before. Okay, we're going to parks next. So that should be, I will have everybody find the tab It's an orange tab, I think. Parks and Pool. Everybody got it?
Yep.
All right, we'll go over revenue. Property tax, that's what we levy. Building permits, that's our impact fees that we collect for the parks. I believe it's $405 per permit that's pulled.
Why is that so low for this compared to like last year's?
Because I don't know how many we're going to build. We probably will get more, but I don't want to, with this fund particularly, and the fact that we are so lean in what we have to work with, I don't want to overestimate. If we have more, great, but I don't want to go, I like to be conservative with that. Grants and civic projects, that's offset down below with some art and civic programs. And in expenses, you'll see that in a minute. We're hoping to be able to get some grant opportunities, and that's something that we can also work with our grant writer on. So we've put 5,000 in there, hoping that we can get that to do 5,000 worth of projects. Amusement tax is what we collect per our city code for mainly milk days. That's all it's been up to this point. Pool passes, season passes, and party rentals and concessions are all pool revenue generated line items. Pool passes, the daily passes are the passes we collect at the door each day. And the season passes are those that are obviously purchased up front. We've reduced that by 30% because we owe for some refunds for last year.
Okay.
And so we need to make good on that. And then party rentals, we've just estimated are going to be about the same. And we made concessions a little bit lower because we're going to redo the way we're doing some operations and concessions. And Joe can explain that when we talk about expenses for the pool. Donations, last year it was really high. I think there was an intent to go for donations from some businesses in town to fund some of our recreation. And that was
When it was shut down.
sponsorships, yes.
Yeah.
And that just fell by the wayside for reasons we all know. So this year we put 1,000, and we're usually pretty successful in getting some local businesses to donate a little bit for those kinds of things. Miscellaneous is the money we collect each month from the aggregate that we offset to the RecDex software. We should get that for another year. That was the incentive for the MC squared that the previous administrator did the last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
I think we're going into year 2 or 3. This will be year 2, so I think we'll have one more year on that.
Are you sure this is year 2?
Yeah, yes, because we had RecDex no, this is year 1.
This is year 3.
I feel
This
like
is
it's year
year-
3 because we started this under Stacy.
Yeah.
The first year she was here? She's
Yeah.
only been here 1 year. She was only here 1 year. So we're going into year 2
No,
with
I
this
think-
one.
Oh, I think she was here when we signed up for it, and it started
This
this
year,
past year.
yes.
Or this
So
current
I thought
fiscal year.
I thought it started when she was here.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, because we were on the parks.
We're talking about the MC squared agreement for the aggregate electrical contract, which gave us $10,000 a year for a 4-year period, right?
So I only budgeted this year for it, the current year we're in,
Yeah, so it must have been started this year.
unless we put it somewhere else the year before, but I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't
it goes
know.
back that far.
We'll have to go back and look.
Yeah.
Are we still using that software? Because
For now,
changed what we're doing
Well,
over there, right?
yes. And that, we'll get to that when we talk about
Deb, if you
that.
look at 23, 24 activity, I bet we got it then. Just look at how much.
That's the sale of the truck. And then I transferred it into the money market
Oh,
account.
the truck.
Thanks.
Sale of the truck. Yeah, hey,
Yeah,
I didn't
think we
mention
didn't
it this
start
time.
till the
Okay.
current
Yeah.
fiscal year. And I think that's right, because we signed the contract with MC Squared a year ago last fall, so that makes sense.
Okay.
Which came first, the contract or the rec desk?
The contract,
Contract.
because the contract paid for the rec desk.
Yeah.
So that's right, because it started, rec desk started fall '24.
We did pay for rec desk 1 year out of the general fund, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Transfer in is from the NISRA fund. We do that every year to pay for some costs through here for special recreation. We'll talk about that in a little while as well. Rental payments are for park rentals, and then park programs is revenue we expect to get from the programs we are still handling on the city side after the change in the partnership we're doing with the library. Any questions on revenue?
I think the biggest piece of that park program is basketball, isn't it?
Yes.
Biggest portion of it.
Is it all
Yes.
basketball?
It,
Pretty
it's
much?
not all basketball, but it's mostly basketball. Basketball was not budgeted for in revenue or expenses this year, so that's in there now.
Okay.
Trade.
I don't have any questions, but I have made this comment at a couple of city meetings, I think, and I think this is an appropriate time to make it again now, that Richmond, Illinois, through the tax on their dispensary, uses all of that funding for their parks.
Their use tax or their
No,
sales
from
tax?
their,
Their local.
Sales.
their local
Local-
cannabis tax.
Yes.
So we haven't really received, other than what the state allocates.
We have
but-
not received
Yes.
anything.
But once this new dispensary opens, it'll be up to city council to determine where they want that money allocated to. And the previous administrator had suggested a combination of parks and economic development. But no, I don't believe we codified anything, so it is clearly up to this panel and the ultimate city council to determine, once that funding is coming in, where to put it, so.
I just like to get it out there one more time as we look at the budget. And of course, I'll just add in that, it could be parks and art.
For the record.
Not necessarily
Parks.
all of it, but if we don't ask, we never receive.
True.
Noted.
Thank you.
Put it in the Joe bucket. I like it. Okay. Can we move to expenses? Okay. So salaries, about 25% of my salary is paid out of here, and then the parks leadman, as well as mowing, our summer seasonal for parks maintenance, not for pool, because pool is separate. Health insurance, that is in yellow if you haven't seen it up here, but that's pretty standard. Training and seminars, we don't have any expectation to do any trainings for parks. Professional services, this is specifically rec desk, $8,300 a year. Alderman Lavallee, you mentioned, are we still using that? We are still using rec desk for this year, particularly for memberships. That would be like pool season passes, our community gardens, those can be reserved through rec desk, some programs. It's kind of in this cost-benefit analysis stage right now. If we can find another technology that can do the resident, non-resident rates, track all that data, we can potentially use another software, but this would be for this year to try to figure that out, and then in the next season have an option.
I just remember that rec desk was a fairly robust
It is.
software program to handle a bunch of different activities, and if we're only, handling 3, maybe it doesn't make sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
is it something that, working with the library, that it would make sense for their programs?
Correct. Maybe
Yeah.
they could use rec desk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
very robust, as you say. It's also very expensive, and they raise their rates by about 5%. At least they did this past year. So, and then they added another fee for some upgrade or something. Can't
Yes.
remember what it was, but because we have the $10,000 funding source that was earmarked for that, we were talking about it amongst ourselves that we would keep it going at least for now until we saw what this new change looked like. And we might even stop using it mid-year or see if we can kind of allocate that towards the library since we are in a partnership with them and we have chosen to fund some of their things and maybe work it out that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, if
They
they,
could
if
utilize
they
it
pay
more.
part of the expense, then
Right.
it makes more
Right.
sense for us to keep it. Or-
Yeah, and if it makes their recreational programs easier for registration and that kind of thing, and they can use more of the features, then that might work too.
Right, and the new director might be up for it.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
also
absolutely.
part of that, yes. I should also mention, park shelters are reserved through that, so it offers a convenience where people can pay for all these things online without having to come in, whereas before they had to do all that paperwork in person, including the pool passes. So we'll figure it out. Maintenance, this is general park maintenance. We're decreasing it slightly because we didn't use all of the funds this past year, but keeping it relatively closely the same. Building grounds maintenance, oh, sorry.
I was
Sorry, Rob.
just preparing if there's a question.
We all worked on this together. Rob and I worked on this part. We all worked on the pool. We're figuring it out. Any questions on that part? Okay. Do you want to talk about the next one, Rob? No.
Oh.
Building grounds.
So buildings, grounds, general maintenance, that's just what goes into general stuff. You know, if there's graffiti, a fixture needs to be repaired, water heater goes out in one of the buildings. Also called out on here is redoing the gazebo, roof painting, redoing the roof and painting of the Country Brook gazebo, because that needs some attention.
General supplies and maintenance, keeping that the same this year. Electricity, utilities, for particularly, I'm not sure if this, yes. So the lights,
Moose. Mainly moose and lion.
Okay.
You'll have to repeat that because
oh, mainly Moose Field and Lions Park, the lighting and electricity going to those
And there's
Parks.
some lighting in Milky Way Park. too.
in Milky Way.
I'm sorry, yes, Milky Way.
Okay, let me rephrase. The lighting at the parks across the city. Miscellaneous, keeping that available for general, whatever we might need for the parks. Programs and events, we only had $5,420 budgeted this year, but we've spent more than that. We mentioned the basketball, that was not part of this. We are also budgeting for funding to go to the library to support joint programming there. And then, sorry, I was reading from the bottom up. And then some of our larger events, the Eggnog Jog, Harvardist Fest, or some sort of fall festival. And then our spring event, which is a joint 5K, 1K with the school district. We're having a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Lions Park Path. So basically our larger, moving from recreation that is going on all the time to these larger events and being able to fund that.
And do we have, I mean, is there any, like, income associated with the, like, the eggnog jog?
There is some. Basketball is pretty much net zero. I was keeping track of costs this year. I think our revenue is like $200 because we've really used what we've taken in. For the eggnog jog, again, it's we do have income, we do have revenue from it, but we're spending most of what we make from it, so it's not, there's no excess.
Right, but wouldn't you still show the income somewhere on the revenue side?
So right now, under park programs, you have the $7,000, which is pretty much offsetting the basketball.
Right.
We don't get a ton for the eggnog jog. Like, what do we get?
I think we had 35 runners who all spent $10 to $20.
Yeah, so it's not huge. So, depending on, that's such a minimal expense. We're pulling this out of like a property tax, part of our property
Right,
tax revenue.
right.
We're not allocating a specific park program revenue for this park program expense offset this year till we see what these look like. And these
Okay.
other programs.
Well, so where does that income get accounted for?
It goes-
Does that just go into your pocket, right?
We
I mean,
would go,
no.
we would receive it, if we get income that we haven't allocated for, it goes into miscellaneous. It'll go into the miscellaneous account.
Well, but
So you-
then it's the second to last line is park programs.
We can put it in park programs, but we don't have a solid, we don't know what we're gonna charge if we're gonna do, these are events
Okay.
we might do, right?
Okay.
These
Yeah,
aren't-
I think it would be good if those income did go into park programs, just so we have one place where we
So
Yeah,
can.
if
100
it's coming
bucks?
out of park programs, it goes
Yeah.
into park programs.
Yeah,
$100?
Yes.
Okay. We'll make it
yeah,
$100.
just, we should be tracking that over time, because if we're spending, okay, if we're doing $10,000 in expense for those events, yeah, at some point, it's like, okay,
They're not not
They
all.
don't-
no, they're not
revenue
revenue,
generating
exactly,
events,
exactly,
so-
but like the basketball is, it's
Yes.
revenue neutral,
Right.
and, yeah, and so thinking about how to,
Okay, so we think,
Yeah.
we'll predict 100 for eggnog jog and then offset it with 100?
Yeah.
I fixed it.
okay, thank you.
We mentioned the art civics program, so the revenue that we hope comes in for that is accounted for here. We are not renting the senior center this year. That's there for archive value, correct? And then new equipment, infrastructure. Rob, is that your world? That we made that lower?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm
It's-
sorry.
Yeah.
That's what's left over. So when we got all done, we had $39.50 left over with what Trevor told me at the time, I don't know how involved you were at the time, what Joe thinks we're going to do. When we got to the bottom line, we had $3,950 in revenue over expenses, so it goes to new equipment. It was a little bit higher than that. He doesn't really need any new equipment that he could think of. His mowers are updated, his weed whippers, all of those little things, according to him, were updated. So basically, I put the overage in new equipment in case he needed anything. I think it was originally $5,000, and then a few expenses came in last minute, and I've just reduced it from there. So that's just a new equipment line item, and if there's any changes, we can move some things around. That being said, there is a new director coming in, a new leadman coming in. So there's a possibility that maybe that new equipment will be needed for something, so that's why I left it there. So basically, my whole point to that is, there's no specific new equipment named for that line item.
Now, you're talking the maintenance equipment, or you're talking parts equipment?
Park maintenance,
Things like,
park maintenance, like weed whippers, mowers, that type of thing, usually we would put that in that line item. The mayor looked at me confused, so I know I wasn't making sense.
one thing, like, we've talked about a blade sharpener, I think,
Usually he
recently,
can
like
figure out what I'm
smaller,
talking about.
smaller things.
Well, recognize that we have park expenses and pool expenses, and this is for parks, right?
No, I understand
Yeah,
that. I guess where I was going was, we had talked, multiple times, at least when I was in the Parks Board, about literally playground equipment.
Right.
And,
Money market account, capital improvement account.
Yeah, different pool money.
well, we're on parks.
Yes, but we're not done yet.
There's a third page.
Any other questions on parks expenses that we can answer?
I have a question, and it
Sure.
goes right to the equipment. So I guess I'm just confused so we have city maintenance and we have park maintenance. Is that how this works? Doesn't the city maintain the parks and therefore the,
Need to explain restricted accounts.
So the park fund itself, which is Fund 04, is a restricted account.
okay,
The general fund is not restricted. It can be used for anything,
Right.
right? So when we have these line items within the parks fund, we have to use it towards things just for the parks.
Okay.
So park maintenance, like the maintenance line item, those are all things that they use to maintain the park. For example, fertilizer, bug killer, or insect killer, insecticide. Mulch, yes, anything that you would think of that would maintain, right?
Okay.
And it's kind of a broadly named account because you can put a lot of things in it.
okay,
Your building grounds general maintenance is kind of the same thing. So you see, when you look at the account description, you see fund after fund having the same account description, but you have to look at which fund you're looking at. So even though the description's the same, you're doing different areas of the city based on which fund you're working out of and what type of fund that is.
And again, it's just because, we said equipment.
Yes.
And you gave the example of a blade sharpener. So that blade sharpener is going to be kept at Mary's Park and only used when Mary's Park is done.
Only used, not necessarily Mary's Park, but only used for
use it for-
mowers.
okay.
Like Rob can't take that and use it over at Public Works. That's not what we bought it for. We only bought it for the parks.
Okay,
Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
yes.
We,
No.
we
We
do,
don't
we
mow
do,
much.
we
Absolutely
do
not.
have a separate shed in Lions
do,
Park
we do,
where all
yes.
that equipment is held.
Okay, just, again, clarification. Thank you.
Well, and it's, the one key point about this is that anything we levy in the taxes and the property tax for the parks, that money can only be spent in the
Right.
parks. And so, we have to be very careful in where we, when we do our budget, for the parks budget, it's that funding that is restricted. And then in the, not even very recent past, but in the past, we always had to supplement the parks budget with general funding
Right.
that would come in to help. Once that money came out of the general fund and went into the parks fund,
Only parks.
it can only be spent on parks.
Gotcha.
So that's why there's a delineation of like city hall building maintenance, which comes out of the general fund, and parks maintenance, which comes out of the parks fund. I could take money out of the general fund and put it in to help parks. I can't do the reverse.
Okay.
So the 340 then in property tax that comes in, is that from the levy that's specific for parks?
Correct.
Okay,
Used in any of these items.
okay, gotcha.
But
And
only
Only in
these
these
items
items.
under this
Right.
fund.
Right.
Yes.
Right, okay, gotcha.
And that can be very confusing for the general populace because they're like, well, a dollar's a dollar's a dollar. Like, well, no, some dollars have very specific strings attached to them, and we can't spend that dollar in this fund. But we can take money out of that fund and put it in this fund. But once we put it in that fund, we can't use it for anything but things in that fund.
Right. And that's why we have an audit, because they make sure we're spending it the
Yes.
right way.
I think sometimes.
loan it to that fund?
No,
Oh, okay.
I think sometimes it just gets, and I wanted to make sure it was explained well, because sometimes with our smaller communities and everybody helping everybody else out, it's just always good to understand that. And,
absolutely is. And
Yes,
uh,
absolutely.
we definitely want to make sure people understand there's restrictions for certain funds, and so that's kind of why government budgeting is very different than budgeting from your home, because you can spend your money wherever, right? And in government funding, when you do that budgeting, some of those pots of money can only be spent on those designated issues, right? So.
thank you.
Sure.
Okay, on to pool.
Okay. Pool expenses, even more of a collaborative effort across the table. So our salaries, this is specifically for seasonal pool staff. You can see that we've estimated based on what we think our hours and length of season will be for some different types of roles. Before we just had lifeguards, front desk, and concession. Now we are making a little bit more of an organizational hierarchy. So we've budgeted out for office manager, assistant manager, front desk, concession staff, senior lifeguard, and lifeguard. So kind of having the pool house staff and the lifeguard outdoor staff. And the numbers you see to the right of those red numbers would be hourly wages, like a maximum. Approximate, new lifeguards, for example, are paid 50 cents less than returning lifeguards. So this is an approximate, but just so you know what those numbers are. No health insurance we need to budget for this year out of these expenses. Training and seminars. I'll hand that over to Director Rousey.
I feel so old when she calls me director.
Rousey, Sir Rousey.
Sir Rousey.
I'm used to being called a lot of other things, okay? Head janitor, whatever. The startup and shutdown training, essentially, we want to have just-in-time pool come out and help us make sure we get it started up correctly this first season. And then at the end of the year, the startup is actually less than $2,000. It's the shutdown at the end of the year where they come out and they spend a considerable amount of time making sure that we get it shut down correctly. As far as the pool staff training, I'll toss that back there.
So pool staff, we're hoping to have in-house lifeguard instructor so that our pool staff can be trained here in Harvard. So that most of that is going towards that training, but we will also have to certify and recertify lifeguards. So some of that is in that pool. Pun intended. Pool maintenance. Handing it back over to the maroon team over there.
Yeah, got it. Maroon team. You guys are getting punchy. All right. I'm gonna lump the boiler maintenance and the boiler valve together. So this is kind of a continuation of what we had done earlier this year, where we brought another boiler tech out. The boiler maintenance, we want to have him come back out in July, and we take the boiler offline for probably a day, have him go through it, clean it, make sure that it's functioning all right. And we'll be doing that every year, where we'll do it at the beginning of the pool season and then towards the middle of the season, just to catch any problems. The boiler valve is a crossover valve. There's a cold water valve that can feed additional water into the boiler. That valve was basically, they attempted to kind of crack it and kind of gauge it, by thumb in the air. And I'm not saying that it caused part of the problem with the boiler, but it didn't help because it was getting too much cold water, which was causing the boiler to have to work harder than it should have. So by putting that automated valve in, we'll be able to limit the amount of cold water that goes in to just what's necessary. It's a $3,500 investment on a $100,000 boiler. I think it's probably a pretty good idea. Rob, you got the pool painting?
Back to me. Pool painting, we're budgeting, so the last time we had the inspectors out, they talked about how, we're pretty much at the tail end of what's acceptable for the pool, and, certainly we want to get that protected, so post-season this year, we're going to be putting out to bid, resealing the pool, because if we don't spend $35,000, just like the boiler, it's going to get real expensive real fast if we start having to deal with pool shell issues. And then same thing, water slide sealant. So we had redone the water slide a couple years ago to stop it from doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. Now we are going to top coat it so that we don't have to spend all that money to rehab it. So this is also a maintenance fee.
It's more of a preventative maintenance
Correct.
versus corrective.
It's kind of like the rejuvenation.
Yes,
of the roads.
yes. We're just, it has slight wear, so we just want to take care of the wear.
I pay attention sometimes, John.
We have general supplies and materials budgeted in here. That's both for the pool house, and then now this is including reagent test kits.
Yeah, when I reviewed the past test results, I'll be honest, I got concerned because the numbers never changed. The test kit, the kit that we have is basically a visual comparator, and so basically it was always a pH of 7.5, and it was always a chlorine of 2 point, it was, the numbers never changed. So what I'd like to do is buy an analyzer that will actually give us a digital readout, and it is specifically designed for pools, so it has all of the tests we need, and it comes with all of the reagent kits that are necessary. My guys are used to using them because we use them down at the wastewater plant, and, it's just, I feel a little more comfortable having numbers that I can actually
Yeah.
bank on,
Yeah.
just saying.
Anytime you're trying to adjust pool chemicals and you don't have accurate numbers, you're not gonna
Scary.
adjust. Yes.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah, John can tell us about it, yes.
I'll tell a story. I used to sell instrumentation, and we sold a guy a brand-new instrument one time, and he called the tech support department, and the guy came into my office and said, "I think you need to come and listen to this call." And I get on the call, and I said, "Sir, what's the problem?" And he says, "This meter doesn't work. It's bouncing all over the place." And I said, "Excuse me?" He goes, "Yeah, my old meter read 7.2 all the time. Now this one comes in and it's 6.6 and it's 8 and it's right." Yeah, that's kind of how I felt looking at the numbers going, this is probably not good. So just let that go.
Switching from look at color and decide what number to
Yeah.
a
Well, yeah.
digital readout will be good.
And there's, from that perspective, you have different operators making those tests. If the reagents aren't, if they haven't expired, number one. Number two, it's a visual color test. So one guy looks at it and it's, oh, well, that's kind of a 7.2, but the next person has a different
Yeah.
color cones in their eyes.
Yeah.
And to them, it's, well, that's really 7.6. The difference between 7.2 and 7.6 can be pretty significant in pool conditioning. So having a more accurate, reliable number is inconsistent.
It goes to your chemical costs as
Yes.
well.
Yep.
Goes right
Yeah.
back to that.
I'm laughing because if I would ask them to send me a picture, sometimes they'd like hold it up to the sky and send a picture, and I'm like, well, that's a little influenced by the blue sky behind
Right.
it. Can you find a white neutral background?
Well, then you got old guys like me who you are half colorblind going,
Right,
is it
exactly.
blue, is it red? I'm not sure,
So we got it worked out. It's going to be great.
It'll be
2026, year of digital analyzer. Electricity and utilities, we're budgeting the same. So no change there. And fuel, we're reducing. We do heat the pool house all winter so that we don't have problems there. So just in case people didn't know that. For chemicals, I think Mike, I called you Mike. Director Rousey mentioned this, chemical costs going up in other cases, so we budgeted a little bit more there, up 5%. Concession stand, we are thinking, based on what your concession stand classification is, you need different types of food handler licenses, so I'm looking at potentially having all packaged goods. Our nachos, for example, are already packaged. You don't have to handle it, but we were doing pizzas and things like that. So the costs may go up because we don't have to have as advanced of food handling licenses anymore because our food will all be packaged, nothing will be open. That is for a lot of different reasons, mostly convenience, and that's why you saw that difference in concessions that you mentioned. Yes, we have to have someone on staff at all times if we are serving food that's open, that is certified and based on our because we're open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., we don't just have one person working all the
Right.
time.
Right.
So we would have to have additional people, certified food handlers. I don't remember like the official title. So we're trying to work that all out.
You just found out that
Make sure we're up to compliance on
Yeah.
all the
Yeah.
things.
Not like just, oh, there's somebody around that has that certificate.
Yeah, no.
Right.
And that is, and the thing is they can come, I have my food handler's manager's license specifically because of my volunteer work. Because actually, like right now, today, over at the high school, the kids are serving hot dogs. They had to hire some, because I have to be here, they have to, even though their kitchen is certified, they have to have a manager there to be able to tell the kids what to do.
Yes.
Even though you boil the hot dogs, you put them in a bun, you wrap them up, and you make sure the thermometer says 160 degrees in the Nesco roaster. But there has to be someone, because if someone comes in and the person's not there, or worse yet, if someone gets sick.
Yeah.
The rules have changed, I can tell you that, so, you may want to look into it. Again, and it's not as expensive as it used to be, but it is time-consuming to get the license.
Well, the expense is ensuring that we have a staff member present
Yeah.
on site that
Yeah.
is certified.
At all
Yes.
times,
And
yeah.
so eliminating that requirement by going to prepackaged foods, you say convenience, I say efficiency, because it
Yes.
really, it helps in terms of labor cost and labor management. So it really is more of an efficiency issue than necessarily
And that
convenience.
department has turnover every year.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's the
and
big thing,
recognize the majority of this department are 16, 17 year olds.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So
So
I was
thank you.
wondering why we have the same amount budgeted for concession stand expenses as income.
Just to offset it,
What's that?
hoping that it breaks even. to offset
Okay, so we're just going to break even. We're not
Well,
looking at
that would be the intent.
having,
Hopefully maybe
okay.
more, but.
okay, okay.
And then our miscellaneous, we just padded that a little bit because we're doing some of these changes, just to make sure we have enough. With the food handling licenses, we might have to have all of our managers have manager licenses, things like that. So we bumped that up a little bit. And then new equipment, I think those are all Maroon team.
Yeah, I'll take the meter, so the reagents we talked about, this is the meter cost out of the new equipment. The filters, I believe we talked
Yes.
a
yes.
lot
A
about
lot.
the filters.
We did.
It is cheaper per unit to order all 34, so the cost came in a little bit lower than what I think we had anticipated, so it was right around 23,000 plus, obviously, the freight cost to bring them in. There is a long lead time on these, so this may be we have to start the year with the old ones and then pull them sometime in early June. I've got my fingers crossed that we can get them here on time, but we'll see.
And deck chairs.
Deck chairs.
Can't enjoy the pool without somewhere to sit.
34 of them. 34.
No,
I
it's
think it was, yeah.
I'm sorry.
However
$4,000
many
for deck chairs. 4,000, 16? 16 deck chairs?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
All right. I go to the pool.
If you sponsor a chair, we'll put your name on it. That will,
Instead, I came here today.
He's going to put his name on it.
Yeah.
The Alderman Hoeflich Memorial Chair.
It's saved every time I go.
No, the filters he already talked about, yeah.
This chair reserved
I-
for our
yeah.
Alderman.
Yeah.
All right, so does anyone have any questions about the pool cash budget, 04?
I'm wondering about those chairs, just kidding.
No, I just have to say, John might be in this boat too, but having been on the council for a while and to see this, like, balancing and, and that the numbers presented for revenue are like realistic numbers.
It's helped some of
Yeah.
the moving around because we don't have as much labor costs anymore, right? And that's
Yeah.
huge.
It
So,
is, the efficiency is
Yeah.
great.
it frees up a lot of revenue to do other things,
Yeah.
which is nice.
And it's nice having someone who knows pools to be
Yeah.
able
Yes,
to be in
that-
the
that is
department.
huge,
Thank
too.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, Mike.
So if you go to the next page, this is a new to the budget. This is, I know, I'm sorry.
Maybe if I read this beforehand.
This you would have seen last year in your new equipment, right? Last year, you would have seen a water heater under the you would have seen a mower under the new equipment on the pool, park maintenance, and you would have seen a water heater under the pool. That money actually came from this account, and I transferred it in to the account we just talked about. We're not doing that anymore because we're budgeting for this account. So the things you see in this account are actually now being tracked in this account, again, so that somebody other than me knows where it's at. So that being said, this is similar to what we talked about with the water capital improvement account. We have a balance, a lot smaller, $95,687 as of January 31st, so we have a little bit more because we've earned some interest. I'm anticipating about $4,000 in interest for the year. We will need to use $12,500 of that balance I just mentioned to do the projects that looks like Rob will be talking about below. So, Rob.
So, first things first, the Mary's Park bathroom renovation, that's gonna be for the updating of Mary's Park and getting that opened up. The park, the shell of the building is pretty good, but, we need to fix the roof and, do some fixtures and some things on the inside. I honestly do believe that Mary's Park is one of our nicest parks as far as the trees, the amenities, the sidewalk, the pavilion, and just the proximity to downtown. So I think that's a worthwhile investment. Same with the basketball park, or the basketball court resurfacing, so just redoing that, put a new coating on it to maintain that. Dog fence divider is to divide the two areas of the dog park into one for bigger dogs, one for smaller dogs, or if you maybe have a dog that doesn't like other dogs. And then the Shadow Creek tennis courts, this is funding to prolong the use of those tennis courts, to get things seal coated, crack sealed, so that way they don't deteriorate and they stay in good condition. So, from there we can determine what happens with those.
And we'll get some trees planted out there, right, Mike? Yeah. So there's some shade.
That's right, eventually.
And it should be noted, these are all projects that the park board recommended that we move forward with. This budget, actually the budget we just talked about, was ran by the Parks Board last month. They made their suggestions. The filters were originally going to be funded out of this account as well. We were able to do it in the cash account, which leaves $83,000 in this account in case there's something else that comes up unforeseen this upcoming year that we need to take care of, so.
So we never budgeted money for removal of those tennis courts? We never did?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you're gonna resurface some, are we gonna put nets up?
I think the intent was to just, at this point in time, to seal coat, crack seal, so that they don't degrade any further. And from there, it can be determined by the park board if it's a pickleball court or basketball court or what have you, what happens over there.
Any questions on that one?
And that would actually be a good thing to maybe determine as part of a parks master plan update.
Talking about a lot of planning here, Lisa.
Yes. Okay, real quick, the one last account for parks related is the NISRA fund.
Yes.
This is also a levied through the property tax, and this is the Northern Illinois Special Recreation Fund. We are a member of that board, and we we levy taxes each year to pay our membership dues, as well as provide special recreation services to our community. If you recall, and I did provide a memo, a historical memo from 2 years ago in the notebook for those that weren't here, as an explanation of how that membership in this fund started, how the city became involved, as well as why we have a fund balance today. We were intending on spending some of that fund balance last year. Of course, with the changeover, we didn't get all of those things that we wanted to do done. So we still are able to do some things this year because we still have some of that money available. Balance in the account right now is $155,000. We're going to be bringing in the levied property tax, and with the projects that you see in red that we would like to do, we would need to use $47,350 of that fund balance in order to make that happen. You'll see the transfer outline is the $15,000 that I brought into the park revenue earlier that we just talked about. And then we have the 31.5, which is actually, it's labeled miscellaneous because this particular fund doesn't have very many accounts, but that's the dues that I just talked about for NISRA. And then the three things that we want to do with the extra money that we need to spend from this fund, I'll let Rob talk about.
So for this is redoing some of the ADA mulch, Northfield Park ADA Playground Edition, and adding a feature, and Lions Park ADA bench orbit seat. So this is just using some of those funds in an acceptable way that we can add some stuff. And in these cases, it's just, the ADA mulch is something that's required on most of these, and it's just to make things accessible. Same with the Playground Edition, is having something that somebody that may have developmental disability or something like that, that they have an opportunity to play, so.
That's an actual piece of equipment?
Yes. So like the bench and the orbit seat would be something that's, easy to get it on and off from a wheelchair, or same with the, what we decide to do at Northfield.
I can talk a little bit about the Northfield. So in this recent summer, we purchased ADA accessible swings. When we went to put them in all the parks, we realized Northfield actually only has 2 swings right now. One set that has 2 belt swings. It might actually have a belt swing and a child swing, I don't remember. But we didn't want to take one of those away, and so we explored the option of adding an entire section to that playground that would have a whole set that would have 2 ADA swings. So that $18,000, the reason that it's high, it seems high, because it's not just a swing, it's the swing set, it's an additional swing, we have one of the swings, and then it is the entire, like the outside part extending, kind of the barrier, putting mulch in, the ADA mulch. And so that is where that number is coming from, is from a quote for that playground edition.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Where's the gazebo going?
And Alderman Hoeflich, I'd like for the record, is going to sponsor a new gazebo at Northfield Park that will go next to where the Park Foundation is trying to do a basketball court.
It's out here, right?
It's going to be cool.
One of them's here and one is at Central School.
Central School.
Yeah, I know. I always thought, but the city did a good job putting those up.
I know.
Then they're gone.
Any questions on NISRA?
No.
Do we need to do a break or move forward?
Folks need a break?
Keep going.
Okay. Let's
right.
keep going. Okay, I love it.
Bye, Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
All right, motor fuel. This one should be pretty quick. John, are you leaving? Because this is.
He got his chairs, now he's out.
I got my chairs. Put my name on it. No, just kidding.
Motor fuel or? Is that where? Yeah.
Oh, wait, did I skip one? No, motor fuel.
Fuel's next.
Motor fuel's next in the list, but I mean,
Okay, gotcha.
Well, so then Rob can,
book.
then Rob can leave and then.
yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Motor fuel.
Motor fuel.
Okay.
Motor fuel.
Motor fuel collections, Similar to when we talked about the revenue for the general fund, these are tax collections on fuel that are based on per capita, so estimated 2177 for motor fuel tax, and then 2414 for the transportation renewal fund. These revenue streams were also explained in the book as to what they, where they come from and what they mean. Total expected for that, based on those IML estimates, are 432,500 this year. Let me make this bigger. And that is pretty much the only revenue stream that motor fuel has, which is why we are so limited in what we can do each year. The grant line item is the reimbursements that we get for our road projects from the state when we get those grants, those federal grants. So this is the percentage that I expect to get back for each of the projects we currently have in progress. We have the Marengo Road construction engineering, the Marengo Road Bridge Phase 1. Marengo, a little bit left on Phase 1. I'm predicting we're not going to completely finish the Phase 1 engineering reimbursement portion of it by April 30th. And then we'll have the Marengo Road Bridge Phase 2 engineering reimbursements coming in the upcoming fiscal year. Possibly construction engineering, depending on how quickly that project starts. So I did put the full amount in there. Again, this is, as you can see, where we're at this current year, a balancing act, because a couple of our projects this year were delayed. And then we have the Diggins-Sumner project, Phase 1 engineering reimbursement in that list as well. And then the interest on the checking account, around $8,000, and that pretty much makes up our revenue of $988,600. I'm going to let Rob do the engineering fees description, because I think he can explain a little bit about the projects and where they're at right now, and then as well as SALT, and then I will pick up maintenance and contingency.
All right, so first things first is the engineering fees for MFT-related stuff. We have the general in there for general consultations with Gary and Seabell. Bridge inspections, we have mandatory bridge inspections because of the condition of Marengo Road Bridge, and then also the standard bridge inspections that we have to do every year, next year. This street light, is this for the, okay. Is that for the photometrics?
Hey, Rob, do we do bridge inspections on all our bridges or just that one?
We do bridge inspections on all the bridges, but we have to do Marengo Road Bridge every year because of the condition of it, and then we do alternating years on Jefferson and Ayers Street Bridge.
So Deb, did you say we have to take out streetlights?
So then there's Marengo Road Construction Engineering. So that's if we get to the point where we are paving and rehabilitating Marengo Road, and then we have the bridge, Phase 1, Phase 2, and construction engineering. Again, this is something where, because of the delays with IDOT, we were hoping to do a letting next year for these projects and have things done in 27. And we're hoping that gives us, if we do a late letting, either a late letting for the road in the fall of this year, and then that way when we do a letting in the spring, if everything lines up, we won't be able to start construction on the road until next year, and then the bridge will be right there with it. So that's the idea behind that. And then there's Diggins Sumner Phase 1, and for those who don't remember, that is the remainder of Diggins and Sumner from their railroad tracks out to Route 14. So because Sumner is a minor collector, we can grab that all the way to 14. So that's why we're coming across there.
When we're talking about the Marengo Road Bridge, you're talking specifically on the south side of Marengo Road?
Correct.
And once that's redone, how often will inspections have to be?
Standard inspections once every 3 years.
Okay.
And then SALT, standard prediction for SALT, nothing really changed here. I did put us in for 550 tons for next year. We only took 200 of our 500 and some odd allocated tons this year, But I did go to the complete back of our salt storage unit to get rid of all the crusty chunks that have been sitting there for many years. So we got a fresh start. Everything's been cycled out. I still will. I have the remainder of our allocated on order, but I've been holding off with the rain we've been getting because I don't want to be offloading salt in rain.
I have a question.
Yes.
How is our salt shed holding up?
When it's not packed to the gills, it's okay. It's not ideal. At some point, it would probably be a good idea for us to consider putting up a hoop building somewhere with just some 4x2 block.
You weren't here when all these decisions were made, but the previous salt shed, which was located there off of
By the railroad.
yeah, that needed to be replaced. So when we went forward with the wastewater treatment update, that particular building, we designated, let's make this salt shed. So we put in spray foam and the plywood to try and reduce corrosion of the metal portions of the
Yeah, I
building,
remember that.
to try and maintain that building as long as we could to utilize for salt storage. But we've always known at some point we're going to have to build a salt shed.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to have an idea, where do we think we are in that process so that we can plan for
Yeah.
the future of building some kind of permanent salt shed.
The bigger aspect of that is where. You know,
Recognize that's an issue.
unless we take down the building by South, on Park Street, or we take down the existing building, we really don't have Public Works is basically locked in floodplain with not much movement. And to do improvements to the east of Public Works would require all sorts of engineering and grants and then road access from IDOT. So until we kind of have a place to put it, we're going to kind of have to make do.
Isn't there room at the wastewater plant?
There may be, but I think what really is going to dictate this is the length of time that the building we're currently using is going to hold up.
Yeah.
So if we think that it's good for another 5 years, it's going to give us a lot of time to deal with. If we think it's 2 years, we need to start thinking about finding a location.
At this point, we've had more mild weather.
Yes.
I haven't had to pack it to the gills. I'm not going to, I'm not ordering salt that we end up putting in the old ComEd building because, I think that thing's going to crumble at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
But if weather continues the way it is, I'm less worried about it. Some of the biggest concern I have is, as far as chloride safety and salt safety, is if somebody were to come by and, just having salt stored outdoors isn't a good idea. It'd be nice to have a hoop building where they dump straight into it so there's not that runoff. But, maintaining a limited, now this is the other crux of this is we only have capacity for so much if I don't pack other buildings. I've been able to manage it really well and say, we're getting close, we'll get this done. But, I could say I don't see it to be a problem with 5 years, but certainly maybe sometime during that time, we start land or, preparing. I think a hoop building's probably going to be somewhere between $50,000 and $80,000, and then the cost of brick.
Just for the record, that is on the future plan of the current capital improvement plan. So in the back of that current capital improvement plan, which expires in 2027, we did a future section of upcoming, and there is a salt shed in that. So that would maybe be moved to the next 5-year capital
Right,
improvement plan.
I knew it was on there, but that building's been utilized now for 5 years.
Yeah.
So, we knew it was going to be a temporary solution. I just want to keep that,
Yeah.
to the forefront that we need to be prepared for that because it's going to be costly. That's all. Okay, thanks. I didn't mean to rob your thunder there, but.
Excuse me. So I had you cross off streetlights because it's in the wrong place. It's also the wrong amount. Those are the IDOT charges us a fee for the lights on 14. And I usually put that under maintenance. And a little thrown off on this fund completely this year because we're not spending any money out of it because of our road program.
Right.
The actual cost, I believe, for the streetlights they bill quarterly is going to be around 10,000, but it's really hard to tell because it's hard to see what they're actually billing for and how they increase it in their, at the beginning of their fiscal year, which is July.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of hard to predict, but, so it's, I think it's going to be around 10,000 this year, so I've put that under maintenance. And it's in yellow because it's different than your sheets. And then, of course, we just took off the streetlights that was on your sheets as well. What you see in yellow under contingency is the expense that I had to add to make the budget balance because we're not spending any money on the road program. So it's a contingency expense because it has to net zero. So basically, that is what we're holding on to until
For the in-between
the
years.
in-between years when we're not using the road bond money, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yep,
But
So
that's
we're
how we-
building that fund up this year because we're not utilizing it
yeah,
to be able to use in year 2, 3, 4.
gotcha. Interesting.
How much?
Mhm. Yeah, contingency. Miscellaneous, like it.
Do you remember how much we used to, hold on, I can look. Same as last year? Hold that thought, we might be spending more money. That's why Rob's here. Oh, general.
Thanks for
Okay.
coming, Mike.
20? Okay. Let's rewind a minute. We will be adding something to maintenance here. Go ahead.
So the only thing that was missing for maintenance, I just caught it, is that in the maintenance line item, this is something that the DOT IDOT has, is outlining funds that are spent on that. In that fund, I can spend money on materials, and one of them that we spend is we buy our universal patching material out of IDOT funds, so coal patch.
Okay.
I'll fix this later. Okay, so that's gonna put
Coal
that-
patch, but not rejuvenate. Because that's not authorized.
Rejuvenation, or rejuvenate is experimental. I don't know when they're gonna change that, because I feel like it's been going for long enough that there's enough data and core samples and everything that prove, yeah, that's applicable.
Have you given up on
Maybe we
making
should
all the
talk to
changes?
our elected officials to see
So is that
about
now 30
making
total
headway on
for
Yes.
maintenance?
Yes.
Okay. 20 for the
And
patch
20
material
for the
and
patch,
10
10 for the streetlights.
streetlights.
And then
Okay.
that would make contingency
they don't know.
448.12.
Okay.
They might not.
Okay. So where are we at? Where's my agenda? Okay, any questions on motor fuel? Okay. You
Mr.
said?
Mayor, I'll talk to the company, because
If
it'd
you want
be in
to.
their best interest.
Certainly would. They should lobby for it.
I wouldn't doubt they are, but I'll
If
see
you
where
want to
that's
hang
at.
out for these, because we're going to talk about the industrial part too. Okay.
And I don't think any of our local state officials sit on any of those particular committees, so,
Okay, economic development.
okay.
So
that's-
we are looking, what's the tab color?
I don't have a tab.
Oh, you don't have a tab.
that's bad.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Yellow?
Yeah, it's yellow before motor fuel.
Okay. All right. Economic development does not have a funding source, but it does have a cash balance. Does everybody understand where this balance came from as far as the, when the Harvard EDC dissolved and we obtained that money? Okay, then I won't get back into that. I will actually let Joe talk about the grant. The interest is from the checking account, and then the cash on hand is what we plan on using from that balance you see above.
So the grant refers to a grant we were awarded already from the Illinois Realtors. This is funding that can be used for a temporary project. In the memo that I submitted, you can see I have kind of a concept design for a downtown project where we use that $3,000 to bring more people to downtown, potentially now with the potential new space that the city may own. That could be on Air Street, but could also be out here with the intention of bringing more people and economic development here to our downtown area. So we were awarded that. Then, any questions? I can move on to expenses.
So the idea, I mean, if they were put at that in the vacant lot, is that everything's movable,
Absolutely.
so that we're not investing anything permanent there? It's-
Not from this, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So,
There was-
okay.
there
Yeah,
was
so
great
kind of-
debate at the city council
Yes,
meeting
yes.
about that.
About what
It's
was
just
in
a
it.
Because the
concept.
long-range plan for the lots are not
Not
yet
yet.
determined.
Exactly, just since
Yeah.
once we acquire them, or when we acquire them, if we acquire them, I'm not sure what the
Oh.
correct terminology, when we acquire the lots, something we could immediately do there is use it for this temporary space. We would still get to keep all of the assets that we purchase, and they could be moved and used anywhere else at any other time.
Okay.
Yeah, so kind of a cool spring, summer thing. Expenses. Are we good? Sorry. May I move on
Yes.
to expenses? Okay. Do you want to talk, or do you want me to do? If you're comfortable with it, go ahead. No, I'm absolutely not comfortable.
Okay.
The most anxious person in the world.
The Equitable Transit Orientation Development Plan, ETOD plan, is the technical assistance grant we got to do that downtown study. And I was unaware that was even applied for, so there was really no budget plan for that. And it felt like an economic development thing. Thankfully, I don't think we're going to have to pay our share before April 30th, but if we do, I'll figure that out if it happens. If it's
We'll do
after.
a budget amendment.
Yeah, pretty much a
There you
budget. We'll be at your committee there, Alderwoman Haderlein.
Okay.
But otherwise, I've put it in here, our city share will be $7,250. So consultant fee is really the only place I have to make that it makes sense. These expenses, we're kind of creating these line items as we go, since this is a new fund, a new old fund to us, an old fund that we're using again. McHenry County Enterprise Zone, that is our annual fee to be in the enterprise zone, to participate as a member. The McHenry County Economic Development Corporation annual dues is I'm sorry, I should go back to the enterprise zone, that's $16,000. The Economic Development Corporation annual dues is $1,500. We are a member of Naturally McHenry County. Joe, do you want to talk a little bit about what you do with that organization?
Sure. Naturally, McHenry County is our county Visitor Bureau. They say destination marketing organization, if you'd like the marketing version of that. But being a part of it, they support basically bringing tourism here. Their grant funding, they have to promote outside of a certain radius. So their main markets that they're promoting to are Milwaukee, Madison, et cetera,
Yes.
to bring people here to McHenry County. I sit on the board of that because we are members. I'm the secretary of the board. So they provide services like we can identify events that we want them to come take pictures. Our events are on their website. So it's a nice way to get Harvard out in even farther outside of the county. Any questions on
Now,
that?
when we had signed up with them a couple years ago, wasn't there talk about some software that
There
helped?
was, but their contract with that software ended essentially months after we signed
Oh.
up with them. So-
Okay. Okay.
They do have an app, and so
Yeah.
different businesses.
And I can just say, as a user of the app, it's very confusing. So they might want to
Bump
think about
it up.
improving the app.
Okay.
So, since you sit on the board, and since we are members as a city, I'm aware of several promotions that they have done that have touched our community. However, as an alderman, I have never, or alderwoman, I have,
Thank you.
alderperson, I have never,
John doesn't want to be an alder person. I'm just saying.
I have never seen exactly what that has done. In other words, the taco trail,
Yes,
the beverage trail.
yes.
Those are things that we technically are paying for to be a
Yes.
part of.
Yeah, and what were
And
the
I
results?
don't know how we did.
So I would be more than happy to present the data. We do have it,
Okay. excellent.
either individually or if you prefer that I,
I recommend we do that to,
The committee.
to the committee.
Committee.
Man's
Yeah.
committee,
Maybe
yeah.
next committee meeting, make
Yeah.
a report on it.
Yeah.
For sure.
I just think it's, I enjoy what they do, but I also like to see the tangibleness of what they do, because if something they do works great, then okay, let's do that again. If it's not working so well, why didn't it, or what can they do better? What can we do as a committee?
Yeah.
To help as well?
absolutely, yes. As a
you.
partner organization, we have that data, so I will present
Yeah.
it. Maybe I can get them to come present
Thank
it.
you.
I'm sure they would.
Yeah, Jackie coming out, Jackie
Yeah,
or
Jackie,
Christine.
all of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
we'll just call all three.
Yeah.
Have the meeting at Rush Creek?
Sorry if you're watching.
Yeah, we just volunteered you.
Jay's Lanes. I'm not, So, see?
Rush Creek is a partner of Naturally McHenry County.
There
so.
we go.
I'll just, Blue Dot Software, so this is our economic development business software, essentially. We are just getting off the ground with this, even though the city has had it for a while, just based on staffing changes. So this is in-house, it's a CRM tool. So, for example, I've had conversations with different commercial brokerage agencies that will say, hey, here's my marketing material about this lot we have in Harvard. So I'm starting to keep track of those internally, so that the building department as well as the economic development department, which is me, can see those conversations and have that information. It also has the ability for an external business directory. We haven't officially launched that. The data is pulled in from different sources, mostly Google, but eventually businesses will be able to update their own listing. So we're proposing to stick with this for the next year, and really use this more robustly. Other as determined would be unforeseen at this point, because I've been in this role 3-ish almost months, but other opportunities to join organizations, associations related to economic development. With our relationship with McHenry County EDC, we get a lot of information. This is a really good conference to go to, or this is a really good organization to belong to. And so we're just getting on board with a lot of that stuff. Thank you.
Miscellaneous kind of goes along with what Joe just said, as far as kind of not really knowing how this is going to look moving forward with her being new. And I know she has a lot of ideas on some of the things she wants to do with outreach. I gotta put my glasses back on, hold on. Developmental programs, you can see those in red below. Last year, there was a significant amount budgeted for that. I did not do this budget last year, and I don't remember from the presentation, and I could not find notes on what all was planned for that amount of money.
Part of it was the funding to elite partnerships, elite health partners, or what's the
No,
name?
that was out of TIF.
Oh, that was out of TIF.
Yeah.
But then there was also going to be
There was an incentive.
Incentives.
There was a developer incentive.
incentive.
For a possible new developer that wasn't specifically named.
right.
That's right.
But hadn't transpired.
Yes,
But
okay.
essentially, that was.
Yep,
that was-
you're right. So this year, we're doing the match for the CDBG grant that we submitted. You can explain that for economic development.
Yes, so we submitted a grant through the CDBG, through the county, for a downtown building improvement program. The proposal for this was a $75,000 grant, with the city would then, on top of that, put in 10%. And what that would be is the city would be able to grant funding to local businesses. I think our proposal in the program was $15,000 plus our 10% match, so $16,500, to do things like permanent interior building upgrades or facade improvements. This is under review right now. They'll actually, I think you maybe talked about this at the last
Yes.
city council meeting, where we had put in 2 projects. They came back and said, we got a lot of interest. Can you please prioritize? So we kept in this grant application. So that is our match, should we be awarded that. We will know, agreements would begin in October. So we won't know sometime between April, when they start seriously looking at everything that everyone has prioritized, and then October, we will find out if we need that. The MCEDC Business Entrepreneurship Dinner is a networking event that takes place in the fall. So that line item for $1,000 would be for Harvard to have a table and be represented there. And then the Workforce Development Program grant, this is in concept. It is not fully formed right now, but the idea here is, because we're focusing a lot on economic development and entrepreneurship, and we have kind of all these pieces, this would be some sort of program we could come up with the committee and myself, to somehow support our workforce development here in Harvard, just a small dipping our toe into that. I have a high-level concept that I haven't talked to the committee yet about, but essentially earmarking some funds to do something there so that our workforce development can maybe get some extra training. So people in the community, businesses who want to sponsor, hey, my person needs an Excel class, maybe we can somehow have a program where we both contribute to that. And capital improvement, I'm not sure, I'm sorry. 3,000. Oh, that's my grant, because we need to spend it somewhere. We received it in revenue, so we need to spend it somewhere. Thank you.
So I just want to do a quick side note. If you notice last year, or this current fiscal year that we're in, back up at revenue, there's a transfer in of $16,000. Every year we transfer from general $16,000 in to offset the McHenry County Enterprise Zone dues of $16,000, because previously, before we reactivated this account, we paid those dues out of the general fund. This year, I did not do that because we, in my notes from last year, and it goes back to your cannabis tax, I had notes that we were going to allocate some of that cannabis tax, a percentage of that, towards this account every year, and then therefore this account would have a funding source. So that being said, if this body decides not to allocate the cannabis tax towards this, then we would probably be looking at subsidizing from the general fund to keep this fund going, because we would need to maintain a revenue stream. This 245 isn't going to last forever. As you can see, these expenses are going to eat that up pretty quickly, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the only fund that does not have a dedicated revenue stream. And that's where the thought process was, that at least a portion of cannabis would go to this, because we need to provide some kind of funding source.
Right.
My personal recommendation for cannabis, number one, we don't really know the full amount what that's going to be, but I can certainly support sending some to parks as well. But I would recommend having at least some portion of it dedicated to this department, because it has no other funding source.
And if we do move ahead with some type of arts council, I could see that. You know, and again, the percentages of that, we can make it up as, I hate
Of
to
course.
say it that, that way, but
Well,
we can make it up as we go along.
Absolutely.
And of course, I would like to, because of the restrictiveness also, of course, see some go into the general fund, a large portion of that. But my thinking is, this is found money, and if we could start this way, we could, we have something to work with.
Sure. Also, as another side note, it just, there will be a possibility, if we are awarded the CDBG grant, that will be coming for a budget amendment on this as well. We'll have to amend the grant line item here
Okay.
as revenue coming in, right? Because
Right.
I'll have to receive that and we'll have to book that.
Yeah.
And then, however, the offset on the expenses will depend on who takes advantage of that grant. As of right now, our share's in here as a placeholder, as an expense placeholder, and then, the offset of the difference in that grant and how much is expense at that time might change the way that looks. But this is for transparency reasons.
Good, thank you. Any other comments?
One thing I was
questions?
wondering is you were talking about the offset you typically did before, or that 16,000. Given that we aren't getting any cannabis tax yet, why haven't we still budgeted for an offset?
Because I thought that we would have cannabis tax by now.
Because we don't even have anything codified of how that's going to be split up or anything, so. I'm
Cannabis
hoping-
tax was supposed to start coming in March, correct? Yes. And so when we started to see March, then we would do a budget amendment on where that cannabis tax would be going. It might start coming in April. Actually, no, April, May. It'll start coming, if they target their start date, we'll get our first allocation in June. And then at that time, we would be deciding where that money goes. So we would be coming back to council to make that decision, and then at that time, whatever decision that looked like, that's when we would do a budget amendment and do those transfers.
And recognize it's kind of hard to budget what that revenue stream will be because we have no idea how much, what their sales are going to be.
Right. The original opening date was October of 24?
Yes.
Yeah, or 25.
The part where I'm, just my concern is because we don't know any of it, it's also counting our eggs before they hatch.
Mhm.
Because what happens if they just don't open?
That's why I made the disclaimer that if we don't put the cannabis tax here, we're going to have to
Yeah.
look at putting the 16 back in here from
Okay.
general fund.
I think, I like the idea of using a cannabis tax for, things because it's something we've never had before, and all of a sudden we're gonna have it, but, something we also never had before was a gaming tax. Now we got it. You might wanna think about using part of that to fund things that don't get funded, other places.
It's really excise taxes, just in general.
What's that?
We're talking about excise taxes
Yeah. Well, going back to the first page or whatever, from the general fund, it's showing that sales tax or that tax on video gaming at $300K. Right? And if you go back to 23, 24, when we first started out, we budgeted 155. So that's gone up significantly in 3 years.
As a reminder on that, and thank you for mentioning that, the transfer on the Economic Development Fund for 25-26, this was Alderman Schultz. In this, at the last budget workshop, you voted to allocate the additional amount that we are going to be collecting in gaming tax of $26,000 into this account for the current fiscal year we're in, and that will be done at the end of this fiscal year in April. So that could be something that you decide to do year to year as well. So if you wanted to do that, now would be the time to do it.
So how would that work? So whatever's in excess of what's budgeted?
You would have to go back to the admin fund that we just finalized,
Yeah.
change the transfer in by
Yeah.
26,000 and decide where you're going to put it. Or you can do it later and do a budget amendment.
Or what I'm wondering is, because we're talking about that versus also, the cannabis tax, and it's these things of, is this extra money to go fund these things that are not maintenance based, right? So we're talking about community development. So that's the whole parks, arts, this and everything else. Would it make sense to have, because the percentages should, in theory, just be the same across all of those then? Because then it'd be hey, this is our excess money. We say 40% goes here, 40 here, 20 there, whatever it becomes, right? Whatever percentage we get, I think, across the board between them. So we just probably have a longer conversation
Yeah.
about what that needs to look like.
Yeah.
I think there was an expectation that, a certain percentage would be allocated here, a certain percentage there. And the two main accounts were this account and parks.
Right.
We could certainly have
Yeah.
parks, this account, and arts,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's purely up to your discretion, right?
I just feel like it's the money, right now, all it is money in a cookie jar. But still, money in a cookie jar adds up.
But then having a plan for it
Right.
rather than just you keep dipping in,
Exactly.
you know, randomly. Wait a minute, now there's no money left.
No, and that's exactly it. It's having,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
it's having a plan. Speaking with a lot of communities who are newer to arts committees, the two things that they said to me that I keep hearing over and over again is, if you have a funding and no plan, people are going to get mad, and if you have a plan and no funding, the committee will dissolve.
One question I just have related to that is, so right now we have arts and civic projects in parks. Can we can we move it to economic development? I don't, only from a,
when you say move it wouldn't really be.
is it not really moved?
We would just go dormant in the park fund, and we could create a line item here, and we would just start running those programs through here instead of parks. So yes, the answer is yes.
That would make sense.
How that looks on this end is on the backside, so.
Yeah. And it's more of my
Yeah.
brain of most of my time is spent here.
Yeah.
So,
No,
Just
it's
a
community and
question.
economic development. I mean, to me, that's what an
It's the
arts
community half of that
program
statement.
is. Yeah, yeah.
Community. So, I don't care where you write the check from. Just, let's bring in some money and write the darn check.
Well, going back to your restricted funds, you can't take the park money
Money,
and put it
right.
here. So
Exactly.
the money right now for what you want to do is in the park
Parks.
fund,
Yes.
right? That's where it's at.
Mhm.
So that money would be freed up to do something else for parks. The money is not necessarily coming in here,
But
right?
in the parks
But-
budget, isn't that?
It says
isn't
arts.
it there, though, as a potential grant?
Yes.
I mean, it's income, like
Yes.
grant income that then would be spent
You could put
for
that in
that. So
here,
you could,
unless it's a park-specific grant.
Right.
right, but if it's an arts grant is what we were anticipating,
put it here.
$5,000 would come from. I mean,
Yes.
you can zero out both of those.
Right, depending on where it
And
came
move it.
from, yes.
Yeah, if we're expecting it's grant, it's not like it's, we've got this included in part of the, just parks overall general fund,
Yes.
as we're gonna do $5,000. It's like, so
You could do that, yes.
I would favor that.
Okay, we can make note of that and for next fiscal year on how that looks. Or if there's a grant opportunity that comes up this fiscal year and we have the opportunity to increase the line item on grants here, then we just do budget amendments on those opportunities
Yeah.
as they come along.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds good.
Absolutely.
does,
You get it
yes.
out of a restricted account, now you have way more flexibility.
Yeah.
Now, this is also, it's not restricted, but it is a special revenue account, so once it's here, it's here. So keep that in mind as well.
In other words, once it goes into your budget, nobody else can spend it but you.
I'm looking at Rob. So once it comes in here, it'll stay with arts and civic projects. No, just kidding. Just giving you a hard time, Rob.
Rob,
Yeah.
keep taking money from
Otherwise, it's
Rob.
going to parks.
Aren't you glad
It's going to be salt or something.
Hey, Rob does art, okay?
Lawn mowing.
Yeah, no, it'll go with the roads and everything, that's art.
That's art. That's right.
It's creative. I don't know if it's art.
I've seen
Which
those.
roads do you take into town?
Well, what we need to do then is, once you get that big snow pile on my cul-de-sac, you need to have someone come out and shape it, and then,
There you
it's
go.
art.
I don't know how I got all these tabs in here. Okay, where are we going next?
Okay, so next is miscellaneous funds. Are we okay not taking a break? How are folks
All right.
Okay, let's
We're
keep
near the
going.
end. We're
Okay.
getting there. We're almost done.
Okay, miscellaneous funds.
We're going to TIF. Okay, the TIF fund, typically every year, the TIF fund is very simple. We have property tax coming in and we have bond payments going out. This year, we have just a little bit more of a discussion. We have property tax coming in. We have interest on the checking account that's predicted. We have some cash on hand that we're looking to budget for because we've got a couple things we need to spend or would like to spend. The first is the Elite Health Partners incentive, which because of some permitting and inspection things that are still pending, we haven't paid out yet. And per our agreement, they need to get those things squared away before we do give them their incentive money. So that isn't going to happen until after May 1, so I need to put it in this year's budget. And then we have a new equipment and infrastructure line item of $1,315,000. I am going to let Rob take over and explain what we would like to do with those funds. Based on the look on their face, have at it.
There it is.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
So are you talking about the road? So, one of the developers that came through, I believe they've talked about it, it's the goat milk, Harvard Nutrition. They're asking for help with the road. There's that stub extension out there in the industrial park. The funding that we have can help offset some of the costs to run the utilities as well as the road extension. And depending on the cost of what comes in, this extension could also make land to the northwest of the industrial park more marketable.
And who owns that land?
Who owns that land?
Who owns the land? That would be the goat people?
Yes.
They're purchasing that land, okay.
Yes. So
Okay.
this is
It is in the TIF?
yes.
Okay,
So this is to extend that. So there's a leg that goes out. So basically go out a little bit and then straight up,
okay.
and then
I could. So you can see a visual.
Thank you.
She's got to swap the input, though.
you just want you to unplug it.
No, she's got to swap
Oh,
the
she's
input
got it.
and the machine so the projectors are getting
Okay.
my computer. You would think, but our AV room is in a closet.
But they asked her for this year's budget?
No, originally, this room was gonna have a third room, and we would have had a room area for that, but we didn't have enough funding, so we had to put it in that closet. Second?
And just a quick question, Deb, looking at the property tax, why was it estimated so low last year?
It's not estimated low, it's offset for a zero balance.
Okay.
So I have to zero out my budget, it has to be net zero. So I only put in revenue what I need to offset my expenses.
Okay.
So actual is what it is. What actually comes in is what we collected, but every year I only put in what I need to offset those expenses.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
why this year, I'm not going to collect enough property tax to pay for what we want to pay for. That cash on hand is what's in the checking account. We're going to be asking to use some of that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay, so Harvard Nutrition is looking at buying these lots. This stub that's right here, the intent here is to extend this road here and then start a north.
Out a little bit more to the west, like where
Yeah,
it curves
like right
over.
here.
Yeah, because they're gonna. The idea is to
Because you want to
subdivide
have
that.
basically, eventually, we're not going to run the road all the way up, but we'll stub it here essentially. But then there'll be a room for a road to go up here, so you have property on both sides for future expansion.
But who owns that?
Right now?
Yeah,
Stricker property.
so that's owned by Stricker, and that's in the TIF?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is in the TIF. The only one that's not in the TIF is this one.
No, the middle one,
Or
the big
sorry,
one,
this
that one.
That's because
That's-
that was R6 though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Wait, why?
They used to be residential for whatever reason.
When the TIF was originally developed, they had a whole nother plan for it. A whole nother,
So it was going to be industrial all around, a residential?
manufacturing.
Yes.
Oh,
Walk to work.
Yeah, there you go.
So the idea behind that was, in discussion, that would make that northern parcel 600-foot lots to the west, 500-foot lots to the east, and then eventually, where that old farmhouse is the top of a hill. That would be the most logical space for a tie-in to Lawrence Road.
To tie in here. So eventually you would have this road come up, we're talking about future expansion, and then connect here, so you have another entrance into the industrial.
Now, is that all in the TIF?
Yes.
Oh, because
This-
she.
What about
This-
that is
this-
the triangle?
yes.
Oh, okay.
So the TIF is, and this here also is in the TIF, so this whole area, I
Yeah.
don't believe this parcel's in the TIF, I'm not sure if this parcel's in the TIF. Do you remember? This, the most northern parcel up here?
No, they're not.
I don't think
No.
these two
The
are
TIF ends right at the Harvard Nutrition, go back.
here.
Oh, yes, right there at the end of Dog's Way. Go up one.
This one.
Nope, that one's the last one.
So this one is not?
No.
Okay. So yeah, then it goes from here down, or, all this
Okay.
is in the TIF.
Okay.
Except for this parcel. So we can build this road here on TIF funding because it's in the TIF and it's infrastructure helping to expand the industrial park. And that would be beneficial for this company as well because now they can tie in to the road that's coming off of there. And so adding that additional infrastructure here, which would eventually go north for, future development in this area, it helps this company as well as any future development up here.
But since that big piece is not part of the TIF,
I think it might be, hang on.
I thought that both of these were in, but
no, the big piece that's gonna be the.
The residential
goat-
Oh, so we've already vetted that out. They're building their building on that piece. As
On
long
this
as
piece.
none of the infrastructure that we're doing,
Right.
Right, but we're not gonna get any increment from that.
not from their building,
Right.
but they're building,
So that's none of that money, it's not gonna go back into the fund.
the TIF's gonna expire in 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
let's explain a little bit before
Yeah.
we start asking for
Yeah.
the money, because that would help.
Okay.
So
thank
right
you.
now, this TIF is performed very well.
Yeah.
And we have a significant balance, right?
Yes.
And we're going to be collecting more property tax in the next 3 years. So we're going to collect this year for 2025, next year for 2026, and in 2028, we're going to collect for 2027. The TIF is going to expire in December of 2027, but we'll collect that final taxes in 2028. We're going, and at the bottom in the chart in blue, at the bottom of your page here for the TIF, you'll see a cash flow projection of where I think we're going to be at the closeout of the TIF. What's really important, and because this TIF has performed so well, is that we put the money back into the industrial park in some way. In talking amongst staff and with the engineer, we feel the best way to do that is to do it with our roads. Because those roads are going to need some improvements, and we don't want to spend our sales tax dollars doing that because we have collected these TIF dollars to
Yeah.
put back into the TIF.
Yes.
So that's what we would like to do. This is part of that project, and it kind of, it's kind of going to benefit a couple of different things. It's going to give us a road extension that helps our new development, which is Harvard Nutrition, right? So it helps them out. It's also going to give us that potential for that expansion up into that lot, which is going to be attractive to new development, other new development. And then we'll also be able to have some funding based on this projection to do, I believe we decided on
Yeah.
resurfacing.
Yeah, because if you look at the road condition of Potawatomi Way, Comanche Circle, Chippewa Road, they're at a point where if we let them go much longer, if we let them go beyond, say, 3 years, we're going to be looking at reconstruction,
Okay.
where I think if we take what's left of the TIF after we do the road extension and we spend that on doing mill and resurface, that'll buy us extra time. And that's a thick cross-section of road, so I think we can get away with the mill and resurface.
that way we've extended that road after the TIF has expired. We're not having to go back and repair the road anytime soon. We preserve our 1% non-home rule sales tax to do residential streets. And the industrial park then lasts longer, right? So,
I said they can freak out to put it over there.
yeah, exactly, because that would, and they should, right? So, and the TIF dollars are there for infrastructure, so we want to spend as much as we can and, before the end of the TIF, but ensure we have enough reserve to pay off the final, payoff of the bond, and then whatever's left over gets returned to the appropriate taxing bond.
So the 586,200 in this little blue bracketed table, debt service total 2028-29, that's the final payment.
Yes.
And so then that's,
Yes.
we're done.
Yes, and this gets a little tricky because we have to spend funds towards the infrastructure improvements that we do before December of 2027. We can make bond payments past December of 2027, but we have to spend all the money on the infrastructure prior to.
Okay.
So
So then anything left is then what's
gets returned to all the taxing
Okay.
bodies. So it's gonna be a game of, collection and expense and making sure we have the cash flow to do it all. And it's gonna be a little tricky. We can get it done. We might end up, giving back to the taxpayers more than, if we don't get to those projects, which is fine. They, it's theirs as well. Not the taxpayers, I'm sorry, the taxing bodies. But the ask for this upcoming fiscal year is based on EOCs from our estimates of costs from our city engineer.
Okay.
To what we think it's going to take to do the road stub that Rob just explained. And that will, as I explained, benefit the new development as well as future development
So
in
that's the
that area.
1.3 million.
Yes.
Okay.
When would that construction take place?
It would really depend on when the GOAT partners, or the Harvard Nutrition kicks off, because the idea behind this as well was to use, some of the ground stabilizing rock as a construction entrance. So, it really kind of depends on their design and how we can work with them to get that done.
But it has to be before the end of 27.
Correct. Does it have to be spent by the end of 27 or allocated?
It has to be spent.
Okay.
That TIF closes in 2027 and it cannot be spent after that.
So at the drop dead, it has to happen in 27. Got it.
And Lisa, the 1.315 is for the construction. There's another 520 requested for engineering fees,
Oh, okay, yes. Yeah.
just to be clear.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay, so that's where the one, in the table, the
Yes.
1.835
Yep.
million. Okay.
Now, would the engineering fees cover not only the new road, but the existing?
I don't believe the
No,
engineering
that's
fees are
just for the
included
new road.
yeah.
We don't have estimates of costs for the existing
milling?
resurfacing.
For the mill and resurface though, that,
I know it's fairly simple. but,
Yeah.
It would be
But that should
some expense.
somehow
too.
be
Yeah.
factored in
Plans
here,
together.
right?
It's in the cash flow, but that's a different fiscal year. That's going to be next fiscal year. That would be what we would do that in 2027. The current ask is just for the stub.
Yeah.
For this upcoming fiscal year.
'cause
If
depending,
we can get to some, if for some reason this project gets done and there's enough cash flow to start working on the other, we'll come back for a budget amendment and start trying to work on that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay,
I don't
gotcha.
think
Because,
there's,
that's right, because we're spending
yeah.
most, of what-
Like I said, the cash flow,
balances,
balancing that
yeah.
cash flow is going to be,
That's the thing, because we're going to make sure we have enough to service the debt, the bond
yes.
debt.
And that's
Right.
that's the important part. And the way that debt falls is the interest is due in July and the principal and interest payment in full is due in January of each year. So, and tax, property tax comes in, the large portions of the allocation come in June and September.
Right.
So it's just all,
Yeah.
and I've done like a cash flow, I've done a whole thing and
Yeah.
it's like this and it's like, and you end up with like 100 grand left and it's like, and so
Yeah.
it's really, it's like, it's nerve wracking, but
Who said accounting wasn't
yeah,
excited?
Yeah,
yeah.
it is.
But for now, there's enough,
Thank
I
you.
mean, there's enough to do this project, and I'm confident this property tax coming in will cover us to get through this portion of it and this ask. So it's different, we've never done this before in the TIF,
And so in-
but we should try to spend it if we can.
Yeah, and so in theory, then, next budget year, we'd be potentially looking at.
The improvements in the
At the-
remainder
the
of
other-
the,
Yeah.
yes,
You're looking at
yes.
improvements, which would be the final.
The final.
And then
Okay.
that'll be ideal then, because should we not have enough to cover it, mill and resurface, you can kind of pick a
Yes.
start and end point. and
Yeah.
go, all right, well, with what we have left, we can
Yeah.
target this.
So if we go out to bid on it and it comes back and it's too much, then we just cut some of the quantity off, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Any questions on that? Clear as mud?
No, yeah, definitely.
Capital Improvement Fund. That one.
Do you need swap monitor back?
Oh, yeah, can you do that?
Thank you, Rob.
Do we do that one at the end? Because no-
He's still here with us.
What's that?
Oh, I see, okay.
Okay, this one again is a new budget. This is for our general capital improvement account. And I'm showing this and having the auditors make a new account for this as well. This is just to show, track our projects. And if you see here, we have a balance of 538 in this checking account. I'm expecting some interest of around 10,000, and then that 100,000 is the transfer in that you approved in the expense line of admin as a transfer out. And for the project that we asked to do, we would do 36,500, and that's for the Blackman House demo. And this doesn't make any sense. So Rob, go ahead and explain why I fixed this.
So, while she fixes that, I got a couple prices on demolishing the Blackman Street house. The big thing is that there's asbestos that needs to be remediated. It wasn't exactly as expensive as I would have thought. I think asbestos remediation came in around $10,000 or $11,000. There's the entire siding and then the kitchen floor. A couple of the asbestos inspectors said, we kind of only got samples from the siding and the floor. We should probably batch swath the house again, and see what else there is. But between that and then I think demolishing the building, I can't remember the costs I got on that, but I think it was like somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 to raise the house and get rid of the foundation.
25, I think.
25. So.
So on this, I'm going to do a contingency line to balance it out. So that contingency is the difference of the 501,743, which is basically what the balance would be left in the checking account if you approve this expenditure of the Blackman Street demo. Not saying you have to spend it, just showing that that's what's left in the account, which is also shown in the balance at the bottom in yellow. And that's just for balancing out the budget purposes, which I just didn't do in the spreadsheet that you have in front of you.
So I'm confused. Oh, okay.
That's wrong.
Okay, so. Okay, so we're taking money from what's there now, right? Is
The
that top line,
538,243.
The 538,243?
Mhm.
Okay. And, you're adding
see,
this
I'm just-
contingency.
I'm just
Okay.
putting it in there just to make it a net zero, but that
Okay.
doesn't mean you're spending that. You're only,
Okay.
we're only asking you to spend the red. I'm just
Okay,
balancing
because
it
I
out so it
kept
makes sense.
looking at it that bottom balance should be 110
No,
higher.
no.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, that is
So where
not a
where's
It actually
surprise.
made sense to me.
It does?
Wow,
That is a
John.
surprise.
Man, but where
Took all
does the
day.
110 go?
It's in the checking account. It doesn't go anywhere. That's just for balancing purposes on my end,
But I mean, where's that now available?
in the checking account.
Right there,
This
at the
side.
top.
This is the problem with
Yeah.
budgeting for
right.
these accounts, is that you're not spending everything that
Okay,
you're transferring
okay,
in.
I'll stop.
So
I'm
actually, you know,
overthinking it.
Yeah, right.
Just, this is why I didn't go and study accounting.
I guess we could I could make a line item, call it capital improvement reserve, something
Okay.
like that.
It all became clear to me when I quit thinking about it.
Yeah,
All of a sudden it made sense.
yeah, okay.
When you
Great.
found out after a while.
Smile and nod.
Just recall, unlike the state, the city's budget has to balance.
Right, yes.
So the ends have to balance the outs.
Yeah,
We're zero-based budgeting. so-
yes.
Okay, is that, you guys good with that one? The explanation was good for the request?
For me,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Where are we at?
Police
So
pension.
we've got police pension next. in
All
our
right,
book.
let's do police pension. Actually, can we do police pension and
Do you wanna
road
do
bond?
Turtle Crossing?
Turtle Crossing?
Yeah, let's do Turtle Crossing real quick. So Turtle Crossing, you guys there?
Yes.
And we talked about, again, another account that didn't have a fund and now is going to have a fund. This is the money that was originally a developer escrow with the developer who started Turtle Crossing and then took off, and we got to keep their money. This money is earmarked for Turtle Crossing, and we haven't really had many projects out there or much need to use it. It does have its own checking account, so it does generate some interest. The reason why I have asked for expenses this year is because we do several stormwater reviews through our civil engineer with some of the development, residential development we have going on out there, and we have to pay for that. We have waived plan review fees through the deals that we've made with two developers. And in the process of making those deals, we neglected to factor out that we weren't going to waive storm review fees because they are expensive. Therefore, we're on the hook for paying for those because we can't really make them pay for them because we made an agreement. So
Is there at some point going forward when we can?
when you
At the
make
end
new
of these
agreements,
Okay.
if you decide that you want to move forward and create new agreements with developers, we're going to make sure these are not included.
Okay,
However, I do anticipate, or I do know there's several more that they're going to build, and I'm estimating this is how much it's going to cost us to pay our civil engineer for those storm review fees. I want to pay it out of this fund because this is where the building's going to go. So that's what this is about.
and
Quick,
is
easy.
there a need, because I think we talked about this at some point with some of the flooding or stormwater concerns out there. Is there actually a need for basically a new stormwater plan for that whole area as we look at it when it fully, what the full build-out is going to look like? Because it seems like as things have been developing incrementally, that it just keeps showing up that there are stormwater issues, that something's not quite right in terms
I
of,
mean,
like having a giant ditch running between two houses with open water flowing through it sometimes, probably, I don't know
I
if
think
that was
that-
part of the design.
yeah, that was part of the design. I will say, as somebody that lived in that subdivision for 11 years, I didn't have any water in the basement. My sump pump only went on when I went down there. It was
Right.
like, wake up, little buddy.
Yeah,
But
but there were no houses when you lived there.
no, there's no houses, but everything's still sheet flowed the way it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Those open ditches
Yeah.
do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I think if there would be anything in the future, it would just be, if the onus is on us as the city to go in with a piece of equipment or something to clean the ditches out, or to regrade, to remove vegetation, that would be something that we could back charge to this account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Recognize whenever phase two ever happens, there'll have to be another full
Yes.
stormwater review and plan done for that for that phase, but for the current phase, the plan is still applicable, so.
And even
But I agree with you that the ditch, that open ditch, we've already known where we've had to do maintenance on that. We should plan to do that, and this is the appropriate fund to pay for that.
Yeah, thanks.
does the Turtle Crossing, does this cover the retention ponds? Or is that outside of the?
The retention ponds are owned by.
I didn't know if they were part of the,
Well, they're.
It's
in
part of the plan,
okay.
Yeah.
but they're maintained by that property,
Yeah.
not by the city.
No.
Wait, there's a property owner that owns the detention
Yes,
Maintained it all.
pond?
They should be.
Yes.
So who's the property owner and why is it not part of the subdivision?
He's the one that's been selling all of the lots to all of the developers. How's that weird?
Oh, just because typically facilities like that, right, that are part integral to the functioning of the subdivision, that's usually either made public land, like deeded to the city or to the HOA. If there's an HOA, it's not usually retained ownership by the developer, which it presumably was at the time that the developer left town, so
I believe
somebody
that
else acquired it.
when he acquired all those lots, he bought them by PIN number. And, you just see a bunch of lots and he bought also the retention ponds. In some instances, sorry, I'm holding the mic like this because it doesn't cut out like this.
Do you want this?
This is fine. I just, some instances where there's maintenance, ongoing maintenance that's required, not that I'm saying this is gonna happen or that I want it to happen, but, there'll be SSAs established for, special service area for the maintenance of this that comes out of here. So that way, the maintenance of that pond is bared upon by that neighborhood.
Right, and that I have to say is one thing that I agreed with our most recent prior city administrator, was that in the future with subdivisions is that we make sure that the city has that SSA, has some sort of backup SSA, so that when HOAs stop
Right.
doing what they were set up to do, that we have the funds.
Has been
Yes.
demonstrated in our own
Yes.
community.
Yes.
We now have a
Yes.
fallback,
Exactly,
to fix
so-
that issue, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Anything else on that?
No.
Okay. All right, we're almost done. Road program. So if we could go to that one, which is the O2 account, the new account we just created. This will be the new fund that coincides with that account. There's quite a bit of money there, so I'm anticipating quite a bit of interest. And I'm also anticipating the transfer in that you saw coming out of the admin expense, because that's the sales tax we're collecting, that I hope to collect. And at the bottom, then, you'll see the expenses going out, which is just pretty simply the timber engineering and the timber construction this year.
Yes.
Because-
I did talk to Gary. He's going over the numbers now. Right now, his number for the construction is 268.
Okay, we're going to change that right now then. So on your spreadsheets, please change the construction to 268. And then also on our expense side, of course, we have to pay our bond principal and interest. So in this case, and this is a little off from what we normally do, this particular fund will not balance because I'm going to be bringing in more revenue than I'm spending. I can't avoid that because I have to transfer all of the sales tax dollars into this account. It was a referendum. I'm required to do it, right? Because we're not allocating this out of the general capital improvement account anymore, and because we're budgeting this fund and we're separating all this out for transparency and for tracking, I have to show it all coming in. So unless you want to find another 182,513 to spend, then that's what this is going to look like, and it's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, this is fine. They
Okay.
have no problem with this.
Okay. All right.
Unless you want to add contingency
Well,
of
we
182,513.
we could add contingency 182.5, but we don't have to, so. Okay. Then the only other things we have to talk about are the police pension.
Yep.
And then we have to just jump back to some, the insurance, and the other two pensions while we're doing that, which is why I left it at the end. Because these are basically the transfer out of the administrative expense accounts that we talked about earlier, and then I'm just showing you where they're going. So we've already talked about them, but now we're showing where they're coming in. And we also have to talk, well, we already talked about debt service, right? I showed you that coming into debt service, so. So for revenue for police pension, is everybody there? Thank you. The property tax at 450 that we levied, the replacement tax that we talked about way at the beginning of the day. This is the share that comes in for the police pension based on that back in the 70s thing. Interest on their checking account, they have their own checking account. We act as a fiduciary, so all this money goes into their checking account, and then their police pension board.
Police pension checking account?
Yes, they have their police
okay.
pension checking account, which we maintain, and
Yeah.
then their investment agent pulls that out and sends it downstate at the request of now Ruby, who's the treasurer. She tells them when they have a significant balance.
Okay. Thanks, Rob.
Bye, thank you. And then they pull it out and send it where it needs to go.
Okay.
And then the contributions, and that's how much the officers pay. They pay 9.91% of their salary towards their own pension. And then you'll see that that's how much I estimate's coming in this year, and then, of course, 100% of that is transferred out to their downstate IPOPIF pension fund. And that is what it is.
Yep.
If we bring more revenue in, we send it all out. So if I bring in 720,000, I'm gonna send out 720,000, so at the end of the fiscal year, it might look different. Yes, and then if you go back, there's a tab in your book that was tabbed pink at the top.
Oh, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mystery
all,
tab.
the mystery tab.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
That coincides with the transfer outs, all those transfer out in red that we saw in the administrative expense.
Okay.
This is where they're all transferred in. And these are also some property tax levy funds. So the first one is the FICA Medicare Fund. We levied 170 in this year. And I need, I think, around 329,585 to send to Social Security and Medicare for our employees. 170 doesn't cut it, so I got to subsidize from the general fund, and there's your transfer in that you saw from admin expense transfer out. Same thing with IMRF. We levied 60. We brought it, or we'll be bringing in 49.9 from their share of the replacement tax. I'm going to transfer in 43.1, and I'm going to have 30,000 cash on hand. That fund, remember, from 2 years ago had a little bit of cash on hand left.
Okay.
So, actually, last year had more cash on hand left. I think there's going to be a little bit left over in that fund balance. Don't want to take it down too much, so I'm going to subsidize the remaining balance to make sure that that evens out and we have enough there. And then the same thing with the insurance fund. Property tax isn't enough. I need to subsidize 238 to cover insurance payments. This is not health insurance. This is liability insurance, vehicles, buildings,
Property.
work comp, all of those insurances outside of health insurance.
So that one, but our insurance expense is more than our money, income for it. There's $58,000 in the red. Oh, wait. Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not-
Okay. Okay, so the transfer in is
Oh.
238. Okay, should be 238. On here, it's 180.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I apologize. So I'll make that in red
Okay.
or in yellow.
Okay.
You know, that's right, because I hadn't heard from our agent at the time I did that.
Okay.
I want to make sure the transfer out is correct. Yes, the transfer out is correct. Whew, thank God. Okay. That would change things up a bit.
Well, and having all of these linked pages too, right?
It's a lot, yeah. So that's it. That's everything that we have to go through, and it's 3:07, just so you know.
Yay.
Although we do have a
Thank you.
couple other things on the agenda, but they won't take long. Sorry, John.
So-
Did everything balance? We did final? Everything's good?
Well, you have to approve everything, so,
We're up and we're down?
Yeah, where's the?
well, we have balanced out if
Usually
you,
At this point of the freaking day, we're.
well, you've already talked about the general fund, right?
Right.
You've already talked about the general fund and allowing for the cash on hand. We've already balanced out parks, we've balanced out sewer water, and the rest of them have been balanced out based on what you have or have not agreed to. If there's anything you need to go back and talk about, or you want to change or not agree to, then now would be the time to do it.
No, personally, I'm thrilled. I mean, I think this is great. And I feel it's really clear, what we're spending and where the money's going and why.
Normally, when we talk about the new accounts that we just talked about today, the capital improvement accounts, those types of things, we would be talking about throughout the year. We would be talking about them in the admin committee or in the community development committee. We'd say, we'd like to do this project, will you approve it? We're kind of doing that ahead of time now to get it in the budget, and what that does is not only for transparency and for tracking, but it commits us to it, right? And then we end up doing it.
Exactly.
So, and then as new projects come along, they don't take precedence because we've already committed to these. We put that on the notes for the next time, unless they're priority for some reason. And then next year we talk about
Like-
those.
If a well pump went down, that would be a
Yes.
huge priority. We'd
Right.
say, we'd come back to you and
Yeah.
say, we need to do a budget amendment,
Right.
here's the issue. But, obviously, we want to go into the year well planned and prepared for what we want to do.
Yeah.
And hopefully, we don't have those kind of emergencies.
I mean, we're helping our police department. We're following through on our commitment to take care of the roads.
Yeah.
We're maintaining our parks.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it's all good news. We're going to
Yeah.
start on arts and culture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And through the budgeting process this year, this was actually a suggestion from Mike Rousey. This is how they do things over in Woodstock. And he's like, these capital improvement accounts
Yeah.
they budget for, and it does make it easier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit more work on our end, but that's
Right.
okay. It makes it easier to keep things moving and to see where everything's at. And also to help your cash accounts, your general operating and maintenance accounts, because you're absorbing some of those costs in your capital improvement accounts,
Right.
provided you have the money to do
Yeah,
it,
so that
right?
you're not ending up with these huge
Yeah.
hits to
Right.
your general budget.
And hopefully the community, whether they're watching or they hear about it later, they hopefully understand it a little better.
Right.
That's, that's really the goal, is that they know where their money is going.
So what
So
I'll
there's-
do, oh, I'm sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
no, I was just going to say, so what next with the budget?
So what I'll do is for the minutes for this meeting is I'll do a memo like I've been doing the last several years on what changes we made today. So there'll be specific account numbers and what they were and what they are now, which there was very few, but, and then where we ended up. And then, as a disclaimer, before April 30, whatever the council meeting is in April, because we'll have to approve the final budget in April, there may be a few changes depending on where health insurance comes in. I also like to monitor and look at utilities and see where those end up. Sometimes what we predict moving forward is way off. Sometimes it's not. If it looks like it's going to be like we really budgeted way too much or we really were low on that, I like to adjust that a little bit. Although the last couple of years, particularly with the plant running more efficiently, that hasn't really been as much of an issue. But I will, when I do that and present the final budget at the city council meeting, I'll make sure that is accompanied by another memo indicating if there were any other changes outside of what we talked about today, so that you have a chance to question that, look at that before approving the final budget.
Okay, thank you. So item number 7 on the agenda is discussion on health insurance.
Okay, so, and that kind of goes back with what we were talking about. I've been having some back and forth discussions with the current broker that we have, which if you remember 2 years ago, we changed brokers from the company that we had used for many, many years here. And those that renewal process the last couple of years has been very lengthy and very in-depth, and it has entailed
It's been arduous. is
yes,
a better word.
it has, it's consisted of looking at many different policies and many different scenarios and many different options to get to where we need to be. And this is the second year in a row where we would have had to gone back to staff and presented new choices and things that just aren't efficient for us. I feel
Yeah.
we're too small. I feel that we don't have the staffing or the time, and I just feel it wasn't a good choice.
Yeah.
Because we weren't locked into this broker, I have opted to change brokers, and I'll be looking to talk to another broker on Monday and going back to the old way that we did things prior, because there was nothing wrong with it and it worked for us. So just to make you aware, that's what's going to happen moving forward. That is part of the reason why I don't have a set number today, although I'm not anticipating that they are going to be able to do any worse than this broker would have been able to do for us.
Okay,
Ideally better,
Better.
okay.
but it
But,
should
and
be
being able to
clear.
maintain our same
Yeah,
policies.
it should be clear, health insurance costs are skyrocketing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean,
if you haven't
yeah.
met that in your own personal
Yeah,
health
yeah.
insurance coverage, from the city's perspective, the policies are skyrocketing. Part of our issue, from a city's perspective, is that our contracts, our labor contracts with our unions, especially our police union, the current contract has some very detailed requirements for healthcare. And we are in the midst of contract negotiation, because it's time for renewal, to try and at least eliminate the numbers, but not eliminate
The coverage.
the coverage. Because the numbers don't work. Their numbers are from really 15 years ago, and so we want to maintain the same amount of coverage, but the cost for that same coverage is a lot more than it used to be 15 years ago. And so we've been very hamstrung by the way the current contract's written. I believe we have some, at least initial
There's understanding of that.
of that's a problem, so the FOP is definitely understand that that's an issue. And so far, in our discussions, have been accommodating to help us kind of correct this issue, because what's better for them is better for the city, what's better for the city is better for the employees. Like, everyone wins here, because we want to try and keep the costs down, but given the way the contract was written, it was really difficult for us to negotiate for a new contract with insurance. So I think, plus the broker that we had been using, again, we went through a very arduous process to try and get that stuff, and I think Deb's decision to move away to another broker is a good decision.
Yes, I mean, it's, as the mayor said, it's skyrocketing all over, and we've looked at a couple of different plans, and think last year it had started to go up, and I know a lot of agencies and organizations changed from Blue Cross to United Healthcare. This year, United Healthcare is even higher than Blue Cross, and everybody's changing back, so there's just been a whole bunch of, so it's not all broker-related,
Right.
but it's more the
It's
process.
it's really the
It needs to be
industry.
streamlined,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and I know our insurance went up in December 13.5%. Yeah, so, it's definitely
And it-
far exceeding the cost of, the price of inflation.
Who is your provider?
We go through Gallagher in Crystal Lake.
What healthcare provider
Oh,
do you?
it's Blue Cross Blue
You
Shield.
have Blue Cross, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm not I'm not a fan of United Healthcare.
Okay, so that's all that was, is just informational.
To help you understand why the numbers aren't quite,
Yeah.
because we don't know.
Okay.
We don't have
We
a
have
sort
an idea, but
Yeah.
it's gonna change based on whatever, final,
Yeah.
plans that we choose.
Okay, thank you. Item number 8, new business. I don't have any new business. Everybody else has new business. Okay, item 9, adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, John. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We are out of here, 3:18.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sitting through all of that.
It is.